seated. His Royal Highness Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, CON Sarakin Kano, the IIF Board Chair, Mr. Frank Aibogun, the Nabi Board Chair, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, also the Chair, GSG, Nigeria Partner, distinguished board members, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Youth and Development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Naji, ably represented by Rachel Ede, Gender Focal Person for the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, interest groups, gentlemen of the press, you are welcome. Please, can you turn to someone beside you and say you're welcome? I'm glad you're here. There's no better room to be in than this room right now, right here. It is with immense joy and a deep sense of purpose that I stand here to welcome every one of us to the Gender Impact Investment Summit 2025. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. And of course, for the organizers of this summit. Now we are gathered here for history. We're gathered for change. We're gathered for a bold reimaging of inclusive investment. And this is what it should look like. This summit stands on one truth, and that truth is when women are equipped, a nation prospers. When opportunities are equal, societies flourish. And when capital is just, futures are transformed. And that is what we're here for today. In this room today, we have voices, we have minds, we have hearts, excited and, equipped to help shape a new era, an era of investment and measured growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here with you, serving as your host, and my name is Chioma Agunobi. To set the ball rolling, it will be my pleasure to welcome on stage a woman who I'd like to call a visionary, a woman with a deep sense of purpose. She is the CEO of Impact Investors Foundation. Please put your hands together for the one and only Mrs. Etemore Glover. Is that how you put your hands together for? Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to you. I know that protocols have already been observed, but it'll be good for me to just recognize some people who were not here when the protocol was given. I'd like to recognize the chair of the National Advisory Board for Impact Investment and also the Global Vice Chair of the GSG Impact, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. Welcome. Other members of the board of the Impact Investors Foundation who also walked in, Mrs. Uwa Osa Obo. Welcome. Welcome. Also, the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, also a member of the Nigerian National Advisory Board for Impact Investment, Ms. Dr. Tayo Aduloju. Welcome, sir. We have a gentleman, a stalwart, I'll say, for economic development, financial inclusion, in the person of the technical assistant to the president on economic and financial inclusion, Mr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zara. Prof, good morning, sir. Friends, partners, and let me also recognize someone who started working this journey with us recently. The PricewaterhouseCoopers, represented by Ms. Marilyn Obaisa Osula and her dynamic team from PricewaterhouseCoopers. Thank you very much and good morning. So all protocols duly observed, friends, guests, panelists, members. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you to the third Gender Impact Investment Summit. I thought I would hear a round of applause. This year's theme is investing in equity, advancing gender-led solutions for inclusive investment. In the last 2 years, if you remember, for those who've been with us for the last 2 years, we delved into barriers that limit women from accessing finance and economic opportunities. Solutions and suggestions were presented, and one of them is the need to mainstream gender lens investment in Nigeria, ensure that policies recognize investment in women is not just a nice to have, but it's critical to the socio-economic and sustainable development of Nigeria. Also, through the funding of the Research and Innovation Systems for Africa, RISA, an FCDO-funded initiative, we conducted an inquiry last year. And that inquiry, we realized that in addition to women having limited access to finance, other groups such as youths, persons, men, and women with disabilities were worse off in accessing finance and economic opportunities. Hence, the Gender Roadmap, a 10-year strategy that suggests a path to mainstream gender-smart practices and deepen inclusive capital mobilization in Nigeria. It is our ultimate desire to take this practice across Africa through the GSG national partners, and one of them is us here in Nigeria. And why is this important? Because we need to see that $42 billion financing gap for women closed on the continent. Also, to encourage the flow of capital beyond women to other socially excluded groups. Capital must be just, ensuring that no one gets left behind in Nigeria. No one gets left behind in Africa. In the last 2 years, you've spoken clearly, and I want to say thank you very much for being a part of the conference in the last 2 years. I don't know how many of us were part of the first and second conferences. We've heard you clearly, and we've put together this gender roadmap, which we'll be launching today. The roadmap, developed in partnership with the PwC, is a robust and multifaceted strategy. Its development involves a comprehensive process that incorporates the reflection of key members of the ecosystem, many of whom are in the room today. It integrates global and local gender-inclusive frameworks and practices like the 2X criteria, the IRIS Plus, the IFC Gender Smart Investing Toolkit, the UN Women Empowering Principles, the Alethea IDF Gender Lens Toolkits, and so many others. This extensive engagement ensures that the roadmap is not just a theoretical document, but a practical guide accompanied by a 10-year implementation plan to help the market attain more inclusive investments. It highlights the current state of the GLI, gender lens investing, and gender equity and social inclusion in Nigeria, noting improving awareness of nascent uptake. Our call to action today, which we are really excited about, we want everyone in the room to join us. My excitement is that already we have 40 entities, individuals, organizations that have signed up and are committed to using this roadmap. Please, a round of applause to us and also to them. So we will be announcing who these fantastic entities are in the official launch in a few hours from now. So we invite you all to commit and start building more inclusive investments, management and governance structures that will increase opportunities, financial and non-financial, for women, persons, men and female living with disabilities, and youth. It is crucial to close the gender gap and foster a socially inclusive economy where capital flows justly to everyone, particularly women, youths, and people living with disabilities. It's so important that we're intentional about closing this gap to achieve sustainable development and economic growth of our country. This requires bold organizations, national policies, and culture that supports these categories of individuals. We must also evaluate the cost of supporting them in our budgets and value the care economy to ensure that women, who are often the main caregivers, are not left behind due to their assigned family and societal roles. No one in Nigeria, again, I say no one in Nigeria, no one in Africa must be left behind. For that to happen, all hands need to be on deck. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us as we make history today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You can do better than that. Please put your hands together. All hands must be on deck, and no one will be left behind, not just in Nigeria, but as well in Africa. It is important. And for that to happen, all hands must be on deck. We must all listen keenly today. We must speak up, and we must be ready to act, not for tomorrow, but for today, immediately. Because this change that we intend to bring about is one that builds up, not just for today, but for tomorrow and for our children behind. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please one more time put your hands together again for our CEO. Now we move straight into the goodwill remarks, and to take the first goodwill remark, we have the Chair, Impact Investors Foundation. I know you know he deserves a very round, healthy round of applause. Please put your hands together for Mr. Frank Aiwogun as he takes the podium. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure it is to be here with you this morning. Let me especially welcome my chair. They introduced me as chair, but I have a chairman who is a woman, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshike. We thank you so much, Ma. Knowing the effort you have made just to be with us here this morning. And I also like to welcome our friends from government. The CEO said all hands must be on deck. We can't do this alone by ourselves, which is why we're excited that we have you all here this morning, affirming that what we have set out to do since the last 3 years is indeed a noble cause. So good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, partners, esteemed colleagues, representatives of government, development, finance leaders, and every single change maker who is able to be with us here this morning. It is my immense pleasure and profound honor to welcome you to the 3rd Annual Gender Impact Investment Summit. For the past 2 years, this summit has sought to be Nigeria's leading platform for tackling gender financing gap, building on the foundations of policy advocacy and innovative models. We now stand at a crucial turning point. This year's theme, Investing in Equity, Advancing Gender-Led Solutions for Inclusive Development, signals our collective resolve to move decisively from aspiration to accountability, from advocacy to action. Today is truly historic because we are not simply holding another summit. We are launching the Gender Equity and Social Inclusion Roadmap, which is a decade of action blueprint, 2025 to 2035, developed in collaboration with our strategic partners at PwC Nigeria to engineer a seismic shift in our nation's economic and social landscape in addressing inclusion. The targets we have set underscore the urgency of this challenge and the scale of our ambition. We aim to mobilize $8 billion in cumulative gender-inclusive capital, with $1.5 billion coming directly from domestic capital pools to achieve 90% integration of GESI principles among general partners. This framework is our commitment to ensure that capital is not exclusive, but indeed truly inclusive. To drive this momentum forward and to ensure that these targets are met, we are simultaneously launching the Nigeria Inclusive Capital Commitment 2035 campaign. This commitment is a direct call to action for every stakeholder in this room, from government and capital providers to financial intermediaries. By signing this commitment, we pledge to mobilize inclusive capital at scale, embed GESI principles into every investment decision, and ultimately deliver measurable outcomes that empower women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We're here because financial exclusion for women, youth, and persons with disabilities constrains national development. This GESI roadmap is therefore not a social add-on, it is an economic imperative. By intentionally dismantling financial barriers, we will unlock immense untapped potential, ensuring that economic growth in Nigeria is not only rapid, but also truly equitable and transformative. This is how to ensure Nigeria's future is built on equity for every citizen. Finally, I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to our indispensable partners, PwC Nigeria, GIZ, the Ministry of Women Affairs, the Ministry of Youth Development, and of course, RISA Fund, Ford Foundation, GSG, and FCDO. Your support is vital to sustaining the momentum required for this decade of transformation. Let us embrace this roadmap, sign the commitment, track our implementation, and dedicate ourselves to building a gender-inclusive economy where prosperity and social impact are two sides of the same coin. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you and welcome you to this historic summit.
and Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. Please put your hands together for her as she comes on for her goodwill message. You can do better than that. Please put your hands together.
Suddenly feel a little short behind this very large podium. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us, even though it's an early morning. Etemore and her team like very early morning starts, but some of us have to wake up first. The chair of the Impact Foundation, of the Impact Investing Foundation, has laid a good foundation in his remarks. And just to save you from listening to the same thing, because the truth is the truth and the facts are the facts, I'm just going to give you a girl's side view in terms of my remarks. It is what it is that as a nation, if we take Nigeria, and I stand here today with two caps, as the chair of the National Advisory Board for Impact Investing Nigeria and vice chair at the global level for GSG Impact. And I come with goodwill and good wishes from both sides. But the most important thing for me today is that I'm a Nigerian. And this is about Nigeria. And the reality is, whether we like it or not, our population is literally 50-50, split down the line. In my 36 years as a girl in business, I haven't seen the moment when it's made sense to lock down 50% of my asset without maximizing it for purpose. It becomes almost impossible to achieve the goals for which we're set. Of greatness, because I think so much has been invested in this nation, and our people are smart, we're brilliant, we're dynamic. Nigerians show up everywhere they are around the world. We deserve to truly manifest the greatness of who we are as a nation. And it's almost impossible to do that if we continue to do the same things with which we have not been able to fully actualize ourselves. And whenever you're underperforming, you need to check the vital issues behind your underperformance. And if you're mismanaging your assets and not maximizing them for purpose, that would be a major thing to analyze. If you do a SWOT test on Nigeria, our strengths will be many, but it's impossible to list it without realizing the strength that the women bring to the table. Our weaknesses will be obvious, and it will be clear that even as we look at our weaknesses, we would realize that not maximizing our women and other groups like disabled people becomes a factor that has undermined our ability to perform at maximum level. And so, what is the whole vision of having the Gender Impact Summit as an annual event that draws attention to the issues on the ground and aligns thought leaders on developing strategic solutions that can be implemented in order to upscale our ability to maximize our womenfold, other members of our societies like disabled people. That's what this is about. And we're not just doing it at the local level, global issue. It's a global issue that continues to be a challenge. But this is our country and our responsibility at this point. As a girl who came from a family that were mainly girls, and watching my father have the wisdom to nurture his girls and make us believe there was nothing we could not do. He cued us to do whatever we wanted to do, and see at the end that he got the results for his investment, because we did show up in different places. I can clearly say, using my family's analogy, that when we as a nation responsibly create opportunities and facilitate the empowerment or the enablement of our women and our disabled people to be major contributors to the economy, creating an equitable society that allows them to compete. I'll give an example. Before 2015-16, in the Nigerian financial services system, there was not a single female that was chair. It was a fact. But within a year, in 2015 to 2016, 3 women became chair of 3 of the top 5 banks in Nigeria. And that sort of opened people's mindset to the possibility of what the women can do. Today, check the statistics of the number of financial institutions that we have, and check how many women sit as chief executive of how many of the banks. There are about 14 or 15 or thereabouts them amongst 20-something banks that we have. Now, we might clap, but that's not even the point. The point is not about a woman getting the seat. It's about competent women sitting in the place. And what happened, because there was a visual imagery that proved that the women could do it and do it well, more doors were open for more qualified women to have a chance. And in competing, they were able to get into those seats. And I bet they're also delivering, if you check the numbers on those seats. We only gain when we use the best of our people, male or female. And when we create an equitable society for all of our citizens to give the best of what they have, without anyone being subject to a stereotype or a mindset that says to them, you can't. And may I finish by saying, for as many people as are in the house, especially if you're a man, when we talk about gender equity and we talk about facilitating a common competitive landscape for all your citizens to contribute, we're not talking about some strange women. We're talking about your daughters, if you have daughters. We're talking about your granddaughters, if you have them now or when they come. We're talking about your sisters, when they do, if you have. We're talking about your wife. We're talking about all the women in your life that you consider important. Imagine my father, who had mainly girls and raised them. If he worked against the opportunity of other women, all his effort to raise his own daughters, he would not have been able to achieve the result. So think, each one of us has a responsibility to contribute in our small space. Don't worry about the next person. Do your part. When you do your part, we create a collective goal that we're all signed into. And with that collectiveness of purpose, we are able to transform and to change our nation. There isn't a battle between the men and the women. There's a need for collaboration. Because if it was good enough for just one gender to do it, God would not have had a need to create the other one. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together. There's a need for collaboration and not competition. And there's a need for us to build and facilitate an enabling environment that helps our women thrive. Now, as a nation, it's important for us to do that, but we're going to break it down. Turn to the person sitting beside you. Say, you need to create an enabling environment for the women around you to thrive. For the next 5 seconds, ask the person, how do you intend to do it in your small space? For your daughter, for your sister, for your niece, for that little girl around you. Create space. Let's build that environment together. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time. Put your hands together. All right, to take us further at this point in time, please join me welcome the Country Director, Plan International. I'm talking about no other person than Dr. Charles Hussein. Please put your hands together for him. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Permit me to save time and respect the protocol already set and go straight into my goodwill message. I stand here today on behalf of Plan International. Plan International is one of the international organizations set up 85 years ago to seek for the rights of children and equality for girls across the world. We have proudly done this so far for 85 years across 82 countries, Nigeria being one of them. As the country director of Plan International in Nigeria, my role is to lead my team to seek for the rights of children in Nigeria and equality for girls in every form. The question is, how does it manifest? So I'll tell you a very short story. Recently, my team and I went to one of our project locations in Sokoto State. I met a young girl, she's 19. She has 5 children. She has had 3 divorces. She's 19. 5 children, 3 divorces. Question is, where are the men? Now, how did we encounter her? She woke up one morning and went to meet one of her friends, a young girl like her, who is also a mother, and asked her, please, can you show me where I can commit suicide? What can I take? Could it be a drug, tea, whatever? Let me just die peacefully. And this her friend said, no. Instead of dying, come, let me take you to where we'll find hope. And that was how she brought this young girl to one of our safe spaces that we've curated in Sokoto State. And instead of committing suicide to die, she got hope. Today, she has a small business which she's using to take care of herself and her children. And she has become an advocate for other young girls and women in Sokoto State. She's doing some proud work. I'm always delighted to see her and some of her other colleagues in the safe spaces. But the question is, why does this story resonate? It's because as we sit here, ladies and gentlemen, we have left girls behind. We have failed them. And this is the truth. And it's even more pressing because as a man, I am the one speaking on behalf of girls. That is why I took this job in the first place. So that it doesn't become a women's issue. Because that is why anytime we hear gender, the tendency is that, look at it. When you hear gender most times, either in a conference, in an appointment, anywhere, it's a woman. Go to every police station and say, can I see your gender dex? It's a woman. Because we think, many people imagine that when we talk about gender, it is just a woman's issue. These women have come again. It's not true. And a World Bank report recently published presents the data that 40% of girls between the ages of 15 and 24 are married, unemployed, uneducated, and have no decent income. 40%, as compared to only 19% of their male counterparts. So the issues we are talking about, just like our big mommy here has just said, it is not some random, unimaginable people. They are sisters. They are people right in front of us, our daughters. And this is why we must collectively refuse to accept this inequality that exists in our society. And so, the solutions we seek are before us. This is why this gender summit is not only timely, but well placed and credible in its full right. And I really want to celebrate the Impact Investment Forum. This summit is the right thing to do. It's the right time to do it. And I'll tell you another reason why. The World Economic Forum has stated 2 years ago in its report that it will take 130 years to achieve gender equality. This is not my statement. It was published by the World Economic Forum, I think in their 2023 report. And since then, for Plan International, we said that timeline is unacceptable. We are going to beat this clock. 130 years is too long for us to achieve gender equality. What that means is that my daughter, my daughter's daughter, her daughter will not achieve gender equality in their lifetime. Ladies and gentlemen, I refuse that statistic. I refuse that timeline. And today, my presence here on behalf of Plan International is a testament that we're doing everything, exploring every opportunity, joining hands with every partner to beat this clock. When we gather together like this in a conference like this, our presence here is a testament that we will beat this clock. When we all go back and we do what we need to do, just like our big mommy has challenged us, look for one person. Every action you take to bring about solution is beating this clock. The question is, are you going to contribute or are you going to be one of the people holding back this clock? We will interrogate, and hopefully if we find you here in this hall, we will know how we'll handle you. But finally, I want to say that for Plan International, everything we do in Nigeria is beating this clock. And apart from the fact that my presence here is a testament, we look for practical solutions. Because investing in girls is simply the right thing to do. Why? I'm a product of that. When I was just 9 years old, my dad walked away and left 5 of us with my mom. My mom was uneducated, no decent income. But for whatever reasons he felt he could leave, he left. That's what usually happens, right? In this part of the world, a man can just up and leave. It's acceptable. In other climes, it is unacceptable. So he left. 5 of us. And when he left, at that time, though we were only 5 children with my mom, poverty became the 6th person. Because poverty came to live in our house, lived with us every day. I saw poverty, I saw hell. That's why people like us have been forgiven by God. We can't experience hell 2 times, in this life and in the next life. But my mom told me something. She said, Charles, whatever has happened between me and your dad, it's between us. It's happened. I can't change it. I'm sorry. But she says, Charles, whatever happens between you, going forward, is all in your hands. She will always tell me that, Charles, the people who make it in life do not have 2 heads. I never forget that. She told me this when I was 9. Ladies and gentlemen, she will be 75 in 2 years, in 2 weeks' time. And it coincides with a lot of things. It coincides with the International Day of the Girl Child, which is October 11th. Her birthday is October 10th. And I joined Plan in October 18th. So October is a special month for me. Because I took this job 4 years ago because of her, as a legacy for my mom. So standing here today is the dream and the fulfillment of my mom come to pass. That her 5 children, in spite of this society that actually deters women from succeeding, in spite of that, her children have made it. My elder sister is a professor of medicine in Delta State University. I have 2 lawyers who are sisters. The remainder of my 2 sisters are lawyers. My younger brother is actually a geographer. All of us, to the glory of God, doing our best to make a contribution to this country. That is how you change a society. investing in girls and women. That is how we change the society. Because imagine my mom did not stand by me. Imagine my mom gave up on me. Please, ladies and gentlemen, look at my size. I've even reduced. What do you think I would have become? Imagine I became an armed robber and I meet you on the road. How would you survive that? But that is the reality. For every woman we deny an opportunity, for every woman we hold back, every girl we choose to, we do not invest in, we are creating a cycle of poverty, of destruction, of backwardness. And for that, we will not accept it. I am keeping quiet to give honor to our royal father who has just stepped in.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we recognize the presence of His Royal Highness Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, CON Sarkin Kano, our royal father who just walked in right now.
Lovely.
You're welcome, sir.
So, as I wrap up, I want to very specially thank the Impact Investment Summit Forum for organizing the summit and for inviting Plan International. We stand here today in solidarity with you and the other partners to say, let's look for these solutions together. Let's find the solutions. Let's all play our part. For Plan International, we operate currently in all the 36 states in Nigeria. We have transformational projects. In fact, I just came back from Kano, and I'm very delighted to see His Royal Highness here because I was in his palace, and you welcomed me very well, me and my team, and it's glad to see you here again. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Kano to spend time with both the government and the people to look for solutions, to curate solutions, for girls especially, and for children. So it brings me great delight to wish us a very beautiful, productive, and engaging summit today, knowing that Plan International, we will not stop until we are all equal. For Plan International, we will beat this clock. And I challenge you all to join us in beating this clock. We will not wait for 130 years to achieve gender equality. We will beat this clock. It is within our means. It is within our nature and our culture to actually stand with girls and women. We will do it. I am a testament of that. So anytime you think, is it possible? This thing they talk about, please just remember me today and know that I am a product of a woman, a proud, beautiful, warrior woman. It is because of her I stand here today. And imagine it. Think of it. Think of it. If we invest in women and in girls everywhere, we reduce the tendency to begin to destroy this society. I am one of those testaments. I am an example. There are many examples out there begging, crying to get a chance. Today, as we discuss, let us explore what opportunities are there within our means, within our spaces to actually bring about change. I'll leave you with this final personal commitment so that I don't stand here and just talk. This is my commitment. When I joined Plan 4 years ago to celebrate the International Day of the Girl Child, I actually decided I was going to pick a young girl randomly. My team will pick a young girl. And what that girl will do is to shadow me for 1 year. So I have a shadow country director. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here because she's actually a youth corper. And every year I choose one. She accompanies me for 1 year. She learns what it means to be a chief executive. She accompanies me to big conferences. She sits in my management meetings. And what she does is that for any time we talk about our big policies and log frame and all those things we talk about to look important, she listens and then she says, this will not make sense for girls, or this will make sense for girls. So it means I have a voice of reasoning who is a young girl, and she accompanies me for 1 year every year. It's an investment I make. I'm going to be choosing one again in October 11th every year. This year, I'll be choosing a new one. I challenge you, what will you do for girls? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. But note that as we are clapping, we are not clapping for Charles. We are clapping for Mommy Charles. Please put your hands together for her, for the amazing job she has done to raise such a fine gentleman. Else, if to say I jam am for road, you will not survive it. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on now. And it is, you can see that the conversations are really getting more interesting, right? And so if it's starting up like this, imagine how it will be by the time we move an hour into and go into our breakout sessions. It's definitely going to be a fantastic time here today. I want to honor the presence of His Royal Majesty again. It is such an honor to have you here today, sir. We'll take on the keynote address, and here we'll be exploring new frontiers, driving inclusive growth through gender-led solutions. And we have our speaker who will be joining us virtually, so please you just set your eyes on the big screen. Please join me welcome Jessica Espinoza, CEO 2X Global. Is she here? We have her online. All right, please put your, oh, beautiful. Put your hands together for her.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's a great honor to be here with you today at this important and really timely gathering to drive inclusive growth through gender-led solutions. I feel deeply inspired and encouraged by the previous speakers, and I'm honestly excited about the new collaborations and solutions that can come out of today's summit. So allow me to share a few welcome remarks and dive into my keynote, Exploring New Frontiers. I have prepared a few slides. I think you are able to see them now on screen as well. And I would like to start with a big picture overview of really the business case for investing in women and girls. So according to McKinsey, increasing women's participation in the workforce could add $12 trillion to global GDP. The IFC highlights that closing the financing gap for women-led SMEs could generate between $5 trillion to $6 trillion. And closing this gap is a key driver to boost economic growth. Now, if we take a closer look at the regional level, specifically at sub-Saharan Africa, we see that Africa has the highest rate of entrepreneurship in the entire world. In fact, sub-Saharan Africa is the only region where women make up the majority of those who are entrepreneurs. At the same time, women-led and owned businesses continue to face barriers in accessing finance and the right opportunities. Looking specifically at Nigeria, Nigeria alone has over 39 million small and medium businesses, so micro, small, and medium enterprises. And these 39 million MSMEs contribute 46% to GDP and are employing 60 million people. Those are just incredible numbers. And yet, despite the scale, access to finance remains a major barrier, especially for women-led businesses, which face a $20 billion gap on their own. And if we think about that gap and those big numbers, it really speaks to the opportunity. It's a huge market opportunity that we see. And so together, these figures really reveal a powerful truth. Closing the gender finance gap represents a $6 trillion economic opportunity waiting to be unlocked. From global GDP gains to Nigeria's untapped MSME potential, investing in women is the fastest route to inclusive and scalable growth. Investing in women is a market advantage, and here's why. Backing women as entrepreneurs, as owners and leaders consistently boosts financial performance. Closing the gender gap in the workforce could unlock trillions in global GDP. Supporting women as suppliers and supply chain workers strengthens risk resilience and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. And meanwhile, women's wealth and purchasing power are rising fast and are shaping markets and consumer behavior. Yet despite overwhelming evidence and literally trillions in untapped potential, gender-smart investing remains underleveraged. Entrenched biases, fragmented data, and outdated financial systems continue to hold us back. This isn't a lack of proof, it's a lack of prioritization. The case is clear, investing in women isn't just good ethics, it's smart economics. It's also worth broadening our scope and consider other aspects of diversity, as you have collectively done with Nigeria's roadmap. And so, for example, 1 in 6 people globally experience significant disability. At the same time, less than 1% of global impact capital is intentionally directed towards disability inclusion. And despite the stark gap, the global disability market is valued at $18 trillion when accounting for the purchasing power of people with disabilities and their networks. This reveals a massive opportunity. Intersectional leadership, especially by women with disabilities and youth, is a powerful yet under-leveraged driver of inclusive growth and resilient business outcomes. It leads to stronger policy outcomes with more responsive and equitable governance. For example, more than 65 UN Women country offices reported improved policy outcomes when women with disabilities were involved in program design and governance. Also, increased innovation and digital adoption, fueled by diverse lived experience, for example, youth-led enterprises, are more likely to adopt inclusive hiring and digital-first models and are really driving agility and social impact in emerging markets. And finally, higher community trust and better service uptake through inclusive design and representation. For example, inclusive infrastructure projects involving women with disabilities show stronger community trust, better service uptake, and improved sustainability outcomes. These insights aren't just inspiring, they are actionable. And so now is the time to shift from ideas to action. We must shift capital flows, demand accountability through data, innovate inclusive financial products, and strengthen collaborative ecosystems. The opportunity is clear, the urgency is real, and the only thing missing is bold and coordinated action. How we can do this? We can shift capital flows. We can mobilize capital towards women-led enterprises and gender-smart funds. We can embed gender criteria into investment mandates and portfolio management. And we can scale financing models that de-risk investments in underserved markets. I want to share an example with you. Launched at the 2018 G7 Summit, the 2X Challenge has emerged as a transformative force in gender lens investing. It has successfully mobilized over $34 billion to advance women's economic empowerment across global markets. By uniting development finance institutions and private investors under one shared commitment, it has not only demonstrated the commercial viability of gender-smart capital, but has also helped establish the 2X criteria as a global industry standard for gender finance. With its next phase aiming to unlock an additional $20 billion by 2027, the 2X Challenge continues to shift the gender lens investing field from niche to mainstream, driving systemic change and setting new standards for inclusive investment. The 2X criteria are a global standard for gender lens investing. They offer a common framework and language for investors across various asset classes, sectors, and regions. And the 2X criteria are used to assess, to structure and monitor investments that promote gender equality and are aligned with other key industry standards. An interesting example of an investment that meets the 2X criteria is Wahoo Mobility. This is a woman-founded electric vehicle company providing last-mile delivery. They have a strong climate focus, specifically taking into account locally grown solutions in African countries. And they even provide carbon mitigation credits to a Swiss foundation. The African fund manager Altri Capital invested in Wahoo Mobility and provided support to further strengthen their gender equality practices. To truly shift systems, we must also demand accountability through inclusive data. That means requiring gender disaggregated reporting, not just at the enterprise level, but across entire portfolios on supply chains. Data isn't just numbers, it's power. It helps us track progress, allocate capital more effectively, and hold institutions accountable. Frameworks like the 2X certification give us a globally recognized standard to do just that. 2X certification promotes market differentiation and trust. It provides a rigorous third-party verified framework to assess and recognize gender-smart practices across companies, funds, and financial institutions. And it offers pathways to excellence by providing clear, actionable guidance for continued improvement that empowers organizations to advance from initial compliance to really leadership when it comes to gender equality and forward-looking practices. Want to share another practical example. Avance is a powerful example of a fintech that's driving inclusive finance. This is a woman-led company that's expanding access for migrants, for returnees, so refugees or expatriates who are returning back to their home country, and the unbanked, groups often left behind. Their impact is really tangible. We see tens of thousands of women accessing digital financial services, increasing savings and incomes, and gaining financial literacy. And this is what innovation looks like when it really centers around inclusion. It's an entire product design, an entire business model designed with inclusion in mind. Another important aspect are innovative financial products. And that's where we see a lot of examples, including across the African continent. If we don't redesign financial tools, we will keep reinforcing the same biases and exclusions. This means redesigning instruments to reflect the realities of women and other marginalized groups. This could be in the form of flexible collateral, revenue-based financing, and gender-integrated climate and digital finance, just to name a few examples. Innovation isn't just about tech, it's about relevance, access, and equity. Let me share another practical example with you. 2X Ignite. In 2021, the 2X Challenge reflected on early lessons and uncovered that there are persistent barriers limiting capital flows specifically to women-led funds and underrepresented founders. And so through an innovative design sprint with over 120 experts across emerging markets, one insight stood out. Investing in women and diverse-led fund managers with gender-smart investing strategies is the most effective way to unlock inclusive capital at scale, to really channel funding to underserved local businesses by women, by youth, and other historically excluded groups. 2X Ignite was born from that insight. It is a holistic solution to accelerate the next generation of women-led fund managers that are specifically channeling funding to underrepresented founders. In Africa, we launched a warehousing facility to enable first-time fund managers build track record and raise capital for their first close, creating a ripple effect that drives systemic change across the investment landscape. And we're particularly excited that our partner in this endeavor is in Nigeria, is Koramo Capital, and their offspring, Moremi Capital. Systemic change doesn't happen in silos. We must strengthen collaborative ecosystems, bringing together public, private, and philanthropic capital around shared gender impact goals. That means supporting local intermediaries, building multi-sector partnerships, and co-creating scalable solutions. 2X Global's network is a living example of this. Over 150 capital providers working together to turn ambition into action. From Lagos to Tokyo, Geneva to Cape Town, 2X Global is activating a powerful, intentional network of capital providers committed to gender-smart investing. This isn't just a movement, it's a global infrastructure for inclusive finance. We're shaping standards, influencing strategies, and unlocking capital at scale. Invest in women, invest in the world. This isn't just a slogan, it's a strategy. Investing in women is investing in resilience, in innovation, and in inclusive growth. Let's not wait for the market to catch up. Let's lead it. The data is clear, the opportunity is massive, and the tools are within our reach. We've seen the scale of the gaps and the power of the solutions. It's time to move capital with intention, build inclusive financial systems, and hold ourselves accountable to the outcomes we claim to value. Investing in women means everyone wins. It's not just smart economics, it's a blueprint for resilient, inclusive growth. That means reforming the systems and policies that hold women and marginalized groups back, and embracing models of capital and leadership that reflect the diversity of our societies, including gender, age, ability, and lived experience. As we gather at the Gender Impact Investment Summit in Lagos, we stand at a pivotal moment. The future of inclusive growth depends on the choices we make today. Let's act boldly, collaborate deeply, and unlock the full potential of gender-smart investing. The opportunity is clear, the urgency is real, the only thing missing is bold and coordinated action. So let's build it together. Thank you so much, and I wish you a wonderful conference today.
Please put your hands together for Jessica. Jessica, thank you for such an in-depth presentation. All right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you a man of towering intellect, courage, and vision, a reformer, a thought leader, and a custodian of our great culture and tradition. He is a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, whose voice has consistently championed justice, equity, and good governance. Today, he continues to embody the dignity of our heritage and the wisdom of our future. Please join me with a resounding ovation and make welcome His Royal Highness Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, CON, the 14th Emir of Kano and our revered Sarakin Kano.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. I don't know why you all stand. Good morning, everyone. And let me begin by apologizing for coming in and leaving. I unfortunately had a scheduling conflict, and I was in two minds. I didn't know which one would be more rude, to excuse myself and not turn up, or to come in briefly and leave. And I decided that maybe it is more polite to actually turn up and then excuse myself. Ibukun has graciously agreed to let me go for my next meeting. So I'm here to make a few goodwill remarks, and this is a subject that I'm very passionate about, the issue of gender. And throughout my career, it's something I've pushed. I'd like to make a few observations. This question of gender-led businesses and gender-led enterprises is really a matter of common sense. But we overthink it. We overthink it, and then we complicate it, and then we imagine problems that do not exist. And anyone who's tried to do this realizes that a lot of the problems and obstacles are imagined. And maybe they're deliberately placed there because those who benefit from a male-dominated world are very unwilling to let go of those privileges. So I'll give a few examples. And I think, well, even before I joined the central bank, one of the things that struck me was a bank like Access, because we were, as a chief risk officer, part of my job was to look at all the banks and see what they were doing and see what we could learn from them. And as chief risk officer in First Bank, I noticed that a bank like Access, going back many, many years ago, already had half of their branch managers as female. And it was amazing because it was only a bank that did it, while other banks thought it was difficult to do. And when I went to the central bank, I was struck by the limited number of women that had risen to the top. The Central Bank of Nigeria was set up in 1959. I became governor in 2009. 50 years. In those 50 years, only 4 women had made director in the central bank, and at different times. So I think 2 years into my tenure, I said we needed to have at least 30% of our directors being female. We went through the promotion process. When the results came out, there wasn't a single woman. So I asked why, And I was told, well, the women were not ready. In this entire bank, we couldn't find women that could be directors. They had all these rules. You had to be deputy director for 3 years. And because the promotions for women had been so slow, we didn't have enough women who had been deputy directors for 3 years. So I said, fine. First of all, I changed the rule. I said, if you've been a deputy director for 1 year, you are eligible to put yourself up for consideration on merit. And then I decided that I would involve myself, not in the promotion process, but in a pre-assessment. I called HR and said I wanted the CVs of all female deputy directors. You know, one of the deputy directors I looked at had a degree in economics, a degree in accounting, 3 master's degrees. She was a chartered accountant, not just Nigeria, but ACCA. She was top 3 in every risk-based examination in the bank every year. And she was in one small corner of a tiny office in Lagos. No visibility. I came to Lagos for a meeting and sent for her and called her to have lunch. She was scared. She thought she was in trouble. Going out for a meeting, researching, I told her to sit in my car. She was shaking. She didn't know what this was all about. I just wanted to assess her. And it was amazing that someone this brilliant, this educated, was in one corner. So I asked her why she hadn't applied for promotion to director. She was reluctant. I said, put in your application. When we did the exams, she came second bank-wide. And there were many like her. So that year, because I'd gone through and I called them and encouraged them to apply, in 1 year, we appointed 9 female directors. And I deliberately chose, you know, the thing with women in organizations is we think, you know, put them in human capital and put them in medical services, you know, taking care of health, their agony aunts, you know, listening to your problems. I decided that I would place women in charge of those traditionally male, in fact, areas that were run by alpha males. So I had the first female director of banking supervision. I had a female director of risk management, female director of internal audit, female director of branch operations. I picked all the key areas and placed them in the hands of women. And you know what? All the successes we achieved were attributable largely to those women. And we then came to the banking industry and said we declared 2012 the year of the woman in banking, and set up a committee, a bankers committee, to look at how banks could improve gender representation. The committee was led by Bola Adeshola and Shola David Bora. We were aiming for 50% women across the board, the vertical. And they came with a beautiful presentation. Unfortunately, and this is also a lesson for women, everything was going on well until they came to the last slide. Now, the last slide, they had an image of what the future bank board would look like, and it was all female. The entire committee went up in arms. The MD said no. He said, this is what they're trying to do. They want to kick us out. And we had to then, they put me in the trouble. Now I now had to start renegotiating in order to have something pass through. But we agreed finally that for all new intakes, banks would have at least 50% female. For all senior management, at least 40% would be female. And for the bank boards, at least 30% would be female. That process started in 2012, 2013. Today, we now have, I think, 9 bank CEOs that are female as a result of that process. And they're doing extremely well. So sometimes we overthink these things, and they're very simple. There are many other things. I remember when we were talking about maternity, and I was saying you could extend maternity leave for women, you could get them to work from home. The banks at that time said, no, it was not possible. In a few years, we had COVID. And we found that even the bank CEO could stay at home and nothing would happen. But when we're talking about extending maternity leave, because young women are compelled to choose between their career and their families. Many young women cannot leave their child after 3 months and come back to the bank. And you're left with the option of leaving your child with a nanny and coming in through Lagos traffic to work, or working. Why can't you stay with your baby at home and work from home for as long as it takes for you to take care of your baby? So these are things that just require a little bit of thinking through. It's like disabilities. You know, we built all these branches with security and with doors, and then nobody with a wheelchair could go into a branch. So I had to put in a policy to say that every bank must in every city have a wheelchair-friendly branch. Because if you don't do that, you have automatically excluded people on wheelchairs from the banking halls. So I think we need to keep doing the thinking and then pushing. The final thing is politics, policy, and market discipline. We can't move this process forward without politics. We have a constitution that says you must have a minister from every state. Why is diversity in Nigeria only a matter of states? Why can't the constitution say you must have 30% of your cabinet as women or 40%? Why is diversity only geographical? These are political questions, okay? And we need to push this. We have a Senate of 109 people. How many female senators do we have? 4 out of 109. How do you push through laws that are positive for women? We've got to push for these things. Why can't we designate? We have 3 senatorial districts in every state. Why can't we say at least 1 district must be contested by women only? And you can rotate that. Every 8 years, you rotate. After that, you compete. At least you would have 1/3 minimum of your senators who are female. And then those who are able to contest with men and defeat men, that's bonus. Or the House of Assembly. Now, when this thing came up, the next thing, there was a recent proposal for constitutional amendment, and they said, create 1 more senatorial district. Why? Why do you need 4 senators in a state? Why can't you give up 1? So it's about entrenched power and the unwillingness to give it up. But if you don't push through these things like we did at the central bank, and all regulators should do that, the insurance regulator should do that, SEC should do that with quoted companies. You know, if we don't push through with regulation, with politics, with policy, you're never going to have things done. We were trying to pass a law in Kano several years ago, codification of Islamic family law. Now you go into a House of Assembly with 40 men, none of whom has ever been beaten by his husband. None of whom has ever been divorced. None of whom has ever been forced into early marriage. None of whom has ever been forced to share a husband in polygamy. How do you understand? How do you push through something you have not experienced? One woman in that circle would convince them. We're on the board of First Bank. I was an executive director. We had Bola Adeshola. And I remember one day we had a recommendation given how much money the bank was spending on maternity leave. And there was a recommendation that the bank should stop paying medical bills for pregnant women, maternity. I came to Exco. Bola banged on the table, screamed, shouted at all of us, then said, okay, why aren't we talking about things like prostate? And because the CEO then was an almost elderly person, it was very, very personal. It was like, we're not talking about prostate, blah, blah. And that was the end of it. By the time she finished with all of us, that proposal was not even discussed. Once the memo came, she didn't even allow it to be discussed. If we didn't have a woman there, we would have just looked at numbers, how much the bank was spending, how much was eating into P&L. This was one of the things you could do to cut overheads. So the point I'm making is we've got to think about this deliberately, in a positive manner, and then finally have market discipline. We just heard about the need to have gender-based disaggregated data. But it's not just data. By regulation, banks, funds should be compelled to publish how many female-led businesses have they lent money to. Nobody is forcing you to lend to women, but publish. Let the world see that you have lent to 10,000 companies and only 5 were led by women. And while your competitors are lending to 200. That in itself, just the discipline of thinking through and knowing that you have to disclose whether you're woman-friendly or not, imposes that desire to go the extra mile. So these are the kinds of things I think we need to think about. And it's not just women, it's also people with disability. I think in the central bank, we actually had a policy. We went out and looked for people who were vision impaired. We looked for people who were disabled, who could not talk. We actually deliberately went out to look for them in order to have diversity. So these are the kinds of suggestions that I have for you. And I do hope that in the course of the conversation, my people are reminding me for my next meeting, don't worry, sit down. I'll be leaving now. This is reported. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. There's so many points that I'd have liked to make, but there's still time. Just one more point, it's culture. I was on the board of Babangona, which is an social impact fund for farming. And I discovered something. In areas that were ethnically diverse, we had female customers. In the upper north, where there was mainly Hausa, Fulani Muslim, there were no female customers. Not because women did not own farms, because in Islamic law, your father dies, you inherit his farm. But problem is that women inherit the farms and they are not farmers. So the estate would be shared and the farm would be tilled by their brother or by their husband. Even though they owned the capital, they did not have the return on capital. So one of the things I said was, let us start asking who owns the farm. If the woman owns the farm, it's fine. Her husband is working for her. He gets labor wages. Okay, and the woman would be our customer, and she would have the return on capital. And then she can set up her SME if she doesn't want to farm. So it's difficult, but again, you've got to go and think through. These problems are specific to concrete situations. What you find in Maiduguri is not what you find in Warri. We must look at concrete situations and design solutions that are tailored to each of those situations. The culture, the history, the traditions are different. I'll stop here because I do not want to be to offend my next meeting, and I wish you successful deliberations and good luck.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our father for the day. Sir, please, if you would permit us, we want to take pictures on the stage. Yes, sir. Quickly, please. May we have the board members, Nabib, IIF board members as well, and our special guest, the ministers and representatives of ministers in the building today. Please, let's come on stage for a quick photo. Photographers on standby, please. Are we good? Let's go. Thank you. Please put your hands together one more time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It indeed is an honor. Very important words have been said and key statements made. But one thing that I take away from His Royal Highness's speech is the fact that while we may crave for policies to be made, laws to be put in place, it's important for us as women, active participants, to ensure that we push ourselves out there. Apply for those, vie for those spaces. Make sure you are seen. Make sure you are ahead. Take up space wherever you are. I know that for so long, women have been put in the back, and as well, people with disabilities have been overlooked. But it's time for us to take our space. It's time for us to take our space. If we do not take our space, we will not be given that space, even if it is put in as a law or a policy. If we don't stand up to take our place, nobody will give it to us, not on a platter. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yourselves one more time. Please put your hands together for yourselves one more time. All right, please join me and welcome the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, the person of Chief Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, who today is ably represented by Rachel Ede, the gender focal person for the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. Please put your hands together for her as she takes on the stage.
His Highness Khalifa Mohammed Sanusi II, CON Serikin Kano, IIF Board Chair and Board, developmental partners, industry stakeholders, special guests, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. It is an honor to join you at this landmark summit and to witness the launch of the GESI roadmap developed by the Impact Investors Foundation and PwC Nigeria. This 10-year plan is more than a document. It is a call to action to break barriers and put women and inclusive businesses at the heart of Nigeria's growth. We know the challenges, stereotypes, investors' bias, weak regulations, and limited access to finance. But we also know the opportunity. When women thrive, families prosper, communities rise, and nations are transformed. As Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology, I affirm that through innovation is not just about technology. It is about who gets the chance to lead and benefit. Under the Renewed Hope Agenda, we are committed to ensuring women are not left behind in shaping Nigeria's future. To all the women in this hall, I say, you are not only the heartbeat of our families, you are the backbone of our economy. When we invest in you, we invest in Nigeria's prosperity. Together, let us ensure that this roadmap does not gather dust on the shelves of policy. Let it be a living, breathing instrument that transforms lives, inspires confidence, and sets standards for inclusive growth across Africa. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Technology, I pledge our commitment to champion this agenda, working side by side with partners to ensure inclusive investment becomes not the exception, but the norm. Thank you. God bless the women of Nigeria, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for her. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that this is the 3rd edition, right? And as such, we are not just here, we're not talking heads. So for every edition, for every time we gather for this summit, we're coming out with deliberations, we're coming out with conversations that are bringing out products, right? Action plans that we need to now carry out to ensure that we get the results that we all hope for. And as such, I don't know if I'm saying I'm letting the cat out of the bag, but there is a fantastic roadmap that has been put together to ensure that we don't just talk, we work the work. And so to take us into this, for the presentation of the Gender Equity and Social Inclusion GESI Roadmap for Impact Investing in Nigeria 2025 up until the year 2035. We'll look at the overview, the key goals, implementation plans, and strategy. A lot of work went into this, a lot of deliberation, a lot of research. So to help us with this presentation, please join me welcome the partner and head ESG, Sustainability and Climate Change Services with PwC. Please put your hands together for Marilyn Obasia Oswala. Please put your hands together. Okay. We'll just wait for her for like 2 minutes. She had to take a quick call and she's coming back. But in the meantime, right, I know that I'm throwing this on you. Let me quickly take this. Help me with this. While we wait for her, quick one. Anyone who wants to, something that you'd say, this is what struck you from all the keynotes, all the addresses we've had thus far. One person. Give this lady on green. I see you're smiling. You're very excited and can't wait to share. Real quick, 60 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Susan Gopuk. I think the closing remark, the last thing the Sarki of Kano said about looking at our cultures and tailoring our interventions to suit the culture of the people that you're targeting. What would work for people in Kano would not work for people in Lagos and all of that. So for me, I think targeting is key, and then always being agile and able to adapt to your target to ensure that you provide that which will be equitable for the women in the location you work with.
Fantastic. Please put your hands together for her. We can recognize the students that asked for extra sheet in the exam hall. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcome Marilyn. She's here now. Marilyn, you're welcome. Please take the podium. Please put your hands together for Marilyn.
Is it still morning? Okay. Good morning, everyone. When Madam Chair talked about the podium, my heart started beating. I said, she's tall. Are you sure I'll be able to? Please just confirm you can see me. So I will try to make myself visible by staying at the side of the podium. I hope that works well. Thank you. It has been a beautiful morning. Talking about something I'm also very passionate about. I'm from PwC, the desk of our sustainability. I bring you good news. My sister sent me something this morning that please don't stay standing on the existing protocol. That English is not correct. Just mention the people you know in the hall. So let me take that example. So thank you so much for all the people that have spoken, from our royal father that just left, Madam Chair, and chair of the Impact Investors, CEO, country director, plan. Okay, sorry, I didn't get that. And of course, our CEO, Impact Foundation, Investors Foundation. Thank you for the honor to do this work with you. I'm very happy. Everyone has said a story today, and I think I also have a story. It may not be a very strong one like the people that have spoken, but I'm the first daughter of 4 girls, only in our house, and the daughter of a retired general, you can imagine. So it is good to really invest in girls. I must tell you, he has a generation of all boys as grandchildren, just one grandchild that is a girl. And he's saying, man, the way you people are pushing these children with education, we said, that's what you did to us. So it is, they say, train a woman, and you have trained a nation. I tell men, if you speak good English, good for you. If your wife doesn't speak good English, the day I visit you, your children will speak horrible English, because it is called mother. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's quickly go in. Slide 3. I'll just set some context quickly, but I won't be repeating too many statistics, because I think 2X has done a good job. And of course, so many other people have spoken into statistics, so I'll be very quick with that. But then we can't do that without setting the context, right? Leadership gap. Our royal father did justice about that. We already know. I don't even need to go into it. Education gap is the one I want to speak to a little more today. Disability exclusion. And this is a snapshot of our current social exclusion play. And also economic inequality. For the education gap, how we define literacy is very key in this one, because there are a lot of vocational skills that women are interested in. And when you're talking about education, it doesn't only have to be the regular 9 to 5. There should be vocational skills. So I'm talking to both investees and investors, so that when I'm speaking to education, you understand that's the perspective that we're coming from. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, about 3 of them, at least out of 17, speaks to our cause for today, which is the gender equality, decent work and economic growth, and reduce inequalities. But if you look at the reason why I'm here, is to take you through this roadmap that we've put together, from months past, and the thoughts that went through it. You will see that the word that we lifted up there is equity, right? And it's very simple. Equality treats everyone the same. But Equity recognizes the disparities and ensure fairness and justice for all. Okay? That's what we are doing here. We are digging deeper than saying, give everybody, for example, everybody on the table must all have a bottle of water. Do you get my point? If the country director right in front of me deserves to take 2 bottles because of his size, it should be given, right? And that's what equity does. So equity is more fulfilling, right? And it's more enabling. Still setting the context. We already heard about the funding gaps. And wherever there is a gap, of course, there's an opportunity to fill that gap. And so, I will go to slide 7, please. If you look at the global insight, one of the things that came out to me very strongly, and I want to talk to here, is the capability within Africa. You can see that Africa has the lowest investment loss rates globally, and this was said by the ex-president of African Development Bank Group. And the royal father said something that struck me, that to say, these issues are simple, and some of the barriers we see can also be what? What did he say? For those of us that hear. Imagined. But if you go into data, you'll be surprised at the patterns that we came across. Yes, there are patterns that speak to some of your imagination, but a lot of the data speaks to something that is not even, does not align to the imaginations that we have. And if we move straight to the national insight, you would see that in the small business sector, women play a large role in it. How many of us agree? A large role. Some for free, because we've been told women are not strategic. I will tell you some of the comments I heard in the interviews that we took in this course, and many of them were mouth-opening. They said women are not strategic because you are so kind and nice. So if they give you money, you won't treat it well. I'm just going to break it down, some of the comments that you made. And that's not true. If you teach a woman if you give a woman the opportunity you're giving a man, you definitely see her blossom. Another area is the kinds of products, financial products, that seemingly we are ignoring. And this is me coming from a sustainability desk where we do green bonds, sustainability bonds. I dare us to do gender bonds. And when this roadmap came to me, the first thing that came to my mind is this roadmap, even if it will achieve nothing, it must achieve the move of a gender bond in this country. Because I see how the green bond goes, very easy. I see how the sustainability linked bonds go, quite easy. Why can't the gender bond be easy? That's because we have not, in the words of one of the interviewees, we have not begun to formalize the projects that you find a lot of women in. 1. 2, we have not begun to invest into making those projects bankable. Those businesses bankable. And so these are the areas where there are investment gaps. Now, just to take you through how we did this roadmap that we're about to launch. The first thing CEO Impact Investors Foundation told us is, Marilyn, we need to hear people. And I walked into this room, and Dr. Tayo also said the same thing. People need to be visible. You can't fund what is not visible. Am I speaking? Now, so we had to go into stakeholder engagement. We spoke across every sector. We went to those sectors that people usually will not go into. Sectors like engineer, that has a lot of construction. So many of those very funny structure, those sectors that most people will rarely find women. We didn't bother with agriculture. We know if we want to do agriculture, we would find a lot. There's data to say women, were, very prominent in. sadly, some women also have biases. Very sad. In fact, these studies suffered a lot of limitation, and CEO knows. The moment you mention gender in Nigeria, some people turn their face. That's the absolute truth. They don't understand it. Say, why are you pushing for women to be, feminist or whatever? No. So we did a lot of education as well, and these are people that are supposed to also be knowledgeable people, to run them through why this is important. And so for us, it was a big one. But nonetheless, we went through the stakeholder engagement, we did the validation workshop, and then we developed the roadmap. So on page 9, our reality. We need to focus on social inclusion as a country. Pardon me to use this example. When we talk about transition from oil, sorry, I'm diverting a little. Many people come to us to say, you are talking rubbish. There's poverty, there's social issues. You are just discussing moving from gas to this and to solar. Interestingly, when we came to talk about the social issues, people were not really interested. So one of the great things that we need to work on as a country is to build that empathy for social inclusion. It's soft, but it can bring economic development. I keep telling them, as the world we are going into, as AI continues to take on the strong side of knowledge, what is left is empathy, the human touch, inclusion. That's what's left. And that's the world where we're going into, and we need to prioritize that. Between 2020 and 2024, only 12% of venture capital recipients in Nigeria were female-led startups, underscoring a disconnection between the capital flows and the demand. Remember, I didn't take my time to go through those statistics, but we had that at the 2x, right? But just imagine, even with the capital inflow, just 12%. Is that even, okay, 12% is less, is more than the VAT we pay, right? Just little more than the VAT we pay. So there's an opportunity that exists. And let us see what our respondents were saying. Page 10. 81% of the respondents says that gender equity and social inclusion and gender-less lens investments are vital to the organization's mission. Thank God for that. Again, remember we are launching a roadmap, an implementation plan. That is, we are moving from what? Saying, right, to what? Action. And if 81% see value, why are we not operationalizing? 87.5% of the respondents says that we should consider investment with in people living with disabilities. 75.7% of the respondents considered social, cultural norms and gender stereotypes to be extremely significant significant as a challenge if we must mainstream this successfully. And 77.2% of the respondents consider lack of gender disaggregated data as extremely significant. So we've already discussed that already. But two of those barriers come up strongly. And that is the lack of gender disaggregated data and deep-rooted social cultural norms and gender stereotypes, which we all experience while doing this. Ability to generate data. Ability to, see the cultural stereotypes. Maybe because, I don't know, the three of us that were doing most of the interviews were women, but again, maybe we should have made it a bit diverse. That's a lesson for us. We had those roadblocks. we experience them, not just with men, but also with women. So what do? We then said, okay, if we're going to mainstream this, what will be our challenges? Of course, we looked at social cultural norms, inadequate and ineffective policies. Please let me speak to that. A lot of the respondents told us that, Marilyn or guys, we know there are policies. If your organization has a gender policy, can I see your hand? Definitely. Policies are not a problem in Nigeria, but how are they being operationalized? That was the big issue. Gender imbalance inherent across investment space, yes. There's that. We need to talk to the investors to have more confidence. There's a perception of women-led business that they don't last. That the husband of the house can just wake up one morning and say, close that business. Do you agree? Or a lady can be single, and as soon as she gets married, the husband will say, you have to sit at home. You can't do this business anymore. And those are what the investors were saying. How do we de-risk such a thing? And that's where I'm sure when you go into your breakout session, you have a lot to say. We need to also get our men in the room. If you're a man in this room, please stand up. And thank you for coming. Stand up, we need to clap for you. If you are a man in this room, female, male, thank you. Quite a lot. Thank you so much. You can have your seat, and thank you for standing up. We need to carry the men along. If you have a business and you tell your husband, look, I have, Koranmo, please let me use your name. Sorry, I'm just giving an example. Koranmo Capital has given me this capital. This is what my business is doing. You bring the man. And the guy said, okay, no problem. If you're going to be between here to here, I will step in. Are you getting my point? I will do this. We need to get our men involved. We need to start to get our men to understand why this is important so that we don't throw money away. We don't throw capital away. We've talked about data. And one of the things I told the CEO was that, look, this is not an absolute and, overly perfect roadmap. Do you get what I'm saying? But when we implement, we generate data to get better. And so before 2035, when this roadmap should be expiring, we want to see a lot of data generated from operationalizing of the roadmap. So I'm not worried about data if we're going to implement this. And thank you for the 40 organizations that have committed to adopt this already. Thank you so much. Now, why this roadmap? I'm almost concluding. If we move from the global and the national momentum, we'll recognize that there is a need. And if you're an investor in this room, there is a need. I am not marketing. Getting projects that are bankable is not hard for women-led businesses or even people living with disabilities. I happen to have done a project this year with people living with disabilities, and I was amazed at how we threw away a lot of social capital, knowledge capital, when we look at those people, and even our youth. And so it's very important that you don't think or imagine that it's impossible. We are doing some projects, we are mainstreaming some projects for green bonds. And I tell you, you have a lot of knowledge within this room to be able to get you good projects as an investor, in the gender, equity, and social inclusion space. So we need to mainstream and we need to show our vision. So just going into the roadmap itself. Page 15. Okay. We came up with a model, which is a BWC model called SPIDAC. And in that model, we recognize the different players in the ecosystem, right? So for Pillar 1, the SP, people who are going to catalyze inclusive capital mobilization. We have the Pillar 2, the E, enhancing ecosystem synergies. We have the Pillar 3, which is the DA, fostering capital access. I'm sure you have access to this roadmap, so it's all there. This is just a snapshot of what is in there, okay? And then breaking the CC, breaking ecosystem silos. And in all this, you can see the amount of interventions that was recommended in the roadmap, which both an investee and investor can look into and find opportunities. We are driving opportunities here. And if you look at the SP, which is the first pillar, we are looking at the supply side and providers of capital, right? If you look like the E, people who enable, e.g., let me know if somebody is following me. Enablers. Who are the people that can enable this? The royal father said it. Yeah? Who? He said something. He said what? Politics, policies, yeah, and all that. So that's the enablers. The demand side, the people who are going to absorb this capital, how many of you are willing to do this as a woman and as a man supporting a woman-led business? And someone corrected us that we should also consider men who do products for women. Is it true? Is it true? So that was a big challenge that came into the room, that we should consider men who make products for women. So for example, the tailor that made this attire for me should be seen under a gender lens. I was like, really? I said, okay, we will consider. But let me tell you something. With more education, with more data, with more implementation, innovation cannot be what? Removed. Innovation will then continue to thrive strongly. And then the last CC, which is cross-cutting, anything that breaks the silos, right? Anything that breaks the cultural barrier, be it from arts and culture, be it if you're a stand-up comedian and this is what you do, break that cultural barrier. If you are a business, I'm looking at Olamide from Wema Bank. If you are a business person, that cross-cutting is actually everybody. What have you done? Everyone that came to this stage said what they have done to break those cultural barriers, right? I will tell you a little I do. Me, for every girl I meet in the family, I am an advocate of the girls. And I explained to them, I said, because I have noticed, and maybe this is my imagination, it's not by fact or data. At the end, women nurture. You know why we don't have a lot of old people's homes as we should? Because in Nigeria, do you know why? We don't have those women sitting on that table talking about it. Because it's the women that go back home and say, Papa, Mama, how are you? Most men leave, as the Bible says, I'm a Christian, so leave their father and their mother and cleave. But the woman will still go back and say, Mom, Dad, how are you? So we need to bring those things in. The things that we really admire in the Western world, really, what takes us there is what we are refusing here. So we need to work on that. So the cross-cutting is actually for everyone. We didn't stop there. We then made it short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And we're very sensitive with Nigeria. Please, what is the short-term in the definition of Nigeria? Okay, in my experience, some MDs will say, Marilyn, make it 6 months. Some will say, make it 1 year. But I think on average, we all agree 2 years is not too bad for short-term. In the context of Nigeria and the context of Africa as well. We know that when Nigeria takes a step, Africa will. And I've seen that happen in my own course of working. And I look forward to seeing us mainstreaming this, not only in Nigeria, but also supporting other countries to mainstream this. Now, because you would read this, you will see all the enablers, you know the academia, the media, you understand what they are. You will see the details in the report. Let me go straight into how this is going to run, the governance structure. Every investor will tell you what's first important. Even if they tell you that this business, the returns on investment is high, what do you want to see? I'm looking at page 21, please. Yeah? Who knows? If you have a business and they say, oh, this business is profitable, what do they want to check to make them know that it's sustainable governance, right? So we have a governance structure for this so that it will be implementable, so that it will work, is governed, is tracked, there's monitoring and evaluation happening as well. So we've put them into milestone 1 to 3, and by the 3rd to the 6th year is the medium term, and then by 2032 to 2035 is the long term. So, sir, we are joining you. This is not 120 years. This is just 10 years. There's even less than 10% of that 120 years that the World Economic Forum predicted. So, the governance model is going to have a leadership council, and then the secretariat will be the Impact Investors Foundation. Please clap for them. This is a real, knowledge, body of knowledge and, innovation and intervention into our country. There will be the secretariat. Then the Technical Implementation Oversight Committee will have one. And then, the TWG 1, 2, 3, 4, just different thematic areas, so that we're looking at policy. You see, we thought through well, right? We're looking at policy and legal reform. We're looking at finance and investment. We're looking at data and technology. We're looking at capacity building and advocacy. Now, some of the interviewers told me I must echo this, so I'm echoing this. There's also good funding that you can put into capacity building and, into capacity building. And it's trackable, and there are metrics to run that, because when you build into capacity, you definitely strengthen even your returns and investment, because you know that these people really understand what they are doing. So part of the investment packages and the projects that you do should please have advocacy and capacity building in that. We then went ahead to pick up priority sectors. Honestly, you can see there are a lot here. As we pick 6, when we take it for review, 2 more will be added. That's to show you how the gap is so wide in the country. So we're looking at agriculture. Do you agree? Say yes. We're looking at education, definitely. But people say, but there are a lot of women already in education as teachers, so why are you worried about that? But really, are we really expanding that education? Like at the beginning I told you, education is beyond the normal education. There's also vocational skills, all right? Then climate and renewable energy. I want to see a lot of engineers. Anybody that is an engineer here, please, there's opportunity into that and there's funding that can come in. Please go into that business. The cultural sector. So by this we're saying, we're not just, you can see we brought a royal father. We're going to look into the cultural sector, etc. Lastly, slide 23. Lastly, sub-national and geographical realities. This came very strongly from one of the interviewers. Said, Marilyn, interviewees, do you know that the peculiarities in Lagos is different from the peculiarities? Let me use my state so that they don't think I'm, being funny. The peculiarities in Kwara State, right? So in this roadmap, we need to look at those peculiarities. To say, people from this, consider this, that, etc. But what held us back largely was what? Data. Verifiable data. So we are able to talk into some of those social economic realities, but we need to be very careful. So when we come to you for survey, you remember what the royal father said? Sorry, I'm always going back to him. He said, if you have not experienced it, you cannot add it to the survey. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? What you have not experienced, you can't do. So when we come to you for a survey, that survey is the data. If we say, have you experienced, I don't know, I'm thinking of positive things to say. Have you experienced, anything positive? You're able to say yes and put it in the survey. So we really, really need that to happen. So this is the last, how the applicability and the relevance of the roadmap across ecosystem. It's relevant to investors and financial institutions, and by this, both bank and non-banking financial institutions. We are calling on you to mainstream this roadmap. It's relevant to regulators and governments institutions. Good enough. In sustainability, one of the pillars of sustainability is social. So everything standards on social, we are pushing to mainstream gender in it as well. And youth as well, and people living with disabilities. And then it's relevant to enterprise support organizations. It's also relevant to new market entrants. So, this is where I stop. The relevance of this roadmap, I don't think there's anyone here that is not relevant to. Is there anyone here that feels that this roadmap will not be relevant to them? And why? Okay. I was going to answer you back to say, if it's not relevant to you, you will know somebody that it is relevant to. So please be ambassadors of this roadmap. Help us push. Be the advocacy for it. Speak to it. Correct it. Yeah? Because there's always room for correction. Yeah? Okay. Make the corrections you can make. I think, you want to say something, ma'am? Okay. Yeah. Correct it. But one thing I learned from one of my greatest mentor, and that is the owner of the Virgin the owner of Virgin, Richard Branson. His name skipped my mind, so I said if I say Virgin, someone will help me. Richard Branson, he said, start. That's what we are doing today. We are starting. And so in the next 10 years, with my gray hair, I might be here, I might not be here, we will say we did a good job. But it's all of us that did this job. Everyone present today, every single one of you, those of you that participated in the interview, thank you. Those of you that didn't, thank you, we understand. Those of you that have given us corrections and, given us comments, thank you. But the most important thing is that Impact Investors Foundation has started something great. Thank you, everyone.
Wow. Please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for her one more time. So we're going to move straight into the lunch. And I know that we all cannot wait for this. But please permit me to call up on stage our CEO, Mrs. Etimore Glover. Please, may we have you on stage?
The journey of a decade begins with a single moment. A moment where vision meets action, where equity and inclusion are no longer aspirations, but reality. This is more than a plan. It's a blueprint for change, a call to accelerate progress, a promise of opportunity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow changemakers, this is the moment we've been waiting for. It is with a great pleasure that we unveil the Gender Equity and Social Inclusion Roadmap 2025 to 2035. A blueprint for change.
Wow, this is history being made, and all of you are a part of this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now we'll call up our partners to please join up on stage. May we request the presence of the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Federal Ministry of Youth Development, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, representative of SMEDEN as well on stage, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, IIF board members as well. May we have you up on stage? Yes, please. May we have Plan International on stage, NABIB board members on stage as well, and community members. Women Achievers Africa on stage, Scallop Media and Technology, Adi Agro Processing Limited, Leap Africa, PABL Solutions Limited, Verot Capital, Dewfield Foods Nigeria Limited, Abella Center for Olfactory Arts, Abella World Limited, Initiative for Climate Literacy, Dream Specialist Hospital, the Lagos Business School, Apreneur, Wema Bank Nigeria, Kwanu Consult Limited, DCP, Oryx Impact, Street Waste Company Limited, Enhancing Financial Inclusion and Advancement, Financial Institution Training Center, FITC, NYFF Leap Africa, Omni Retail Technologies, Molu Venture Lab, Center for Inclusive Development, Continuum Capital, Argentil Capital Management Limited, Terac Africa, Tikera Africa, I beg your pardon, GLS, Plan International, PIND, Alethea Capital Limited, RISA Fund, please may we have you on stage, MTN Foundation, GIZ, may we have you on stage, Pin Continuum Capital on stage, Nisral on stage, Raising Star Foundation, thank you for your commitment to this project. We'll take the group picture and then we'll also make available on screen the QR code so that everyone in the room can scan and sign up and also pledge commitment. We have history in the making today. Today we're speaking up for women, youth, and persons with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are sitting, we still want you to be a part of this So the QR code will be on display. So please fill it and please pledge your commitment. We'll tell you what will happen shortly after this, but please let's be a part of history. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, may we have just a little bit of background music, sound, musical feeler while we scan the QR code and sign up. Ladies and gentlemen, please ensure you scan. And you know it goes beyond all of us here in the room. You know any organization, any person you know should be a part of this. Please do well to kindly share. Kindly share with organizations and people that you know are stakeholders and that should lend their voice to this project. Spread the word. So far, we're excited that we have 40 organizations that have indicated their commitment towards this roadmap. But who says at the end of today we can have 100? If each and every one of us play our part and become advocates for this project, we definitely will exceed our set goals. ladies and gentlemen. If you may please be seated. Thank you, sound. Thank you. All right, today we're saying go beyond being a participant to becoming an advocate, an ambassador. All right, so beyond having you register and signing up and pledging your commitment towards this laudable project, ensure you spread the word. For your entertainment pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of Nigeria's finest exports to the world. They are not just performers, they are not just dancers, they are creatives, fully utilizing every part of their body for the expression of art and beauty and the motherland. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present to you the Wow Factor. Please put your hands together as you are about to be wowed.
Siwo ọba tọpẹ́ bọ́bọ̀bọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́gbẹ́ bọ́mọdé bọ́bọ̀bọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́gbẹ́ ìjọsùnmẹ́ nìyẹn gbẹ̀kọ́ bọ́bọ̀bọ̀ ìjọsùnmẹ́ nìyẹn gbẹ̀kọ́. no. Hey. Aya obe ma go beriwo. Aya obe ma go beriwo. Aya obe obe obe. Aya obe ma go beriwo. Aya obe ma go beriwo. Aya obe ma go beriwo. Aya obe obe obe. Aya obe ma go beriwo. Hey! Oh! 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 Anuno, Papa Nuno. Ibo kwenu. Ibo kwenu. 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 Owe ya yo we, owe ya yo we, ah, owe ya yo we, owe ya yo we, owe ya yo we, ah, owe ya yo Maledo, maledo, malewo. Maledo, maledo, malewo. Maledo, maledo, malewo. Maledo, maledo, malewo. Emini mi dede we Olúwa, emini mi dede, emini mi dede, emini mi dede we Olúwa, emini mi we wa o. Emini mi dede we Olúwa, emini mi dede, emini mi dede, emini mi dede we Olúwa, emini mi we wa o.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Put your hands together. The wow factor. Wow. Wow. Wow, that's all I can say. They have lived up to their name. Wow. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our tea break. But we're going to do it in an organized way. So we'll have the ushers come and assign tables. So the tea break will be happening at the foyer. It's happening at the foyer. for the next 15 minutes. And so the ushers will come get your table. It's going to be table by table so that it's as organized as possible. So while others are getting their tea, we'd expect that this will be a great time for networking. It's also a great time to open conversations or close out on certain conversations that have already started. So may we have music in the background, soft music in the background while we get that done. Ushers, please, you may begin to take the tables. Is it one table at a time or two? 4 tables at a time. All right, 4 tables at a time, please. We have just 15 minutes, so we'll make it as quick as possible. Can we have the timer on the screen as well? We really need to maximize time today. There's so much to be done. And of course, we got the saxophonist queen in the building. The saxo queen. All right, let's have the saxo queen on stage to serenade us while the tea break is on. Ladies and gentlemen, please walk with our ushers. Let's be as fast as possible. Thank you. settle in? May we settle in? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we just, ushers, can you help us ensure people get their tea so they can come back and sit down? We need to start. Ushers, coordinators, please help me ensure that people get their tea and come back into the hall. We need to move on with our panel session. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will move in now.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're really sorry for the long queue. We'd just like to ask everyone to please come back to their seats. Please, if you don't mind, come back to your seats. And for those who are grabbing their breakfast now, please come in and let's be part of the conversation. And we'll go in batches to get our breakfast. So it's efficient and we are still keeping to time because we need to catch up. We are far behind. So I'd just like the ushers to please direct the crowd back to their seats and people should go in batches to have their breakfast. So where are the ushers? Where are the ushers? Where are the ushers? Please just invite them to come back. And those who are having breakfast, please let's start with our special guests. Let's ask them what they're going to have for breakfast and then we cater to them. So I think that's better. So
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please may we come back and sit down. Thank you. Ushers, please help us real quick. Now we're going to move into our first panel session for today. And here we'll be looking at, we're having a conversation around advancing gender mainstreaming and gender lens investing, the road ahead. Please, may we sit down, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. So we're going to call up our speakers for this panel session. Our first speaker is Dr. Osasui Derisu, who is the Executive Director, Policy Innovation Center, NESG. May we have Dr. Osasui? Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. You're welcome, ma'am. Our second speaker today is, you're welcome, ma'am. Adebola Oruma Ajayi, who is the Group Head, Gender Business Group, Large Enterprises Directorate, Bank of Industry. You're welcome. Please put your hands together. We also have Susan Gopuk, who is the Technical Advisor, Food Security and Livelihood, GIZ. Please put your hands together for her. Great to have you here today. And of course, our moderator for this session is Alice Dada, the Nigerian Country Lead RISA Fund. Please put your hands together for Alice. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these amazing ladies as they take us further into this conversation.
Hello. Hi, good morning. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I understand that a few of us are still outside grabbing food. I understand it. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, so definitely grab that in. I'd like to just start off by, as mentioned, my name is Alice Dada. I am the country lead on the RISA Fund project. RISA, or RISA, has, a lot of us might pronounce it, actually stands for Research and Innovation System for Africa. It's an initiative being implemented by the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office through the United Kingdom International Development. Over the past 4 years, RISA has actually been implementing across 6 African countries, Nigeria being one of them, Ghana, Nigeria, as I mentioned, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and South Africa. Over those past 4 years, we've also provided grant funding as well as technical support for over 30 partner organizations, Impact Investors Foundation being one of them, where we've supported them over the past 1 year. We're supporting them through their initiatives through the Wholesale Impact Investing Fund, the NIRIC, which is the Nigerian Impact Investing Research and Industry Collaborative, as well as the Enterprise Support Organization Collaborative. We're definitely delighted to be here today moderating this panel. And while we kick off, I would love for our panelists, our esteemed panelists here, to introduce themselves. Just the 30 seconds to just quickly go around, and we can start over from Dr. Dirishu.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon. I'm Osasui Dirisu. I'm the Executive Director of the Policy Innovation Center, Senior Fellow at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and we convened the Gender and Inclusion Summit. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Adebola Oruma, and I'm the Group Head for Gender Business Desk in the Bank of Industry. And what we do is making funding available to women and also giving all the necessary support that is required as a DFI. Thank you.
To everyone, my name is Susan Gopuk. I work with the GIZ Peace Corps project based in Jos Plateau State, where we work with farmers and herders to transform conflict, improve their livelihoods, and our major focus, because we are a GG2 project, is women, youth, and children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to kick off the conversation, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this session, which is about doing and not just declaring. It is no news to us that Nigeria is not short on policy language, especially on gender equity and social inclusion. But the main focus is policy to practice. And I've seen a lot of policies die when it comes to implementation. So this is such an important topic for us to discuss. We're going to focus on 4 concrete shifts. The first being regulation that unlocks local capital, practical guidance from our PFAs, enabling prudent allocations to gender-lens investing and impact funds. We're also going to be looking at products that fit real businesses, revenue-based finance, guarantee-backed working capital, cash flow lending, and gender bonds. Thirdly, we're going to be looking at pipeline that is investment-ready beyond Lagos. Nigeria is quite a big country, so that is something that we need to focus on. We're going to be looking at resourced ESOs, running standardized readiness programs in underserved regions, linked to live funds and procurement pathways, and finally, the matrix that moves the market, a national online dashboard that shows in plain terms where money is going, how those businesses are performing, and how loans are being repaid. Broken down by women-led versus men-led and other groups so that everybody can see what is working and what to invest in. There's one quote I would like to say, and it's a very popular one, right? Power is never given, it has to be taken. So while we're starting this conversation, let's move our mind shift to it's so much that we can do and we're capable of achieving that. So moving over to our questions for our panelists. I'd like to start off with Adebola. The first question is, BOI manages some of the federal government's flagship interventions for MSMEs, women and the youth. How are you ensuring that these national programs are not just policy commitments on paper, but actually serve as practical tools for advancing gender equity and social inclusion across Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by saying for us in Bank of Industry, we have seen our role as a development finance institution that has to go down deep hand into the MSME sector. And that is why we become a suitable partner for all the intervention that government is doing. And not just a partner, but because we have our eyes also on impact. Our lending these days is not just giving money to just anybody, but we have structured our operation along the 6 thematic areas, for which gender is one of it. And it is to be able to make funding available to the women that are in those areas doing some productive effort. So for us to be able to ensure that funding that government is giving is impactful, first of all, it falls into our own core mandate of making impactful lending. Second thing is that we always review what we do. We always want to be sure that how are we distributing this funding. We have meetings where we collect sex disaggregated data to be able to see what goes to each part of the country, what goes to each sector, and what is it that goes to a woman and a man. And we have understand that lending to women or making economic empowerment of women is an issue of national development. If we don't do it, we'll be missing out on a whole lot of productive capital that should be taken advantage of. So we have structured our business in a way that is able to reach out the women wherever they are. And also to be sure that we do this, we have the thematic champions that are promoting gender investment even within the bank. And first thing that we need to do also is to do a bias training. We want everybody to know why is it that gender is important. Why is it that we need to take keen advantage of lending to women? It takes intentionality, because ordinarily a woman will come out today and say, I want this, and tomorrow moving back. And with all the challenges that women usually face, first thing that we did was to be able to do like stakeholder engagement. Talk to a lot of women, both in businesses and even the stakeholders that will work with us to be able to penetrate to these women. So upon getting this stakeholder engagement, we have been able to come with what are the pain points? What are the things that will make a woman to be able to easily access this capital? How do we support them in terms of business development? A woman is doing her business in a small corner. She doesn't have what it takes to be able to take loan from a bank. How do we help her to structure this business in a way that it is bankable, and that 1 million, 2 million, 3 million that she needs to scale at her own level is made available? So we have put in place structure that will be able to support even the woman in the village, even the woman in the rural community, and also looking at the cultural diversity. We've seen that different thing affect lending to different group of women along the entire cultural diversity and even national, in the national space. So what we do is to get engagement to make sure that information reach these women wherever they are in the language that they will need. A lot of communication is going on to ensure that government have made this available. It is our role as the implementing partner to ensure that this funding, the one that is a grant, gets to the real target audience. The one that is a loan is given in a sustainable way. Lending that is impactful will be a lending that is repaid and is being sustainable, and the business also is growing. So for us in Bank of Industry, we take it as a key thing that a success of a woman is the success of the entire nation, and we commit to doing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I think just a follow-on question to that is, you mentioned data being collected. Is that data, is it populated? Like, is it allowed? Is it open to the public? I guess that's the question.
Okay, we are a member of the organization that signed Wavy Code at the initial time with DBN and Central Bank of Nigeria. And this is to be able to track what is happening. Something that is not measured, you cannot know how impactful and where has it gotten to. So while we signed Wavy Code, and Wavy is Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, it is to be sure that funding reach every woman. And how do we ensure it actually does that? We have a tool that we have developed as a bank to really know who gets what, where is their location, and is it for a man, is it for a woman, is it for a youth? Even along the entire thematic area, these data are being collected by the organization, which will report. Lending to women also is an impactful thing. If we don't report, if we don't measure, we won't know actually what we are doing. So we collect data that are used for our own informed decision as an organization to be able to know, okay, across sectors, which sector is it that women are playing in? So that when we are developing products, we can tailor our product in that sector. Then which sector is actually doing well? Which sector will require some training and capacity building for women to be able to penetrate and be able to do more. So we have data that are useful for us as an organization, and we have data that are made public, which you can see in our annual report, which is for public view. We report to the Central Bank of Nigeria, and we report to various partners that we work with. So these data are both within and without.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. You can definitely clap more than that. I know we can. And so the next question I'll direct it to Dr. Osasui. So around national gender, focused policies and frameworks, which are often well-crafted, but experience hurdles during operationalization and implementation. From your perspective, what innovative approaches can bridge the gap between policy intent and day-to-day realities of women, youth, and marginalized groups?
Thank you so much. And thank you so much again to Impact Investors Foundation for having us and having me. And this is a really important question. I would answer it also from my reflections with our journey to supporting Lagos State government to develop the Women Economic Empowerment Policy Roadmap. And now we've been working with the government for over a year. The governor launched it a couple of months ago, and we are now in a second phase of that process. So when we have national policies, we have national gender policies, the first step is that because we have a lot of policy development that occurs in silos, we always have to reflect on when we think through a new policy, how do we ensure that it's integrated with existing policies? So that's the first step, because if there's dissonance between policy 1 and policy 2, is when you get into the field that you will see that conflict. The second thing I would like to say is that it's also important as part of national policy development process to think about what the potential framework for domestication would be. So when you develop a policy at national level, it's to benefit citizens that live in states, in villages, in local government areas, who are market women, who are traders, who are trying to do business, survive, send their children to school, deal with multiple taxations. So it's real people, it's policy for humans. And so because it's policy for humans, we always have to think through what sort of levers of change would help us to take this policy from national level, domesticate it and make it work, you know. And so when we're thinking through the women economic empowerment policy, there's a national policy. Now, how do we make it work for Lagos State? So our first step was to go right into the streets and speak to every category of women you could imagine. Creative sector, emerging sectors, market women, market leaders, rice sellers, bean sellers, and just trying to understand in very simple terms, what are your felt needs? And if there's a policy that has been developed or a roadmap to address your felt needs, what will it look like? So asking a market leader in her local language, what is your vision for a policy that will address your capital gaps? What is your vision for a policy or an enabling environment that will solve some of the problems you currently have with ease of doing business? And so collecting all this data from the field, we went across all the ministries in Lagos State, trying to get data from the ministries. We also got data, national data, representative data, and in the process of synthesizing this data, because we know that there's no real implementation without ownership from government, but also that political capital that says, yes, this is beneficial. So what is the need for government? I know it's government that drives policy, but the question that they will ask you, what is in it for me? Why should I be interested in this? Why should I spend my time and resources coming to sit in your validation meetings and fancy hotel rooms to walk through this? And so when we think through that integration between the field and the stakeholder, that's government, that owns and bears responsibility for ensuring that policy is implemented, then we can come up with a roadmap that everybody agrees is co-created. And because everybody signs up, and so in the same room where you have the lodger, that's the same room where you have the government that has responsibility for that. Everybody is co-creating what what sort of resource requirement, material, human, behavioral requirements for adopting policies and ensuring that they can work. The final stage, which is what we're currently doing, is what we call policy testing. So we've iterated with women to understand what their vision for capital and all that would be. The next step is now to test different models from evidence. So we're using data to try to understand how this policy would work. Right now, we're testing different models for giving market women loans. If you give them at 2% interest, if you do this, what sort of models would work for repayments, for ensuring that they are able to scale their businesses? What sort of capacity support do they need? And so when you think through the journey from policy development, policy intent to implementation, there are a lot of considerations along that pathway. And it's very rigorous work to ensure that when you hold a roadmap or a policy up, at national level, you can take it down to a state. I personally feel that once you've developed a policy document at national level, you cannot call it done and dusted until you really understand what that contextual relevance would be for the states, the local government, and the final beneficiary that would need to use that policy.
Absolutely. I think those are fantastic points, and two themes that stuck out to me was the fact that there are a lot of policies, but you being able to sort of look at identifying where the gaps are and not just recreating another policy just for policy's sake. And I love that, and I think that's one thing that we're very big on. You know, with RISA, whenever we're supporting a partner, and they come up to us and say, you know, we want to implement this policy and we need funding, you know, for this policy. We first ask, is there any other existing policy? You know, what does that policy have or doesn't have that you want to include? You know, we're very fond of, you know, every policy, it sounds great. it really does. But just knowing that there are so many policies that don't even see the daylight. So I love that point. I also love the point that you made on ensuring that you're testing those policies. And I don't think a lot of people actually do that. It's very important for us to go to the people that we spoke with, even just the people that are in the community, and understand how these policies are actually affecting them. Because they sound really good on paper, but when you start to implement, you start to see a whole lot of holes. So I really love that point. Thank you so much. Over to you, Suzanne. So the question here is, and it gets a little bit of context. Many donor-funded programs end once the project life cycle closes. And this question is very important to us because at RISA, we always talk about sustainability. So this is where we would really love to hear your perspective on that. How can development partners ensure sustainability and government ownership of GESI initiatives so that they outlive the funding cycles? So it doesn't just end when GIZ goes and funds, what happens? What's the next step?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So most development partners are moving away from designing projects on their own, to co-creation, where you bring all the stakeholders on board, from the government to the civil society, depending on the kind of programs, traditional religious leaders, CSO partners, whoever is available on ground with that thematic, yeah? You bring them together to design the projects to ensure that they participate from the very beginning. You don't just do cut and paste programming anymore. You bring people together, design it with them, so that they also have ownership. They feel heard, they feel seen. Because we all know that these funding circles end, interests change. We're all aware of the shift in Borno State, for instance, where a lot of international partners had to leave. A lot of this knowledge that international partners bring in has to be left behind. So that's another thing that we do. We try to work with local partners, employing people that would own the knowledge so that the knowledge is institutionalized. You build capacities, you train people to ensure that when project circles end, that we don't leave with everything. Another thing we try to ensure is to do no harm. So we contextualize the work that we do. You don't take ideas that suit a particular context to another context. You have to be aware of where you're working, and then now working with those people in those communities to be culturally sensitive, to be aware of the social nuances, and then ensure that you do not do harm in your implementation. That's something else that we do. And then, like I said, for sustainability, the participation of key stakeholders in those communities so that they take ownership. We set up things like committees sometimes, depending on the kind of interventions, and they are trained so that when you leave, they are able to continue to sustain whatever interventions that you do, whether it is a GESI intervention, whether it is WASH, whatever it is. The idea of bringing things to the people and then just leaving abruptly and then it dies 1 year later is no longer something that resonates with us. So we ensure from the beginning of implementation that sustainability is a key factor.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. I think this is something that I've heard cut across all of the panelists. Whenever we're trying to sort of ensure sustainability, we have to co-create. Without that co-creation, without that ownership, it would die. And one thing I like that you said as well is, around training as well. And another point that you mentioned is unintended problems. And I feel like that's something that we don't necessarily talk about. We as RISA or GIS might have good intentions. We might think, oh, this policy might work. But if it's not co-created, you might realize down the road that this policy actually creates a lot of problems. And we don't want to leave the ecosystem with that. So I think it's very important to ensure that, you are doing a sort of a SWOT analysis to really understand, this policy that I'm about to push forward, is it something that would impact them long term unintentionally and create problems? If you give, a community so much funding and you don't ensure that they have the right steps for sustainability, then you're setting it up to fail, because they would rely on the funding. And when the funding ends, they're like, oh, what's going on? Or they jump, we call them shapeshifters? Yeah, they just jump from one funding to the next. So we definitely don't want that, for sure. The next question, we'll move over to Adebola again. So in terms of collateral requirements, limited credit history, and lack of tailored products, which often exclude women and youth entrepreneurs from accessing finance, how is BOI innovating its lending models? For example, through risk sharing, guarantees, or targeted capacity support to address these barriers at scale?
Thank you very much. Are there challenges to lending to women? Yes. But are these challenges, can we work around it? Yes. What we have to understand is that things that look as challenges, we just need to do a creative kind of lending to be able to find a way around and be able to support this. And I could remember there was a meeting we were having, and we were presenting a report on what we want to do for, and my MD said, do you think a woman can provide this? They don't have it. Let's go down. This kind of intentionality that we have in Bank of Industry and the support of management has helped us to be able to break a lot of barrier and being able to do what we think is undoable at the initial time. And let me say that there is a saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with people. We understand the importance of strategic partners. There are things that we can do, but there are things that we cannot do. And we have a lot of people that have the knowledge, the capacity to do those things. So what we do is to come together and see how do we break the barriers together and achieve the success together. So we have the risking tool that we currently have. We've signed it on. It is African Guarantee Fund, the risking tool, which encourage lending to women. This provides like a kind of cover of 50% for MSME in general, but for a woman that is in business, up to 75% to encourage lending to women. And this is just one of it. We have, currently the country have the NCGC that are working on how to make collateral, how to make lending easier, how to make lending attractive. So we are in a lot of collaboration and discussion with bodies. And let me also say that in this room, we have a lot of partners that we work with. Like a woman will need equity, which we might not be able to directly do. But we have some equity investors that are capable of managing. So what we do is put money into their own purse and allow them to do it the way they know that the funding can be productive. So if in all of the challenges that we have seen, all of them is just thinking out of the box, thinking creatively, how do we do it? And let me say, we have a product that we are currently launching. It's on the social media coming up, and let me say, in a couple of days, it will be accessible. And what do? A woman wants to access funding. She doesn't want to leave her house to come with a lot of, she wants to be in the comfort of her house. So we are bringing technology to you where you are for the assessment of our funding. Also, a woman doesn't have the structure in place, and she will be needing funding. We are attaching you to a BDSP that will be able to encourage, to be able to get the structure of the business and put like a governance that is at your level that you can grow with as you are scaling. A woman wants to have facility and it doesn't have a building, a landed property, which is what my MD actually referred to. We are using what you have. What do you have? You have some assets, you have those things that you have invested into your business. We are putting it together, and this specific product is tailored for women-owned businesses, and it is called Guaranteed Loan for Women. We want every woman to glow, because when a woman is glowing, then the man will respect the woman and the strength that is in her. So with this product, it is a product that has been carved out of series of engagement with organized private sector, women group, stakeholder interactions, be able to know how can we do something that is not usual for that woman in that corner. How can we help those women, those youth that are coming up with creative ideas and they are not fitting into the traditional banking? So we are coming up with a whole lot of this, and it's a total package that will be coming up. Also, for those women that might not directly have what BOI wants, we do a lot of on-lending with commercial bank. We partner with a lot of commercial bank, even up to the microfinance bank, because we understand that some women are also okay with that microfinance they are working with. And if we can't get them out of there, we don't even need to get them out of there. We need to put a structure that we make them to get a cheaper funding in that microfinance that they are used to, and get it at a rate that is better than what the microfinance can get. And we also do monitoring to ensure this is done. So there is a lot we can do to break the barrier and ensure that there is no woman that is excluded from every empowerment that is available.
Thank you so much. I think one thing you said that I love, absolutely, please clap. One thing you said that I love is creative lending. Can we normalize that? Like, we have so much human capital that we need to utilize. And I see the facilitator kind of standing at the corner of my eye. So I'm going to speed it up a little bit, and I'll just say this to our panelists. I would love for us to be on this stage for 2-3 hours, because there's so much knowledge. But we know we do still have a lot of more panel discussions. So just narrow our answers down a little bit. I'll go over to Suzanne. What innovative funding or technical assistant models have you seen succeed in other climates that Nigeria could adapt to accelerate gender-led investing and inclusivity?
Madam Moderator, we have just 2 minutes more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go through it very fast. We also actually have successful models even here in Nigeria, like the Tolu Elumelu Foundation, that provides financing and mentoring for young people in diverse fields in the country. There's another called Innovate Nigeria Challenge, where youth are able to get up funding for young innovators in science, engineering, and manufacturing. NIDA also has a fund that supports people to set up their enterprises. But other models that work across the world and could also work here in Nigeria, some exist, include public-private partnerships where innovation and infrastructure can be driven. Funding comes from the public part, and then the technical know-how and all of that from the private partners. Impact investing, which also generates social and environmental impact, positive impact socially and environmentally, along with the financial returns that go with it. We have centers of excellence, which the World Bank supports. It's something that we could also key into. They have models that strengthen research, so people who are interested in research can do that. Then blended finance, combining public and private funding for development. Digital financial services. Lagos is a hub for digital financial services. It's something that I wish other states across the country would also key into. And then financial inclusion, financial literacy trainings and awareness. Financial inclusion is a CBN initiative that exists to try and ensure that women and marginalized groups get financial services at their doorsteps, as close to them as possible. And then technological ecosystem support. the ecosystems for technology, for fintech, for all kinds of MSMEs and businesses is booming currently. It's something else that we could look into. AI and digital skills. And then some models that GIZ has, one I could mention is the ICSS, which is Inspire, Create, Start, and Scale Up, which supports young people to, first of all, come up with their ideas, create something out of it, start, and then with time scale up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It looks like our time is up, but I also want to give an opportunity. Can we have an opportunity, 1 minute for questions at least?
1 minute, ma'am.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, so, I mean, if there's anybody that has a question, just please direct your question to the particular panelist. Any questions?
Please, we'll take just 2 questions.
Yeah.
We have just 2 minutes, so 1 minute per question.
Yes.
And please just go straight to the question. Thank you.
Does somebody have an extra mic that can go round? So this is, I hope this isn't counting into my minutes.
We could have just given this.
You can use this mic, please. Real quick.
You have a loud voice.
Thank you. My name is Nanyu Mahi. I'm a BDSP. So BOI, thank you very much. I work with a lot of women. So I'd like to know, the guarantee loan you talked about, at what percent is it?
7% per annum.
Is that your question? Wow, very short and sweet.
Just the way we like it.
Okay, and then one last question. I saw a man over there. I think it was a man. A gentleman.
The gentleman, please.
It was a gentleman's hand that went up there. If he's not available, then anybody.
It's a lady.
Okay, lady.
Let's have the lady in the black suit. Please stand. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, thank you. So my name is Grace Benjamin Joshua. I'm from Diesel Reggae Services Limited. I wanted to ask the woman from Bank of Industry how the bank is SME friendly. Now, my question, the reason for that is I started my business with 20,000 naira. And over the years, I have built that brand, and we are in 29 states and so many other groups. But we found it very, very difficult to access funding from Bank of Industry. So I want to know, how friendly is Bank of Industry?
Okay, first thing I would like to say is, for our commitment is clearly written. 30% of our lending annually now is devoted to MSME. And also 15% has to go to women. And let me tell you, we have this as a roadmap for the next 3 years, but we are already getting it at year 1. Now we are more intentional. I don't know when that happened, but now we are more intentional, and Gender Business Desk has been moved from the large enterprise to the MSME, because where you have your large number of people, you sit there to be able to see what happens. So I would say, why not walk in into any of our branch? I don't know where you come from, or just go on our website this week and you will see the enticing one. It will really interest you to get there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate you all listening to us. And I don't know if we stand up for pictures, no? All right, awesome.
All right, please.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are not clapping. What's going on? These ladies deserve a resounding round of applause. Pictures real quick. Can we have the photographers? So you heard it from BOI, just walking. Check up the website as well. The old things have passed away. All things are made new. Please put your hands together for the ladies. Thank you so much. Now we'll dive straight into the big picture presentation. And we're looking at unlocking value, not just capital, ISSB standards, and the rise of purpose-driven women ventures. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Dr. Ndidi Noli Edozien, who is a board member, IFRS Foundations International Sustainability Standards board. She'll be joining us virtually. Please put your hands together and welcome her. Thank you, Dr. Ndidi, for joining us today. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Excellent. I've just been unmuted. Just to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. I can hear that voice. It's an echo. But I will try to continue and not be upended by that. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Of course, I would have liked to be with you in person. And it was very interesting to listen to the panel before now. It's very clear to me that, unlocking capital is a big part of what matters to everyone. And so my focus today, the topic I've been given, is unlocking value, not just capital, ISSB standards and the rise of purpose-driven women ventures. I will try to speak to that, but I will also speak to unlocking capital, which is a pet peeve and subject of mine, always has been for the last 30 years and continues to be a big part of the work that I do today. I don't know how much you know about the International Sustainability Standards Board, but it is the sister board of the International Accounting Standards Board, which is one of the two boards now under the IFRS Foundation. And the IFRS Foundation is what guides most of the accounting statements that we write in Nigeria. So what's very important to note is that for decades, capital markets have operated. So capital markets, I refer to these because of capital flows, which I promised I would speak to. And they've generally operated on the back of the trilogy of statements. So income statement, the balance sheet, and the cash flow statement. And very important for you, even as smaller enterprises, even if you don't do sophisticated, assured, audited financial statements, you will keep your records because you do need to know where are your profits, where are your major operating costs, how is your business running, what's helping it, where are your margins. It's a very important part of running your business. And as someone who has founded and sat on the board of an entity, the Growing Businesses Foundation, that works with the smallest businesses at the base of the pyramid, almost exclusively women-owned. And even there, back of the envelope financial statements are absolutely crucial. But the big shift that we're going through now is that it's not just about the narrow retrospective, what did I do in the past trilogy. It's also about forward-looking factors, sustainability-related risks and opportunities that materially can affect your prospects. And this is what I want to speak about today, because in the past, the omission of that future-looking perspective has led to a systemic undervaluation of ventures, particularly in Africa, especially those whose strongest assets are not on their balance sheet, but rather are embedded in their purpose. And this is how I'm connecting the dots to address the mandate I've been given in terms of rise of purpose-driven women-owned ventures. And I think that right now we're in a situation in history where the lens is being challenged in terms of just backward-looking to actually being forward-looking and resilience-looking. So first of all, let me start with an introduction of the ISSB, which has been set up to create a global baseline of sustainability-related financial disclosures. Sounds very fancy, but let me just tell it to you so that you know what is actually going on, because directly it will impact you in some form or another, even if you're very far away from making formal financial disclosures with the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, if only because of Scope 3, which requires larger entities to talk about the emissions, which Scope 3 emissions are in their supply chain, which affect almost everyone. So first of all, there's IFRS S1, which is the first standard that we issued. And then there's IFRS S2, which is the second standard that we issued. The first sets out general sustainability disclosures, and the second sets out climate-related sustainability disclosures. And then we're doing research on two key topics at the moment regarding human capital, which affects everyone, and where gender is a big part of. And then the second, which we call Bees, which is centered around nature, which is so essential to the African continent and to Nigeria because a lot of our nature resources, like our land, are currently not captured. Think about it when you go to the village, the land that you own in the village, which has an R of O, probably is not land that you can take to the bank. But the land that you own in a city like Lagos, if you have the C of O, you can take it to the bank and use it to unlock capital. So the question is, how much of our assets are in a space where we're unable to use those assets to unlock liquidity to invest in businesses? And this is one of the big questions that's being asked. A big question to the ISSB at the moment is, for example, right now, there are exposure drafts out in the market. If you go to the IFRS Foundation website and you Google SASB, S-A-S-B, exposure drafts, you will find that there are 9 industries that are open for feedback. One of them is processed foods, where the IFRS Foundation is saying, do we have the right metrics to measure what makes sense to your business? And if not, what comments would you like to make in terms of the metrics that could provide a better picture of how well your business is doing, how resilient your business is, where the opportunities of your business are, and also where the risks of the opportunities, risks and the opportunities are, and how do those metrics potentially affect your cash flows, your access to finance, and your cost of capital. So in other words, what we're saying is that there's significant sustainability-related data, including human capital-related, gender-related, nature-related, that can impact whether your business is doing well or not well, whether this is a business opportunity or a business risk. And I know for a fact that a lot of the businesses in Nigeria actually, especially the women-owned and women-led businesses, are in a position where they have caught onto something that is a real opportunity, but they're unable to tell that story to the right people who have the capital to unlock capital at the right price. The question that was just asked, this facility that BOI has, at what rate is it being put in the market? Generally, if the perception of risk is high, the rate of that money, the interest rate or the cost of capital will be high. If you can prove that actually you understand your business, you understand the risks of your business, and there are significant opportunities in this business that you are very well prepared for, then technically the risk should come down and your cost of capital should come down. And once investors can key in to the opportunity that your business offers, they should be offering you capital, giving you capital, and that's really what we want to achieve. From a sustainability point of view, very often people think, oh, sustainability means you have to be perfect. No, it doesn't. What it means is that you need to be on the transition towards resilience. That is to make sure that, for example, you are climate or nature resilient. If you're an agriculture business, for instance, and there are excessive floods or the opposite, droughts, and you haven't taken that into cognizance in your business is not going to survive. So sustainability and climate-related risks and opportunities are not theory, and they're not nice to have. They're very, very real. And we have to take them into cognizance as we're thinking through the business strategy, as we're thinking through how does the leadership, if you're a larger entity, the governance, the board, the most senior members of management, how do they take this into cognizance as they make business decisions? What are the metrics and the targets that you're looking at? How do you measure progress? Are you aware of how you measure progress? Do you have a clear roadmap as to your goal, where you're going to? And on the other hand, how do you make sure that you're adapting to the changing environment? That's a key part of the strategy. And so in that regard, my opinion is that this is especially a challenge and especially an opportunity for Nigeria in particular, generally for emerging and developing economies. But it's, from an ISSB perspective, very much focused on how do we provide standards that help companies tell their story in a manner that will unlock capital flows from investors to help a business thrive. So not just backward looking, but also forward looking to be able to see the road ahead to unlock those capital flows. I'm 8 minutes in. I'm going to speak for 7 minutes more, and then I will leave the floor for Q&A. So you asked me to speak about gender and women. So one of the things I wanted to talk about was leadership balance is very important. Getting the right voices around the table is very important. And the chair of the ISSB was very pained at the fact that when we started with a 14-member board, we were 8 men and 6 women. Now that we're a 12-member board, which happened at the end of last month, we have an exact 50-50 gender representation. And sometimes those different lenses, just like having a geographic representation, gender lens representation, actually also makes a difference, because it's been proven that the feminine lens has a slightly different perspective of risk from the masculine lens. And that's not necessarily sometimes even male or female. Sometimes it's simply a way of thinking. What I'd like to do is I'd like to actually acknowledge a few women who have played a critical role in terms of the advancement of the ISSB, which is a global platform and was mandated by G7 and G20. You'll remember that G20 takes place in South Africa this year. It's the first G20 that will take place on the African continent. But all of these groups endorsed the creation of the International Sustainability Standards Board. And the first board meeting was held in July 2022. What I can say to you is, well before we had standards, the first 2 standards were issued in July 2023, and Nigeria was one of 7 countries globally to launch these standards. But even before standards were in place in July 2023, as far back as September 2022, the African finance ministers endorsed the ISSB standards and encouraged African countries to adopt these standards and encouraged the ISSB to ensure that these standards can help to unlock capital flows to African countries. And this initiative was led by 2 women. First, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, the Honorable Minister of of Nigeria. So you're in Lagos, Nigeria. And secondly, Dr. Rania Al-Mashat, the Minister of International Cooperation of Egypt. And they were the ones who listened to me and worked with me to present this story to the African finance ministers in Egypt in September 2022, which led to the first endorsement by a continent of the International Sustainability Standards. And this was not just symbolic, it was strategic, because what they realized is that Africa needs to lead on this journey. And in fact, Africa is leading on this journey. And today the momentum is visible. You have over 50% of global GDP backing the ISSB standards. And of the 38 countries in the world that have adopted the ISSB standards, 10 of those countries are African countries, including Nigeria, and Nigeria was the first to raise their hand. So I can tell you that in most international fora, whether that is IOSCO or whether that is IFAC, you will find the ISSB chair very, very often pointing to the ISSB standards and saying that Nigeria led the way. And Nigeria has received so much positive feedback on the back of this leadership that I can tell you that as a Nigerian, I am extremely proud to stand also as a woman to say that this journey actually was led by women. Not just that, what's very important is that the new questions that are being asked are things like, how resilient is your supply chain to climate shocks? So when we talk about trade shocks, sometimes we hear about tariffs that come in from the US, or we hear from the EU where there are new laws put in place that say that, for example, if you're cocoa, and we have about $432 million in trade of cocoa that goes to the EU, if your cocoa is being farmed on deforested land, you can no longer export. So our supply chains, a lot of which are smaller, smallholder farmers, are at risk. And so unless we're forward thinking, we're actually not preserving our economy. So it really is something that we need to consider, not optionally, but actually centrally as key to being able to allocate appropriate capital and ensure the depth and the resilience of our supply chains and also of our human capital. And I can tell you how important it is, a role that women play in this regard, because 26 years ago, I founded an organization called Growing Businesses Foundation. And I can tell you that the GBF over the last 10 years has supported 15,000 women in 1,000 communities who serve 1 million households, providing retail for a fast-moving consumer goods company, and they deliver 7% of that company's turnover. In fact, during COVID, when the company's turnover went down by 11%, these women, their turnover went up by 8%. Because they understand their local markets, they understand the risks, they understand the opportunities, they understand the needs. So women play a pivotal role, but very often they're off the balance sheet. You won't find them, you won't see them. Another example of another fast-moving consumer goods company that the Growing Businesses Foundation worked on, 3,150 women collected 1 billion bottles of plastic waste over 20 months in order to meet specific metrics and targets that the FMCG had. So women deliver. There's no question about it. The question is, how do we begin to capture this information of women, whether in the informal sector or the formal sector, and their often unrecognized competitive edge, so that capital flows in this direction and purpose becomes material. I also want to call out a few other women, specifically in Nigeria, when the ISSB chair, Emmanuel Faber, who himself was the CEO and chair of Danone, the largest food and beverage company in the world, prior to taking on the role of the ISSB chair, came to Nigeria in March 2024 to launch the ISSB roadmap of adoption, because ISSB standards are mandatory in Nigeria and are overseen by the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, backed by NGX, backed by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And that was substantiated at the recent investor roundtable we held about a month ago in Lagos. But prior to that, exactly a year before, or a year and a half before, because of the leadership of the Rising Tide Africa, which is led by Yami Kerry, who is also now the president of the African Business Angels Network, and chaired by Ms. Evelyn Oputu, who was once the CEO of the Bank of Industry. They held the first ISSB Investor Roundtable at the Nigerian Exchange in 2024. So even though these are a group of female angel investors, what they did was they convened some of the largest African Nigerian investor voices around the table to ensure that Nigerian investor voices were heard by the chair of the ISSB. So sometimes it's not huge things, sometimes it's the little things that serve as a catalyst for everything else. Now, in concluding, the question I want to ask is, unlocking value, where do we go from here? My thoughts to you would be engage, consider conducting a materiality assessment internally, wherever you operate, whether it's a nonprofit, whether it's in the informal sector or the formal sector. Ask yourself what sustainability-related risks and opportunities are most relevant to your business model and how you build an investment case grounded in resilience. That's the first. The second would be integrate, embed sustainability into your financial planning and operations. Sustainability has risks and opportunities that should not be ignored. And lastly, leverage. Leverage these opportunities in the potential to, one, de-risk your business and build more resilience, and two, unlock capital flows. Because if you think about this in terms of a new alpha, which is a new kind of excess return or return over risks. So an alpha that speaks to resilience, an alpha that speaks to social license to operate, and an alpha that speaks to purpose-driven and well-governed organizations. And I truly believe, especially with some of the women who sit at the forefront of our ingenious and innovative informal markets that I've spent so much time working on and have so much admiration and respect for, these women that very often are invisible but are so strong and so powerful and have inspired me in so many ways. And one of them is Chief Bisi, who used to run COAM, the Country Women's Association of Nigeria. I will never forget her, and I will always call her out when I can. Or even the Impact Investors Forum, or the Impact Investors Foundation and the various fora that they pull together. People like Etimo Glover, who I was with recently in Hamburg, where we talked about alternative business models. We call them the Okobi business models, which are very much like the business models that the Growing Businesses Foundation has nurtured over the last 26 years. Or Ibuku Awoshika, who's also played a key role with the Impact Investors Foundation, and her voice in terms of calling us to speak our truth and really sit at the forefront of being ingenious or being innovative as women, but not just as women, but also as African women. And Africa is not merely adopting the international sustainability standards, which is the privilege I have at the moment to work on shaping these standards. But it's not just me, it is Africa that is shaping these standards. Africa is shaping not just the standards, but how they define value, how they can unlock value, as well as unlocking capital. And by balancing financial performance with the sustainability-related risks and opportunities that actually showcase where many of Africa's advantages are and where a lot of our potential is. Thank you very much.
Of course, women are encouraged to lead this procession. All right, so now we move to our next session. This will be our breakout session. Okay, we'll move to our breakout session. We have 3 sessions running concurrently. We need to really work up on time so that we can meet up our scheduled time. We will have 3 sessions running concurrently. The first breakout session, which will be happening here in this hall, is we'll be looking at advancing access to inclusive capital, strategies for unlocking catalytic and inclusive capital through investment readiness. So if you are for that discussion, that session, you wait in this room. Then we have the impact room, which you'll find on the first floor. And for the impact room, we'll be looking at catalyzing inclusive outcomes and impact, strategic imperatives for effective impact measurement and management. And that will be happening in impact room, the impact room. It's on the first floor. Then the third breakout session will happen in the inclusion room. We don't, not to worry, we have our ushers and coordinators that will point you. They're out there that will point you. Both rooms, the second and the third room, is on the first floor. And so the third room is the inclusion room. And here we'll be discussing the climate gender nexus, addressing the interconnectedness between financing green growth and social inclusivity. So please, if you know whatever room you're meant to be in, what conversations you're meant to be a part of, can we kindly, quickly make our way to the rooms where we are meant to be? So for room 1, this is room 1, and it is the main stage. Here we're looking at advancing access to inclusive capital, strategies for unlocking catalytic and inclusive capital through investment readiness. And breakout session 2 is happening in impact room. It's on the first floor. We're looking at catalyzing inclusive outcomes and impact, strategic imperatives for effective impact measurement and management. So if you're meant to be a part of that conversation, can we and the conversations will go on for 40 minutes, please. Coordinators of this different sessions, please note that we're going on for 40 minutes and then we reconvene here. Now, the third breakout session, we're looking at the climate gender nexus, addressing the interconnectedness between financing green growth and social inclusivity. And that will happen in the inclusion room, still on the first floor. 40 minutes conversations and discussions. May we have our moderators and coordinators kindly put the room together. Okay, so the moderator for this room is Sheila OJ, who is the Director of Philanthropy Plan International. Is Sheila here with us? Okay. Please, may we put our hands together and make welcome Sheila as she takes the floor and welcomes her speakers. While the conversations in the other rooms would also kick off immediately. 40 minutes, please, 40 minutes. For this session, our first speaker is Nkiruka Nimi Johnson, Investor Relation Manager, Retail Technology Limited. May we have you, ma'am? All right, ma'am. Our second speaker is Andrew Tarazid. Andrew Tarazid Tarawali, Investment Director, Small Fund Foundation. And our third speaker is Sarah Mills, Gender Inclusion Consultant, RISA Fund. She's joining virtually. We also have Mobolaji Ajayi, We also have Mobolaji Ajayi, CEO and founder, Pure Life Health and Pharmacy. Please, may we have you on stage? You're welcome, ma'am. And of course, our able moderator will take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do I have everyone's attention? Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Sheila Ojei. I am the Director of Philanthropy for Plan International Nigeria. And welcome to our session on advancing access to inclusive capital, strategies for unlocking catalytic and inclusive capital through investment readiness. We're here in this session because we are gathered at a very important moment where Nigeria has just launched, and I'm intentionally saying Nigeria and not just IIF, what is our gender roadmap for impact investing from 2025 to 2035. It is a bold framework that sets out how we can embed equity and social inclusion in our investment ecosystem. But the gaps remain significant. Women own close to 40% of Nigeria's MSMEs, yet only about 6% can access formal credit. Between 2020 and 2024, only 12% of venture capital in Nigeria went to female-led startups. Altogether, the financing gap for women-led enterprises is estimated at over $20 billion. If you're wondering where I got those stats from, it's from the roadmap, so make sure you read it. This is not just a social challenge. It is an economic opportunity. Evidence globally shows that diverse-led funds and inclusive businesses consistently outperform. So today's discussion is about moving from good intentions to real action. How do we strengthen investment readiness on the demand side? And how do we push capital providers to adopt inclusive strategies that actually work? It is actually an honor to be having this conversation with my fellow panelists or fellow speakers on this panel. And just to confirm that Sarah is online. She is, okay. Oh, hello. All right. I think before we go straight into the conversations, maybe we'll just do a round of introductions. So tell us about what you do, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nkiruka Nimi Johnson, and I head investor relations at Omni Retail. Omni Retail is a tech company that essentially digitizes the flow of goods across the FMCG value chain, so all the way from the manufacturers down to the retailers, and then again digitizes the flow of money from the retailers back up the value chain. So we're talking distributors, financial service providers, logistics partners, warehouse partners. We work with the different players in this value chain to ensure that there is more visibility in trade that happens in the informal sector, and also layer working capital credits on our operations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mobolaji Ajayi, and I work with and at Pure Life Health. And our focus is simple. We are keen on ensuring that primary health is accessible and affordable for every Nigerian. So it's good to be here.
Sarah?
Hello, I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we
Hi,
can.
my name's Sarah. Okay, great, thank you. And apologies in advance, I have a cold, and so I'm hoping my voice is okay. My name is Sarah Mills. I'm a gender inclusion specialist. I'm based in London in the UK. For the past several years, I've been working with impact investors and businesses in their portfolios to implement gender inclusive TA. So looking across the spectrum of gender lens investing and gender inclusive business strategies. So happy to join the discussion today.
Thank you so much. So let's go right into the conversation. I believe by the time Andrew joins, he will join us here. Nkiriga, so you work daily with MSMEs and investors. From your experience, what do you see are the biggest barriers preventing women and youth-led businesses from becoming investment ready? And importantly, what can be done to bridge these gaps?
Thank you for that. Before I go into responding to that question, I'll also set a little more context into what we do at Omni Retail. We work with MSMEs, and I mean, those are like the small retailers, neighborhood retailers, your Mama Nkechi down the street that you'd walk to buy noodles or buy bread, buy eggs. Those are our everyday customers. So when she says, I work with MSMEs daily, those are the people we're talking about. So having that in mind, I mean, we have a network of about 150,000 of these retailers in our business, or rather on our platform. And 80% of them, 80% of them are women, right? So having that in mind, what we've seen in that serves as barriers to making these businesses investment ready or bankable is, first of all, for the type of investment that we do, which is providing working capital credit, a lot of these businesses do not have access to collaterals that they can use to access financing for their businesses. They don't have fixed assets. They don't have lands. They don't have things that they can take to the bank to say, oh, this is the business I'm doing. You can hold this and, you know, provide capital to me. So the options that they have for accessing capital is, you know, either through very predatory channels, you know, loan sharks, or they have to explore family connections, which again does not definitely guarantee that they will get the funds, right? So there is that issue with having collateral that gives them access to get more capital or to get capital for their business. Leading closely to that is also the lack of, I would just say, proper structure. And the reason this proper structure is a problem is without the structure, you see that a lot of these businesses, and not just women, I'm talking MSMEs in general, a lot of these businesses do not have the necessary financial track record, you know, with the banks. A lot of them have bank accounts that are their personal bank accounts that they also use for their businesses. You can't exactly take that to a financier to fund your business when it is intertwined with your life expenses and the income that you receive personally. You know, so that structure also is lacking in the MSME space. And then there is the issue with the perception. There is still this bias that women maybe will not pay back, or women don't know how to do business. If you give them the capital to use it, maybe they will splurge it on something. And from our point of view, I can clearly actually say that that's very wrong. From the capital that we lend out, I think we do about 30 billion naira monthly in working capital credits to MSMEs. Even though we don't do this financing in cash, we provide product loans to the customers. But we see that the women pay back. These are like short-term loans, interest rates of about 1% per week. The tenors are about 2 weeks. The women pay back, and they are constantly using that to increase their credit limit, increase the amount of business that they do on the platform, and their businesses are growing. So on these 3 points, it would be to definitely, like on the collateral side, for instance, from Omni Retail's point of view, how we work with that or how we work around that in providing finance to MSMEs, because these are collateral-free loans, if I can call them that, that we extend to these MSMEs. Instead of working with what fixed asset you have or what land you have and you bring the documents, we work with the transaction history of the different customers. So you have bought X amount in pasta, you've bought X amount in noodles. When you're requesting like a 50% bump on that in credit, we know you have the track record to actually sell that and recoup your money, right? As well as with the, building transaction history and transaction records with bank accounts, letting these businesses know that it is important for them to properly keep and store their data, or in fact, even start tracking their data is very important, because a lot of the time, all these initiatives come up and there is no one to take of the capital that's available, because there is a huge gap between where the businesses are and where they need to be, because proper data capturing, proper data tracking has not been done. So if, we can constantly provide these businesses with ways that they can properly take down their data, such that even if no one is looking to invest in them immediately, when the time comes, it's faster for them to move and they can access the capital that's available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Please, we can give her a round of applause. It's interesting when you were speaking. I once worked with a government agency that provided loans to a lot of nano and micro businesses. And one of the things that was found was that women-owned businesses paid faster than the male. Nothing against the men in the room, but the women pay faster. And then the businesses actually grow faster as well. So it's actually very interesting to see that, with the perception being that they do not pay, or that they would use it for school fees and things like that. But at the end of the day, the women are actually the ones who are scared of not paying, and so they pay faster. So it's very interesting. Now, Sarah, so we're talking about the barriers that are there, and Kirika has mentioned a few. The allocation of capital to women-led enterprises remains disproportionately low. How exactly can investors and support organizations ensure that the financial products they design actually meet the needs of women and other marginalized groups, and that those products can truly get into their hands?
Great, thank you, Sheila, for the question. I hope you can hear me. So I think there are sort of two elements to answering this question. One is the sort of design piece, and then the other is the kind of outreach piece. So I think, first of all, looking at the design element and making sure your products are really and services are designed to meet the needs of the target audience. As has been repeated like multiple times today, data is the foundation to everything. We need good sex disaggregated data. You need to conduct market research and use gender analysis and do analysis from a GESI lens to understand how your portfolio is performing, what women's needs and preferences are, what gender barriers to finance are. So here people really need to invest in understanding the context and the problems so that you can solve for them. And His Royal Highness was talking about this earlier as well. I think as well, there's an important point to look at complementary products and services. So thinking about things such as financial literacy, cultural norms, other elements that influence access to and control over an uptake of financial products. So here, what investors and banks and other organisations can do is consider partnerships, for example, with insurance providers. And healthcare is really important here, as most people do experience financial shocks, which affects their ability to repay. We know that women do the vast majority of care work, and so if family members are ill, they're more likely to have to take time off work to care for them. So I think there's something about looking at taking a more holistic approach to how you're designing products. I think as well it's important that banks and other investors really align financial products with your existing strategy and growth plan. So it's integrated into how you do business and it's not seen as like an add-on or an extra or a separate thing. And then linked to this, it's really important to monitor uptake and your KPIs. So disaggregate all of your data so you can understand uptake, repayments, as you're just saying, ticket sizes, and really seek to understand not just the number of women in your portfolio, but think about, what's the average size of the loan that those women are taking? Is it bigger or smaller? And you can really start to understand how your products and services are reaching and or not serving the intended audience. And then while I've been doing some research recently, and I came across the Bank of Nigeria, Central Bank of Nigeria's financial inclusion strategy from 2020, and this identifies like several main barriers to low-income women's financial inclusion, and these may well be familiar to everyone in the room, but I think it's just an important reminder of things that need to be addressed to make a meaningful difference in terms of making sure these loans and financial products actually get into the hands of the intended audiences. And so trust in formal FSPs is a really big issue. Many women and marginalised people distrust FSPs, and this can be for a good reason. They may have had a bad experience previously or know people who've had a bad experience. And so these elements need to be overcome with specific outreach and messaging, as well as the products for women and marginalised people. So here you need to think about the communications channels, how to make them accessible and attractive to target audiences, making sure they're speaking to people's particular concerns and needs and preferences. In general, women tend to be less aware than men of financial products and their benefits and use, and so might be less likely to see how they're relevant to their lives. And also, lower levels of financial and digital literacy can create steeper adoption curves. So all of these need to be taken into account when you're considering your communications, methodologies, your marketing strategies, etc. Also, to the point above, it's really important to take an ecosystem-wide approach, and I think that's why we're all here today, and this has come up a lot. Everyone doesn't operate in isolation. And as social norms and gender roles influence the access to and uptake of finance, investors really need to consider how to do outreach to underserved women. So, for example, partnering with trusted organisations and initiatives focusing on social inclusion to share information about financial products and services. And then thirdly, really thinking about how to make services easily accessible. And again, this has been talked a bit about earlier. So physically accessing a bank, especially in rural areas, is time consuming and difficult, and might not be seen as a productive use of time if there's no local branch. And this is particularly challenging for women and people with disabilities who have more limitations on mobility. So banks can therefore explore agent models and sort of last mile distribution models and digital services to overcome some of these access barriers. And these can be particularly relevant in rural and remote areas. And then finally, thinking about improving access to technology and smartphones. So there's an approximately 9% digital gender gap in Nigeria, and this limits women's access to fintech and digital payments. And so banks can therefore consider products or partnerships to improve access to technologies for potential customers. So those are a few things just to take into consideration.
Thank you so much for that, Sarah. So now just moving more into like the implementation, right? For Pure Life has been pioneering inclusive healthcare models. how do you ensure that your services are genuinely accessible to women and to the persons with, I've seen disabilities, but it's usually special abilities. How exactly are they accessible?
Thank you. So it's interesting to note that women are at the core, especially of our data aggregation. Women help us make over 70% of the informed decisions, that we use for our business model. And just hearing what the speakers have been saying today about how it's a known knowledge anyways, but just processing it, it's ironic because if we need women to process this data, then how are they still constantly, at the receiving end? So sometimes we categorize our customers as, say, primary, secondary customers. Most of our primary customers could be, say, young tech-savvy women. Secondary customers are mothers who are buying for their, primary rather, are mothers who are buying for their babies being secondary customers. So there's always a need, to tie our data with women. And considering that so with our build and also sort of understanding the very vital role that women play with primary health, so most of our decisions are made, with this data aggregation in mind. And also speaking to the underserved population, whilst we do have subscription plans and solutions catering that we release for Nigerians, it's also interesting to note that not many Nigerians can even afford like a 3-square meal. And so for that reason is why we've been very keen on CSR events. And, when people hear about CSR events, it's, in quotes, sounds or looks like charity. It's also a strategic play for us because there is, data aggregation going on. There is a part of our storytelling. So as much as we're giving back, it also helps, our brand. So yes, women have been at the core of our build and consistently so.
Thank you so much for that. Women at the core of the business decisions and also the model. So let's just deepen into the conversation a little bit more and unpack some practical approaches. I'm also trying to make sure that we're sticking to the time of 40 minutes. Yeah, okay, all right. And please, if you have any questions, just please prepare because then, I would like to open it up for us to be able to ask our questions. Now, coming back to you, Nkirika, so you have a unique view on both sides of the table. From your experience, what key considerations should investors factor when they are designing funds or investment criteria to ensure that they are truly met and that they truly meet the needs of the retailers and other small businesses? And just to add to that, maybe if you can give, just an example from your experience where a retailer was able to secure working capital credits and what specific factors helps them secure that capital?
All right, thank you. So on major considerations that I would point to or speak to, I think, first of all, the conversations we've been having all morning, all day, we've highlighted some of these points, but it comes beyond highlighting it to actually acting on these points. So a major consideration from our very unique point of view is just knowing that context matters. And that is, to investors, to financiers, who are putting together funds, trying to get to MSMEs, trying to get to women, trying to get to youth-led businesses. You need to really know that how a sector operates at a specific level would be different from how that same sector operates at another level, right? What retailers are looking for might be quite different from what the manufacturers still in the same value chain are looking for. For instance, with Omni Retail, with our customers are, in fact, our business is very margin sensitive. 1% of your margin can throw off your profitability totally, right? Adding like a 0.5% margin on a value-added service can just be that difference between you making some profit or a loss in a period. And then you break that down to retailers. You can't be expecting a retailer that is doing daily sales and, you know, their collections are daily to operate in the same way that another MSME, maybe someone in the fashion space, someone in maybe like the makeup business or in the creative space. Those ones are not really thinking about margins. So you can't layer the same structure that you would give that type of business to, again, I'll use a Mama Nkechi, who is getting products maybe once or twice a week to sell and then to restock and sell again. You need to understand what the uniqueness of a sector that you're interested is, you know, so that when you are building or tailoring the capital or the fund, you're actually getting to the needs of the people who you're designing for. You can't be expecting an MSME to be giving you valuation numbers. Let's be very realistic. So let's focus on the context that we are trying to improve on, we are trying to change. And I guess very closely related to that would also be to have in mind the ripple effect, you know, on investing in these businesses, what that ripple effect really is like on the sector, on the industry. Again, using the sector that we operate in, the FMCG space, giving access to capital to the MSMEs, it might seem like, why do they actually need that? But then with a retailer buying more, there are more products for a distributor to push out, which requires more logistics providers, which also means that the manufacturers are producing more products, you know, to meet the demand that the retailer has now increased, so to speak, because of the extra access to capital. With that, the FMCG space actually there's a turbocharge effect on that space. So having a unique lens at looking at, you know, who the recipients of this capital would be and what that impact will be like across the ecosystem, across the industry that, you know, that capital is being designed for, will actually ensure that we are thinking about this more holistically as opposed to trying to check boxes, you know, like, oh, let's just get to women or let's get to youth. You know, it's a lot more intentional. And coming to giving an example of a woman that has, or a retailer that has benefited from this. If you know you have the time, you're with your phones, you could just quickly Google Visa Foundation or Visa, Arua Capital, and Omni Retail. Because we recently actually put out a project highlighting one of our customers, a very real customer. If you'd like, I could take you to her store. It's in Aguda. A very real customer called Mommy Chinasa. And that video just really captures her telling her story, you know, what it was like before Omni Retail, even before the working capital product, what access to products was like for her, before she even layered on or, you know, she accepted to get on the buy now, pay later, you know, product that we have. Another example would be a retailer that we have somewhere, still in Lagos here, but she started off as a retailer. And one day we went to visit her location, and she has gone from beyond being a retailer to actually being, I'll call her a mega warehouse partner, because she has converted her entire building to a warehouse, and she's supplying products. And when I say products, these are the essentials needed for our everyday use. You know, your toothpaste, home care, personal care, packaged foods, beverages, and she has become a mega supplier of those products on the mainland. That's how she has grown from access to working capital credit through Omni Retail's business. So there are multiple recipients of our credit products, which again is how we invest in the MSMEs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's really, really great examples there. And something you said says context matters. It's very important to understand and be intentional about it. Just still on context, Sarah, The Central Bank of Nigeria has mandated that financial service providers collect sex disaggregated data. In your view, what needs to be done to ensure that mandates like this translate into real financial access for women? And then also just building on your work across different sectors, what strategies can investors adopt to support their portfolio companies in making gender inclusion a core part of their business operations?
Thank you. So yeah, just to answer the first part of the question, I think translating mandates and commitments into reality. So moving beyond box ticking, the bodies involved, so governments, banks, financial institutions, really need to invest in the systems and the resources and processes that are required to meet the objectives of the initiative. So there needs to be a genuine commitment and a belief in the benefit and the business case. And so that's just the kind of first piece, just to move beyond making statements and commitments to satisfy external targets, such as the SDGs. And this is really, and to go back to the drum that keeps getting beaten today about data, this is really essential to gather quality data and to make it simple and accessible and usable for FSPs and others in the ecosystems to sort of participate in and share and access that data. Also, initiatives such as this, it's important that they're mainstreamed into statutory and core processes rather than being driven and owned by adjacent working groups or secretariats with mandates for gender inclusion. So this is just to say that they need to be adopted and communicated organisation-wide, and again, not seen as a kind of add-on or something that's separate to business as usual. So also individual FSPs need to adopt sex disaggregated data collection, analysis and use for their own purposes and decision-making processes. So not just to satisfy an external mandate, but really embedding this into their own metrics and their own regular reporting requirements to their internal management. You can also look to leveraging other kind of existing data sets, and in Nigeria there's the interbank settlement system, which I believe is being used for some initial analysis on the state of women's usage of formal financial services. And credit bureaus also collect sex disaggregated data, which could be accessed. And then another essential piece is that the data itself needs to be used in a way that will support the objectives of the initiative. So that is to build evidence for the business case for lending to women. So I think having a clear objective of why you're collecting this data and how you're going to build that evidence base is really crucial. And again, looking at this like ecosystem-wide approach to learning and sharing. So sharing good practices, sharing data and piloting initiatives, again, to contribute to that business case. I'm aware of time, so I'll just skip through to the what investors can do. I've worked with a lot of DFIs and impact investors to implement Gender Lens technical assistance to businesses within their portfolio. So as is outlined in the roadmap, GLI investors can take several approaches. So firstly, looking at capital allocation, they can invest in women-led businesses, they can invest in businesses that deliver products and services that aim to close gender gaps or designed specifically to meet the needs of women and marginalised groups or create job opportunities for those groups. They can also invest in businesses that are committed to gender diversity within their workforce, or businesses that are including women and minority-led businesses in their value chain. So that's companies that source and distribute their products and services from or through women-led businesses or sales agents. So that's on the capital allocation side. Investors can also apply Gender Lens across the investment process to mitigate gender biases and identify opportunities across deal origination, structuring, evaluation, post-investment engagement and exits. And then lastly, investment firms can also look to advance gender diversity and representation within their own firms. So that's looking at making sure, women are involved in the decision-making processes and investment committees. So just to speak a bit more, do I need to stop?
Yeah, so I'm just looking at time, and I don't know. I'm just going to open the floor to questions. But while I prepare for those questions, thank you so much, Sarah. Mobolaji, I have two questions here for you, but we'll start with one, and then we'll see how it goes. So technology plays like such a central role in your business model. How are digital tools, data, and innovation helping you to just sort of close the healthcare access gaps, especially for the underserved populations and low-income communities?
Okay, so for us at Pure Life Health, we consider technology or anything that we build to be inclusive. You know, we see technology as simple, and we see technology as accessible. So we use these three main metrics. And if we consider what technology looks like now, it can be seen sometimes as a very, complex, bogus system. And that's why we see most healthcare companies who release these best technologies still end up shutting down, right? Because there's no market fit. I think that when you talk about technology in the Nigerian ecosystem, you should be dealing with the very low denominator. Take, for example, we still have network issues. So when you're setting up or when you're building, you should build with, say, USSD codes, low bandwidth builds, and the likes. And also taking it to the context of women's rights. Culturally, it's expected, of course, this is 2025, right? But it's still interesting to note that culturally, it's expected for a very high percentage of women in Nigeria to be the ones to take their kids to school, people still wash their kids' clothes, cook and all. And sometimes you find out that these women are dying in silence. And that's why we've created, accessibility using even the simplest tools like WhatsApp, right? We've launched products like home services where we can come to these women, consult, prescribe, get their blood sample collection, right? And just, consolidate the whole primary healthcare ecosystem. There is the bit of stigma with women where, they can't come in and just confidently talk about their health issues. Let's take, for example, fertility. And we've launched a product also called PriveCare. With PriveCare, it allows women, say their mind, tell their stories with a very private professional partner. So the second question is for the underserved?
Yes.
Yes. And so speaking about the underserved, I will also still go back to inclusion. For the underserved, I know we have people with disabilities. I think we'll categorize the underserved communities. And that's why, I'd mentioned the home care service. There's one product that we're also building now called the Voice Command, for people who are blind and unable to text, right? So there's a lot of products now that we are launching, but we're ensuring to launch it very simply,
yes,
and very understandable. Yeah.
I think that's also very important in terms of simplicity. And just when you were giving the example of network, because like just on a regular day, most of us have like three lines because of fear of network. I don't know if we have, somebody had their hand up for a question. Yes, please.
I'm going to try to keep it very short.
Thank you so much.
I have one question for Omni
Okay.
Retail. Okay, yeah. So you've described what you do, basically working capital financing. And a lot of the beneficiaries of those are sort of outside of the proper FI bracket, right? So you can approach a normal financial institution. But do you have in your framework a system where you can build their capacity in such a way that over time they become bankable? Right? That's the first question. And then the second one is more of an observation, and it's just very short. I think we're missing an opportunity here. The fact about women being able to pay back these loans. We in this forum, in many forums that I've gone to, it's a known fact. Yeah. But I think we're missing an opportunity to include them in the proper credit scoring system, because if they were in that system, their credit score will be very high. So that's another question. Do you have a system where you would migrate them in such a way that they get into the proper FI system and then their credit scores will be high? So those are my two questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And very simple answer to your question is yes, right? Because we have an internal credit scoring algorithm that we use to to definitely vet and check these applicants and then assign credit limits to them. We haven't exactly extended this to other users beyond, the platform, because again, when did this product actually kick off? Like end of 2023. It's just that there has been like massive adoption for the products, and still below 50% of our network currently uses the product, right? Because again, it's something where you need to, it's a risky, lending is risky generally, right? But ensuring that we can scale while also managing the risk is very important to us. Because right now on NPLs, we are like at less than 1% NPLs, less than 0.5% actually, but we'll just get at 1%, just put it that way. So the data is available within Omni Retail, and this now includes transaction history, payment history, and it can be used outside of Omni Retail, but then again, how many institutions would be open to just accessing that? It makes sense to us because it is embedded in our business, right? Again, we are not giving out cash loans. If we had to give out cash loans, maybe the considerations would be quite different. But for our model and for the industry that we work in, this has just been kind of limited to what to the operations of the platform currently.
Thank you. And as we round up, I just have one last question for you, Mobolaji. As you continue to scale, what types of support, I'll say financial or non-financial, has been most critical to your success? When we look at business support mechanisms, it's made a measurable difference in your growth and impact. So how exactly do you demonstrate impact investment readiness to potential funders in a sector where inclusion is both a health and an equity issue?
I think I would like to say that financial and non-financial supports are both very integral. I consider financial support like the fuel, right? Which most times usually runs out, and then what next? And that's where even the more important support comes in, which is the network. So from a personal standpoint, right, we've bootstrapped so far. We were able to secure some grants. And yes, we're open for investments, we're having the talks. But beyond that, I think the beauty of the connections and the networking and the storytelling that we've been able to push out there has been a very, functional part of our growth. Take, for example, say from the very beginning, we did connect with regulators, and healthcare is a very heavily regulated sector, right? And I think it was just wise for us to connect with them, keeps us abreast of new laws, ensures preparedness, ensures that we're compliant from time to time. And then also industry leaders. I think I consider myself very grateful and lucky for the access of, for the people that I've been able to connect with on my journey. They've shaped the way that we tell our story. They made me understand the significance of connecting our solution and our impact with SDG goals. And that sort of has exposed us to grants financing and what's it called now? Grant financing and investment conversations that we're currently having. Also not to overlook the struggles that women face for financing, right? And also the irony in it, because the money is available, but then you start hearing terms like you have to drop collaterals. If you have collateral, why do you need to, get a loan in the first place? So there's a lot of struggles, and this is just to say that programs like this are very necessary, where we have these conversations. Women's voices need to be heard more. Institutions need to understand women need more support. And most importantly, I think we need to get the community of women together and teach them how to tell their story. It's incredible that you're going to find a lot of people who are doing exceptionally well, but they are not seen because of the way that their stories are being told. So maybe that's just something for the organizers of this event to consider, because a lot of women are falling short with storytelling, and that may be one major barrier to accessing financing and the necessary supports that they need.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end for this session, and I know a few more people had questions. So I would just implore that you can come and meet any one of the speakers. Maybe not Sarah. Maybe we can connect with Sarah on LinkedIn and ask her your question. But for those of us in the room, please feel free to reach any one of us to ask the questions. And just as we close, let me just leave us with 3 takeaways. Number 1, context matters. It's very important. It's important that we standardize our investment readiness checklists to ensure that we require sex disaggregated data in reporting. That's the foundation of our accountability. It's important to have innovative financing instruments, so things like our collateral-free facilities for women-owned businesses, cuts across even from blended finance and then even up onto pooled co-investment vehicles. And then finally, it is for all of us to commit today. And for us to commit, it means that we need to sign up for the roadmap and nominate focal points and take the first concrete step towards embedding inclusive practices in the way we invest in women-led businesses. And this is how we will move from intent to action and from action to impact. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our distinguished panel. They have done a great job, if I must say. Our time is up for the breakout session. Please, can we ask the coordinators to kindly implore those in the other sessions and the other rooms to please join us here? Coordinators, please, can you get the other participants in the other rooms to please join us here? If we could kindly just do that in about 60 seconds so that we can move on. A little music in the background, thank you. So from this breakout sessions, we'll move into the synthesis of the breakout session. It'll be good to do a quick deep dive. And that we will do for just about 10 minutes because we're way behind schedule and would like to catch up as much as we can. And for that particular session, we would have Sheila Oj again on the stage once we have the other participants in the room as soon as possible. And we would also have Yewande Oshosonya as well, who is the founder and CEO of Strateco Sustainability. And our moderator will be the delectable Chizoba. So please, can I get a notification if they are here already? They're here? Okay. So we're just giving 30 seconds so that they can come upstairs. They are downstairs and they're coming up. But in the meantime, may we have back on stage Sheila Oj, Director of Philanthropy Plan International. Please put your hands together for her as she comes back on stage. The founder and CEO of Strateco Sustainability in the person of Yewande Oshosonya. Please put your hands together also as she comes back on stage. And the moderator for this session is the very delectable Chizoba Ada Emmanuel Akwasien. My pardon. She is the COO Impact Investors Foundation. Please put your hands together for her. She will be moderating this session. Light music in the background, please. Thank you. Is Ife in the room? Ife, are you here? We crave your indulgence. Just about a minute and we will have Yewande join us on stage. Coordinators, please, can you help us facilitate this as fast as possible? Here in breakout session 1, we looked at advancing access to inclusive capital, strategies for unlocking catalytic and inclusive capital. And it was indeed a very insightful conversation here. And I know that a lot of us had a lot of questions, but like Madam Moderator said, after now you can reach out and have those conversations. Breakout session 2, which took place in the impact room, we had a deep dive into catalyzing inclusive outcomes and impact, strategic imperatives for effective impact measurement and management. And I'm sure that the participants also had a great time there. And of course, for the breakout session 3, we looked at the climate gender nexus, addressing the interconnectedness between financing green growth and social inclusivity. And it was also a very, very, very insightful conversation and deliberations that we had there. But right now, we'll go into the synthesis of the breakout sessions. Is Yewande here now? Yewande, please, may we have you on stage? Thank you. I walked into Yewande's room and it was so charged up. The conversation was so lively and I said to myself, oh, maybe I should have been in this room. I know you can't wait to give us a bit of a breakdown of what went down there. Please make your way to stage. Madam Moderator, we have just 10 minutes for this session. Okay, so we will call on stage the Senior Associate ESG, Sustainability and Climate Change, PwC Nigeria, in the person of Mr. Jesudurotimi Adenekan. Please, may we have you on stage. He is the Senior Associate ESG, Sustainability and Climate Change, PwC Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. Coordinators, please, can you help us get him in here? Thank you. I think he was handling one of the breakout sessions. Real quick, can I have the coordinators work with me real quick? We need to maximize our time here today. Okay, so we start, and when he comes, he'll join us on stage. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from our breakout sessions. We've had very interesting conversations, each tackling very critical dimensions of gender lens investing, advancing access to inclusive capital, led by Sheila Oj, catalyzing inclusive outcomes and impact, led by Yewande Ososonya, and Climate Gender Nexus, led by Jesu Durotimi Adenikon. This synthesis is about bringing together all the wisdom from all the rooms and connecting the dots and spotlighting actionable strategies that we can move ahead. So let's just jump right in. I've been told that we have 10 minutes. Okay, so practical, I'm going to ask, I will start with you first, Sheila. Okay, so from your session, right, what practical steps can organizations take immediately to improve investment readiness and access inclusive capital?
Thank you so much for that. And I believe for everyone who was part of that session, we know that it was actually a very interesting session. I would say first things first in terms of practical steps. I think it goes both ways. On one side is the business, and then on the other side is for the investors. I would say for investors, for the businesses, there was just the importance of proper record keeping, which is something that came up in the course of our conversation. Just proper record keeping, being able to separate your transactions, your business transactions from your personal transactions. And then from the investment side of things is understanding that context matters. And you cannot basically, the same way you would handle certain businesses is not the same way you will handle like women-led businesses. We all know that from data, it says that women-led businesses are the ones who tend to pay faster. But then how do we encourage them and how do we include them into what is like a credit system to ensure that that happens? And then it's also important in terms of that what came up from the conversation is importance of moving from reporting to practice. So every portfolio should just sort of track women and just the groups that are reached and also adjust their products accordingly. It was interesting hearing from Mobolaji of Pure Life when she said 70% of their business models has women in mind when they put it together. And I think that is also another practical takeaway that should be used.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. Thank you. Then I'll go to you, Yewande. Okay, in your session, what practical IMM insights can organizations adopt now to strengthen accountability and drive truly inclusive outcomes?
Thank you. So one thing that was really agreed across the board was that intention drives action. And it was really important for you to be intentional about what you're trying to achieve. Because once you know what you're trying to achieve, you'll make sure the resources and effort and time and skill is put behind you to be able to get to that goal. So intentionality is super important. The second point is engagement. As we've heard many times today, every company is different and every company will have its own gender gaps. And so investors really need to work collaboratively with the enterprises they're investing in. Those enterprises in turn need to work collaboratively with the customers that they're trying to serve so that all the needs are understood and that everybody is aligned across the capital chain. The investors agree on the metrics which are supposed to be measured. The enterprise agrees that they can measure those metrics. And the customer agrees that those metrics are actually measuring what they want. So engagement is really important across the capital chain.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you. So we hear that intention drives action. Intentionality is key. Engagement, collaboration is a must. Now for you, Jesu Durotimi, the only man amongst three beautiful ladies, from your room, what immediate opportunities exist for integrating gender and social inclusion into Nigeria's green growth agenda?
Yeah, so thank you very much. So based on breakout session 3, there was a lot of emphasis on the need for us to have more bankable, investable, and climate solutions. Right, the need for us to co-create solutions with the recipients of capital, not just trading solutions at people at the demand side of the ecosystem, and ensuring that we're able to co-create these solutions with them in mind, ensuring that we're able to use data to actually craft solutions that work at the end of the day, ensuring that we take an human perspective towards solutioning for the climate finance, towards how we direct capital for climate financing. There was also some conversations regarding policy. Right, policy intent must move from just intention towards actual practice. We must move the needle of our performance by moving policy from paper to action. Right, we must tell our stories very compellingly, in a very compelling manner, so much so that we're able to sell the story of our impacts towards investors and people at the supply side of the ecosystem, people at the demand side of the ecosystem. We must be able to sell that story in a very compelling manner. We must do, we must tell, and we must show. It's very clear that we use data to tell and spotlight the impact we're making within the ecosystem. I think another thing that was very visible was the need for affordability. The need for us to be able to have affordable solutions that are tailored towards climate finance. However, one of the speakers mentioned the point that even though the macroeconomic landscape is very tight, it has made it very difficult for us to have very affordable climate solutions, as it were. However, it's still an imperative for us to be able to meet the current climate financing gap. We must close these gaps very clearly by ensuring that we're able to support them as may be required. I think someone also said something about business registration. Ensuring that businesses are supported, that it's the right technical assistance, investment readiness support is provided to businesses so that they can actually register their businesses. They're able to unlock capital at the scale required to close the climate financing gap across our ecosystem. So in a nutshell, those are a number of opportunities we've been able to discuss.
Excellent. So I'm mindful of our time. So I'm just going to, so from Sheila, record keeping, context matters. Yewande, intention drives action, intentionality, engagement. Jesu Duro Timi, policy, moving policy to action, compelling storytelling. I was at Sheila's session and someone talked about the way we tell our stories. And it's very, very critical. If you tell your story right, it moves in the right direction. It makes things move. Affordability. So now let's go to I'm going to go to the very last set of questions because we're running, our time is fast spent. Okay, so now let's move to commitments. So what today? Okay, so Sheila, what single action, okay, or commitment would you urge businesses, intermediaries, and enablers to take today to accelerate inclusive access to capital or accelerate progress?
I think I'll say first things first for the businesses would be tell your stories better. It's quite interesting that it's a recurring conversation across the three. Tell your stories better. It's important that you tell your stories to be able to sort of sell what your business is. For the enablers, I would say get the roadmap. Just be partial there. Read the roadmap. Don't just take it as yet another document that is, collecting dust. Because from there you are able to then nominate who's like a focal point in your institution and see how you are able to put gender at the forefront in the products that you are working on. And then for the intermediary, there was something that came up would be simplicity. It's important that what you are doing is simple. A lot of times when we create products, we don't think about the importance of having it very simple, that even your nano businesses, your pepper seller and the market women can actually use your services and understand what it is that they're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Telling our stories, enablers, reading the roadmap. This is critical.
we were very intentional when we began the journey to developing this roadmap. And it's a living document, so it's intentional and it's a must read for everyone here. So, Yewande, to you, what one action should investors, policymakers, entrepreneurs prioritize to embed inclusivity in IMM systems?
I don't know if there's one action, but I think there's one word. And that word is systems. Systems, systems, systems. Every problem has an ecosystem around it, with people that are already working on the problem, people that are suffering from the problem, people that have solutions to the problem, people that have tried and failed, people that have things to contribute. So understand the system around the problem, and then create systems. Create systems to be able to deal with that problem. And systems start with strategy. So everything that you're doing needs to be tied back to the strategy, which is intended to meet the goal that you're trying to achieve. So take a systematic viewpoint and have a learning mindset.
Thank you so much. And last, Jesu Durotime, in 20 seconds, looking at climate finance, what market reforms are most critical to ensure women, youth, and persons with disability truly benefit?
Right, and I would say it in a nutshell. I think it's intentionality and continued commitment, because policies remain policies except we put words to action. Right, so we must be intentional and we must be continually dedicated towards implementing what is required within the roadmap. On a last note, within the roadmap there are a number of 11 priority sectors, one of which is the climate financing space. So it's a burning sector whereby we need financing to be directed towards businesses within that ecosystem. Right, so in a nutshell, intentionality and continued dedication towards driving capital for climate financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my fellow moderators. Very insightful. I wish we had more time to continue our conversation, but our time is up. And one key thing, intentionality, moving from policy to action, understanding systems, creating, telling our story right, context matters, and everyone should read the roadmap. Thank you all, and God bless.
Ladies, please put your hands together for our panel. Please put your hands together for them. Let's take a quick picture. Let's take a quick picture. Well, all right, the photographers are on standby. We've been having really meaningful conversations. And these conversations are definitely driving towards action. Action that will bring about impact and change. And so we're excited. We're excited at where we are. Please put your hands together one more time for them and for yourselves as well. You have been such amazing audience. Fantastic. Your attention, your apt attention is commendable. Thank you so much. I know we've been having a lot of conversations and talk, and some people are wondering, what next? Coming up next is a very, very important item on the program. It's item 7. Yes, it's lunchtime. Why are you smiling like that? I mentioned lunch and you're all smiling all of a sudden. Very important. I agree with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served now, but we require you to sit down. The waiters will come to you to get your orders and to get your food to you. And please, can I request that the coordinators and ushers kindly work with me to ensure that this happens really fast, because we are lagging behind with time. And while this is going on, we'll have some entertainment. Of course, we have the very beautiful, the queen of saxophonists. She's coming up on stage. So please, may we serve lunch now. And for this, we have just 40 minutes. Please, 40 minutes. Coordinators, ushers, work with me. Let's make this happen as fast as possible. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, she has played on some of the biggest platforms around the world. Her talent has taken her to places, has caused her to stand before kings, and today she stands before us in solidarity for the inclusion of women, youth, and persons with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as she takes the stage. Lunch is served. After lunch, we'll have our fireside chat. You don't want to miss it. It's definitely going to be worth every second of your time. let you know that you can please scan this QR code so that you can get the full program for the event. Please scan the QR code to view the full event agenda. All right? And remember that after lunch, we're going to be having a very fiery fireside chat. And the moderator for that chat is no other person than Mrs. Ibuku Awoshika. So trust me when I say you don't want to miss it, all right? So let's have lunch real quick. I want to commend the coordinators. I see that food is moving really fast. Can we make it a bit faster while the very sexy queen of saxophonists continues the entertainment? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the third edition. more. We have just 5 more minutes. We don't mean to rush you, but we'll just please appreciate it if you can tidy up on lunch so that we can move into our fireside chat, and we're excited about that session. So 5 minutes more. May we have the waiters begin to clear out the tables and help us prep for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
done. She's still with us. But remember that the essence of all of this is we're not just talking, we're giving platforms, all right? And they say charity begins at home. So tomorrow now you have events, make sure you're booking her. All right, don't go and look for some other person outside.
Thank
Get
you.
her details and book her.
Thank you.
Now, we would also like to let you know that we have exhibition stands, right? And these exhibition stands, we have fantastic displays from people in our community. But we especially want to ask or recommend that you please visit the stand for the people living with disabilities, people with disability. We have paintings, we have artworks, craft, things that have been created by people with disabilities. Imagine buying a painting that was done by someone who is visually impaired. It is just going to be amazing. And they know that we're here to empower and strengthen each other. So it will be great to stop by at their booth and see their works, patronize them, buy, and also recommend them for whatever future collaboration that is available. So please, we crave your indulgence to please make a stop at our exhibition stands and especially visit the booth for those with disability, people with or persons with disabilities. Please. This is a dear request from our hearts. Thank you. Now you know why she's called the Queen. Queen, please, take us.
lovely audience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Saxo Queen. Now you know why she's the queen indeed. You know, it takes a lot of work to look that hot and still perform that well. It's a lot of work standing on those heels. All right. Inhale. Exhale. You know, I have a recommendation. Next year, we should make this a 2-day event. 2-day event, yes. Because I don't think that we can totally unwrap and unravel all that this summit presents in just one day. There's so much to say, there's so much to do, there's so much deliberations to, to have, and I feel like just one day does not do justice to this, because these are very important conversations going on today. And like I said earlier, we are making history indeed. You are a part of history in the making. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. Turn to the person sitting beside you. Say, I hope you are not tired, though. Say, I hope you are not tired. Sit up, sit up, sit up. There's a lot more to come. Aha. Because we're going to be fired up real soon. Yes, because up next we'll be having our fireside chat. And you know how it's going to be. You know how it's going to be. You want to make sure you have your notes. You want to make sure you have your pens. You want to make sure you prepare your questions as well. Because the fireside chat is going to be totally fired up. So tell your neighbor, whoever is sitting beside you, get ready, get ready, get ready. It's going to be very engaging. And of course, for this session, we will be looking at Gender Lens Investing Uncovered. All right, and we'll be looking at the best practices, real returns, and cross-sector impact. It's definitely going to be a conversation we all want to be a part of. We see that our speakers are arriving, and so we want to make sure that we set the room and get everything in place so that once they settle in, we immediately hit the ground rolling. Can we request that the ushers kindly take away all the plates and clear the table? Entertainment is over. We're back to business. May I request light music in the background? Please remember we're here to build networks as well. So one of the key things we must deliberately do is ensure that we exchange contacts. One of our key speakers mentioned earlier that we're here to collaborate. So ensure you give out your cards, get complimentary cards, get phone numbers, so that beyond these walls, we are collaborating and we're building a strong network. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are pumped up and we are ready for the fireside chat. And like earlier stated, we will be looking at Gender Lens Investing Uncovered, best practices, real returns, and cross-sector impact. And our first speaker for this session is Wale Adeosun, who is the founder and CEO Koramo Capital. Please put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together. May we have you here on stage, sir? Is that how you clap? Come on. After that heavy lunch, or was it too heavy? All right. Please put your hands together also for the technical advisor to the President on Economic and Financial Inclusion in the person of Mr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zaura. Please put your hands together for him. Great to have you here today, sir. Our moderator for this session is a woman who embodies courage, vision, and excellence, an accomplished entrepreneur, author, and thought leader. She is celebrated as the first female chairman of First Bank of Nigeria, a trailblazer in the boardroom, and a passionate advocate for ethical leadership, women empowerment, and nation building. She is the founder and CEO of the Chair Center Group, a mentor to countless emerging leaders, and a global voice of integrity and influence. Please join me in welcoming the Nabi Board Chair and the phenomenal Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. Great to have you, ma'am.
Hello. Okay, great. You're partial to the girls. These are great men, so let's welcome them. Every time you find the E for she's, you better celebrate them. Because we need to capture more, so we must make them feel welcome. All right, so our assignment is very simple. Okay, our session is to discuss on best practices, real returns, and cross-sector impact work. And we have real practitioners in the house. If you know Mr. Adeosun, you know that his work, though it's in financial services and all of that, but it's financial services for impact. Because in the work that they do, they work with us. They are fund managers for our wholesale impact investing fund that Nigeria is setting up for the first time. And all that, and he's been a great partner. And as you listen to Jessica Espinosa in the morning, if you remember, she did say that the work they're doing in Africa to train female fund managers, that they're doing it with Kuramo Capital. So this is the Kuramo Capital she referred to in the morning. So you should celebrate him. And he's one of the returnees. You know, it's the Nigerians that built abroad and came back to Nigeria to add value. So we should also celebrate them. As a Jakpada, yes, he's a real Jakpada. So that's a good example for all those that went to Canada. So we're waiting for them when they Jakpada with the right intention. And of course, Mr. Zarai is a special advisor in the office of the Vice President, working with the presidency on inclusive and economic matters. So we have the private sector and we have the public sector so that we can have both sides of it. If you remember in the morning when the Emir was talking, he talked to us about three key things, right? He said politics, policy, and what? And execution. And what? Market discipline. Thank you. Yeah, that's you first class graduate. That's how you know when you have the smart ones in the room. They remember everything. So you see what we have: market discipline for implementation, politics and policy is sitting on the other side. So the stage is complete. My own is to ask the question, so I'm not a contributor in this. Anyway, let's get started so that we can have a good time. Our time is short and we're going to try and maximize it. So I'm going to start with Mr. Zaura first. And my first question is in terms of government policy priorities and implementation support. So the question is, in what way has the Nigerian government been intentional in ensuring women, youths, and people with disabilities have access to finance and economic opportunities, and how has that been improved? Thank you so much. Your mic is... Hello? You need to switch it on. Technical.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Ibukun, and I really appreciate this very important occasion where we speak to Nigerians, of course, around this administration's initiatives, and intentionality, of course, to support, especially the gender-led institutions and all of that. So thank you so much once again for this very beautiful initiative. So this administration, we know quite well that the key issue here within the financial sector, we're talking about most of these MSMEs, especially the women-led, is about access to financial services and, of course, opportunities that exist in there. So economic opportunities and financial inclusions are very dear to this administration. That is why at the inception, we know that the journey on financial inclusion started from 2012 when the Central Bank of Nigeria issued the NFIS. In 2012, you have version 1, version 2, version 3 that was issued somewhere in 2020. So, but this administration feels that there is a need to elevate that conversation so that a lot of women enterprise and also youth as well as people with disability can have a say in this regard and of course have access. So first and foremost, the national blueprint that we are currently implementing, which is called Renewed Hope Agenda of Mr. President, on the 8th point, there is inclusivity aspect of it, which we all know. Inclusivity is speaking to giving opportunity, giving voice to this group of people you've mentioned, whether it be women, the youth, as well as people with the special needs or disability, as the case may be. So it is also a responsibility, therefore, under that national blueprint for all the agencies working under the administration to tap on the relevant, opportunities to create initiatives and all of that in order for these groups to have a say, to have their voice. And that is why, the first insight of it is that we elevate the conversation around economic and financial inclusion to the National Economic Council, where all the stakeholders in this country, especially at the subnational, the government and ministries are part of it. Again, now, in April 2024, the administration also signed an ASWA Accord. ASWA Accord speaking to, the idea behind the ASWA Accord is actually to bring all the parties together at the policy level in order to show the support of this administration in that regard. What I'm trying to say here is that at the presidency, we had the vice president who is a signatory to the accord. Then the fiscal side, we have Minister of Finance, a signatory to the accord. The central bank governor is also one of such. Then the national security advisor, because when you support women, you support people with disability, you support youth, it has its own national security imperative. So he is therefore a signatory. Then we also have one of the managing director of the bank representing the private sector, which are very critical in also this journey. Then the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum represented the subnational. So what we're trying to say here is that after issuing the accord, then the implementation forward, a presidential committee was equally inaugurated. What we are trying to do in that regard is to ensure that all the agencies of government under this administration comes to play to ensure that they support this socialized group. Because, of course, women, if we hear from His Royal Highness the Emir, spoke about initiative they did under the Central Bank of Nigeria. Central Bank of Nigeria also came up with different initiatives adopting the World Bank Wi-Fi code and also different financial literacy, digital literacy. There are so many initiatives that actually are coming up as an offshoot of this deliberate policy review to support women in this administration. Now, I don't need to advertise for Mr. President in terms of his appointment, in terms of other initiatives. We know that a lot of them are actually gender-led. So I think for me, I'm quite excited for this kind of engagement we're doing, this kind of event, so that I'm sure the outcome of this discussion is something that we can take so that we can come up with any other thing that is required, a higher policy so that we can attract more and more stakeholders in this regard. But finally, again, I would also want to say that platform that was created, now we have a desk in the presidency whereby these initiatives you can actually bring, to serve as a window where all the private sector entities, whether it is local or international, they come in leveraging on the private sector support and of course to come into the government to have access so that we can come up with the policies and programs. One of the key initiatives we did is the hashtag She's Included. Hashtag She's Included is talking about at the highest level of government, all the initiatives from the public sector and private sector, we at that level can be able to take a stock so that you have a visibility. If there's any downside from any agency or any subnational, the government can take a certain decision at the National Economic Council level. You know, the National Economic Council is the second most powerful because Federal Executive Council, the National Economic Council. So I think with those kind of initiatives, I'm telling you, the administration mean well for gender-led, mean well for the youth as well as the people with disability to ensure that a lot of initiatives can actually come there under. So we are open for further conversations and advice for us to do better. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I honestly, before I go to Mr. Adeosun, I just want to challenge you on one thing. And everything you've said sounds nice and everything, but the issue is, as we have seen, every time there are initiatives, when that government goes, the initiatives pack their luggage and they follow them. You know, we just don't have a system of continuity, which is sad. So, for everything you've said, where is the component of building sustainability and continuity into it? How is it being structured policy-wise to ensure that there is real change? And how can the politics of it also support some of what is being done?
Okay, thank you so much once again, Ma. I'm one of the fans, of always following, especially your speeches in the churches and other gatherings like that. So I think it's quite exciting. I must say, okay, so sustainability-wise, you see, Federal Minister of Women Affairs, she's actually leading some of this engagement. But what we are trying to say here is that when at the presidency level, you have a president that is passionate about supporting women. So we have initiated certain initiatives, especially some of them comes in from the private sector side, but we need an endorsement of the legislature, isn't it? So for us to be stronger, both the executives and legislature as well as the judiciary need to come together, which there are so many initiatives that are being worked on right now, but that's why I am calling for your kind of voice as a private sector, especially as we are working towards 2027, and I'm sure you understand what I'm saying, so that your voice now becomes stronger. So when we push together some of those initiatives, when the presidency, the executive push to the National Assembly, with the support of the private sector, both local and international, we will be able to have a more sustainable, policy that will outlive the administration. I think that's actually the angle you are saying. So I'm calling for us to partner to get that done.
All right. Our first partnership is for me to instruct you to go and do the politics of what we said in the morning.
Not to collaborate.
Every three senatorial, what did they call it? 3 senatorial areas, districts in each state. One should be non-contested by anybody but a woman. So we can even start from there. Therefore, the policies can be fought for in the National Assembly so that those things can work. Don't answer. I'm just telling you. Abi, did we send him on that errand? Yes. So you guys go and do the politics. There's smart women that can contest and sit in those places. Find them. When you find them, tell us. We will support them for you. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to private sector. Am I looking for trouble today? No. So we'll talk about Kuramo Capital and their work. So my first question to you, Mr. Adeosun, is from your experience at Kuramo Capital, how do you practice gender-lens investing? And how has it shaped your investment strategy? And what tangible results have you seen in terms of financial returns and social impact? And in talking about that, I want you to also bring in, the building blocks, like what you're doing with 2X Global. I happen to serve on the board of 2X Global, so I'm very aware of our partnership with Mr. Adeosun. What you're doing with 2X Global to reconfigure fund managers, which is largely a male-dominated sector, to build female-led fund managers so that more women can get funds. Because we found that the more women we have as fund managers, the more they understand the plight of women and how to allocate funds to them for the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
He just arrived this morning, so he's a bit confused about Nigeria.
Good afternoon. First, let me commend Impact Investors Foundation, led by Temore and crew, for organizing this session. Clap for her. I mean, I think the conversation on genderless investing has been going on for almost a decade now, but it's never too late to have additional voices in the room spearheading this initiative. So kudos to you. If there is any doubt that when women are leading institutions like this, they can get people like me to move, you have this as evidence, so kudos. And then obviously, I have to say a word or two about Mrs. Awoshika. So when you guys gave her that applause earlier, it reminded me of when we were in Abuja, I want to say 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah.
I think we were June, right? We had a meeting with the Ministry of Finance, well, several entities in Abuja. And everywhere we went, there were people coming up to her to get signatures, take pictures. It was like as if I was traveling with a rock star. Yeah, I was a little envious, but I was like, but this is a rock star for Nigeria. So kudos to you. You are really the face of this initiative, frankly. You've practiced it all your life. You're a female entrepreneur. You started a chair company, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago?
36 years.
Exactly, yeah. It led, started a women's initiative around this. WIMBIZ. Clap for her. Are we saying you're the first female chair of a bank in the country? And now she's the chair of GSG Impact Nigeria and vice chair of GSG Impact Global. Is that correct? Yeah. Vice chair. I'm trying to be modest. So you are truly the face. And when Mr. Zaura is talking about leadership, and I think he's talking about collaboration with you to help lead and show your face and all that you have.
Not a politician.
To help lead this initiative, and hopefully you can crack this. So I run Koramo Capital Management. We started Koramo Capital about 15 years ago with offices in New York City, Nairobi, and Lagos. And the goal at the time when we started Koramo was to capture what we believed was the tremendous growth opportunity in sub-Saharan Africa. And so the first way we wrote a paper on the ecosystem, and we didn't like the results of the paper. The results of the paper were as follows. One, a lot of the fund managers that were investing in sub-Saharan Africa at the time, one, they were not on the ground. They did not live on the ground in those countries or communities. They were not indigenous, meaning they were not local to those communities. And they were not focused on SMEs, and finally, were not focused on value creation. So at Koramo Capital, we decided that based on our experiences investing globally in China, India, Latin America, we could find talented Africans that we could back and support to raise funds. So we started anchoring first-time fund managers. And today, we've anchored pretty much every first-time fund manager in Nigeria. We've anchored 15 of them. Thank you. And we've helped catalyze over $3.5 billion to the continent. But then we looked back at what we had done, and we realized that of the 15 first-time fund managers, only one was a woman. It was a woman in Ethiopia, and we'd supported her twice. So if you think about our thesis, which was to capture the tremendous growth opportunity for Africa, we've been doing it almost with one group and not another group. So it's almost akin to going to war, and you have all your ammunition, and you decide, okay, I'm only going to use half of it, and you're not going to keep the other half. So we realized that, wait a minute, by not having enough women as fund managers, we were missing out on the opportunities for identifying women-led businesses. And so initially we didn't have a structure around identifying fund managers. We just did what we needed to do. We talked to groups, we found them, we did our due diligence. One of the challenges, I think we helped transform the private equity ecosystem. One of the challenges fund managers were having was that they didn't have a track record of investing. And we just said, wait a minute, you don't have to have a track record of investing. You have to have a track record of progress in your life, in your career. And if that should be sufficient for us, and we could do our own 360 due diligence on you as a manager. And so we ended up anchoring 15 first-time fund managers. But like I said, without a structure. But now we have developed a structure to your question, what are we doing on the gender lens? So we started the Gender Lens initiative a few years ago with a structure, a very simple structure that we call ABCD. And the A is to accelerate, B is to bridge, and C is to catalyze, and D is to develop. So what we've done is we created a foundation called Kuramo Foundation for Sustainable Development. And we received grant funding from the likes of the Ford Foundation and USAID in the good old days when they were still supporting initiatives in this part of the world. And they gave us grants to create an accelerator, which we created a company as well called Moremi Capital Management. So we created the Moremi Accelerator. And so to date, in terms of results, the Moremi Accelerator has gone through 2 cohorts of first-time women fund managers. First cohort was 25 first-time women fund managers.
Fantastic.
And you know, we put out an RFP for fund managers. We received about over 100.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, people didn't think they existed. And so we selected 25 for the first cohort. And then we had a second cohort that was funded by MasterCard and Meta. And we added another 15 fund managers. So today,
They're 40.
we have taken 40 first-time women fund managers through the Moremi Accelerator.
Now, just 1 minute. I know that for some people in the room, you do not realize just how groundbreaking that is. Because the reality is data and report has shown that the more you have female-led fund managers, the more women will get funding for their projects. And they literally did not exist. The first female-led fund in Africa was the Alethea IDF Fund, because I was part of behind the scene, helping them with the process of doing that, and I've served on their IC since the beginning of it. And whilst everybody was worried that the women businesses that would even take the fund, that they didn't exist, were through the first $100 million of the fund, amazing female-led businesses from across the continent that have multiplied how many X's in terms of their growth and what the number of jobs and everything that they have created. So what he's talking about is so fundamental because sometimes you need to go back and build the blocks. In this case, that block was missing. So what they're doing in terms of building the female-led fund managers, it's a groundbreaking thing that will change the landscape. So if you're someone who is interested in being a fund manager, or you work in a fund management company, but you're thinking of leading one, but you haven't known how, look out for their kind of calls. And that's the project that 2X Global is collaborating with them on, because even at the global level, we realize that is a major gap, and it's not a problem anybody is paying attention to. So yes, you should clap for them.
Thank you. Yeah, and like you said, it's groundbreaking. I don't think it's ever been done anywhere in the world before, frankly.
Yeah.
And something we should all be proud of. And so that was the A, the Moremi Accelerator. Then the B is the bridge. So one of the challenges for first-time women fund managers is the track record issue I mentioned earlier. The other challenge is the working capital issue, so that while you're fundraising, you can stay alive, right? Because fundraising is very tedious. So for the track record, we partnered with 2X Global. I believe you all heard Jessica Espinoza, our partner, talk about that earlier today, where we created a fund that would provide funding for capital to first-time women fund managers to actually invest and build a track record even before they've launched a fund, right? So my colleague Nike Ogunjimi was here earlier today, and she runs that Moremi Bridge facility. And then we also received funding from an entity called the Small Foundation out of Ireland for working capital for this first-time women fund managers. So if you're looking for working capital over this couple of years where you're trying to raise money, then you can also apply to this Moremi bridge facility for working capital. And then the C is the catalyst. The idea of the catalyst then is to create a fund of funds that will actually then provide capital to these first-time women fund managers to invest in women-led businesses. And that's the one that hasn't taken off yet. My colleague in the Nairobi office is working on that. We've had some false starts, but we're very confident that we're going to get that to go up to about $150 million with funding from a few select groups. And then finally, the D is to develop the ecosystem for these first-time fund managers so that it becomes a plug and play. The idea is so that you can have your back office taken care of. Your compliance, your legal, your reporting, your administration, be a one-stop shopping for you, right? So a group from Koramo Capital started an entity called SALT Advisory. And so SALT Advisory then provides the back office for this first-time fund manager. So that's what we've done over the last few years, which is the structure we've developed. And we believe this structure is replicable across products. Yeah. We think we're going to use the structure for the WIF, the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund, in terms of identifying managers. We want a mandate in Ethiopia. We believe we're going to use the same structure for this as well. So we're very excited about this because it has the potential really to create jobs much faster than anybody can ever imagine.
Very true.
And has the potential to also channel funds to women-led businesses, and we can then capture the 50% we've been missing so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeosun. You know, I'm going to tie something you said to my next question for Mr. Zara, because the question I was going to ask you is, look, obviously there's data to show that there's about $1.9 billion gap in funding for female SMEs and all of that. And the question is really about what is the government doing in order to remove some of the biggest barriers to this so that capital can reach women-led businesses or women-focused businesses. And, you know, one thing I'd like to bring up to add to that, I was on the pioneer board of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and I know that we have funds within the 4 buckets of funds within the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and there's certain funds that can be deployed in certain ways. The way I see it, what Mr. Adeosun just spoke about in terms of the investment in raising female-led fund managers, and then the structure to empower and equip them and give them the liquidity to be able to perform their role, should be something that government can look at from the standpoint of the government and use the vehicle of the Sovereign Wealth Fund to activate it. And you can work with a private sector organization like them to bring that to life. So in that case, government doesn't lose money, but government uses its money as a catalyst. And yet the capital is maintained because fund managers don't dash money. They manage it well to create returns that can go to government. Just a suggestion on the table as you think about your answer.
Okay, thank you so much once again. Thanks a lot, Mr. Wale, for this very beautiful window. Okay, so we, as we've been talking, you know, the government is to create the environment, right? Enabling environment for all these beautiful, fantastic initiatives to come to play. So what we did initially, which I started having the conversation, started presenting here, is to create a window for collaboration. That I think is quite clear. So if you go to agency by agency, looking at, for example, regulators and then again, other implementing agencies, maybe government-owned enterprise, if you go across, you would realize that there is one initiative or the other that is targeting women. I think there are quite a lot, actually. I don't have to go to item by item, but one thing we do here is that the fact that we open a window for collaboration, especially there are so many private sector-led, funders, venture capitals and all of that within the local and the international community, when they come around, especially within the country, maybe to partner with like Koramo Capital and so, they need a government attention, government to show the nod that yes, we're in support of these initiatives. So it is in the light of that this window is created to open the door to ensure that the investment climate in the country is, is ready to accommodate all of them. If you look at the central bank, for example, the very painful decision, taken by Mr. President, of course, apart from the fuel subsidy removal, you are also talking about the foreign exchange climate, right? Whereby there is free flow, and we know we have achieved level of stability whereby most of the people that will come around to support with the likes of your entity, I'm sure they are now happier. So that is why Mr. President is like the chief marketing officer, of course, of the country. He has been engaging with different countries, and a lot are actually ready, and they are trooping into the country, which I know that we've started seeing the impact, right? So as far as environment is concerned, the support for women, I think, is incontestable, right? And I've also mentioned about the item of inclusivity. It is riding on that inclusivity with women, youth, as well as the people with disability in mind. That is why most of the agencies, because if I keep talking about agencies, CBN, Bank of Industry, Credit Corps that has been created, Credit Guarantee Scheme, National Student Loans Fund, and all of that, those ones are initiative by initiative, which you have mentioned that some of them do go with the government. But sustainability-wise, we're also engaging even with the judiciary system to break some of those barriers. For example, some of the policy, some of this traditional way of saying women should not hold certain class of assets, for example, it's a traditional aspect of it, and of course there is some legal aspect of it which is currently being reviewed under the Federal Ministry of Justice and also the Chief Justice of the country, in order to ensure that women do not, they no longer have those kind of barriers, for them to be able to hold that kind of asset. Mr. Chief Emir, he did mention about, some farms to be owned by women, and at the same time, after being owned, but they are being managed by their husbands or their brothers or something like that. It is this kind of mindset that we're trying to say, okay, when certain policies are put in place in order to ensure that all those bottlenecks are actually eliminated, so with that, women can stand bold and be able to have access to whatever the kind of opportunities they have. So as far as this administration here is concerned, the collaboration is actually the way, and enabling policies are also being worked on so as to ensure that we achieve and we take away those bottlenecks, and then women, youth, and the people with disability have their way to do better. Thank you so much, Ma.
Okay, I will let it go. Okay, my question to Mr. Adeosun: how can Nigeria align government-led financial inclusion policies with private sector strategies to accelerate gender-lens investing and GSI strategies at scale?
So, make sure I understand the question is about how the government can align it with the private sector. So I think at least one good example is the one that you lead, which is the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund. The idea of the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund is to support SMEs, create, I think we said, 1 million jobs across the 6 geopolitical zones. And so the goal is to identify fund managers in the 6 geopolitical zones that will fund women and young folks, small enterprises in those zones.
Across identified industries.
Across identified industries and sectors. That includes agribusiness, financial services, I believe healthcare, technology, education. Right, exactly. And so, obviously, with all the hard work that you and your colleagues at GSG and IIF have done, you've been able to convince the government to at least provide the seed or anchor capital for that fund. And the government agreed to contribute $50 million.
For the first 100 of the $1 billion.
Exactly, of the $1 billion fund overall. So that's a very good example of government collaboration with the private sector, because the government's not going to run the funds. We, Kuramo Capital, were selected to run the fund, but government is participating in it.
Yeah.
So I feel like you just need a few more of those. I mean, there's the IDICE. I want to call you Dr. Zaura, but it's Mr. Zaura. Zauru.
Zauro? Oh,
Right.
I've been calling it wrong all along.
Yeah. but we talked about iDice earlier, which is also an initiative of the government through the Bank of Industry that's focused on digital investments and creative arts, creative enterprises as well. That's another example. I feel like we need to have more of these examples. But I would tell you, though, I think what I said earlier, what I'm finding, though, is that what I said earlier, which is that everybody now is waking up to the power of fund of funds and how fund of funds can help create jobs and address a lot of these issues, including inclusivity, real quickly. So I believe I've heard easily across the current government 5 different groups looking into starting fund of funds. I think I've heard it from the digital minister of digital economy. I've heard it from the Minister of Tourism and Creative Arts, and I'm sure we know finance is doing it. So we've heard it from a few others. So I think if this is a model that's adopted, it has a great potential really to capitalize capital to young people and women and also help create jobs very, very fast. But it's very encouraging that we are hearing it.
Yeah.
Across this government.
And it's collaborative between private and public
Absolutely.
sector.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my last set of questions. So, Mr. Zauro, did I get that right now? Good, fantastic. So, if we were to reconvene in 2 years' time, what kind of progress would you want to have seen in gender-lens investing from the government side?
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe before answering that question, I think one of the key examples I would also like to give regarding what Mr. Wiley spoke about. Yeah. Recently, we launched JEEP 3.0, right? JEEP, that is a government enterprise empowerment program, which is targeting 5,000 women. I mean, not women actually, 5,000 beneficiaries before 2027 that is into agricultural space, but the 60% of that fund is actually targeting women. The point here is simple. That comes to what you are asking in the next, 2 years when we come back. We know that the access to finance, currently the MSM is somewhere around 6% or thereabout, especially the women-led or something like that. Okay, so by the time all these policies that have been put in place, enabling environment to ensure supporting women-led enterprise in collaboration with private sector that we have also made easier for everybody. So by the time we come back in the next few years, I'm sure we're not talking about doubling the figure. We should be talking about something much more than that. And you know from the day one, Mr. President has set a target of $1 trillion economy, GDP by the year 2030. That target was actually intentional. I conveyed Development Partners Roundtable on 4th December last year. I could remember the World Bank, the then Mr. Diop, he was talking about the target being too ambitious, but for us, we feel the target is conservative. It's conservative in the sense that with the enabling policies, and Mr. Wale can actually attest to that, with the enabling policy, there are so many private sector out there, especially the development partners that are knocking at the door. They want to come into the country, but because of the bottlenecks of the enabling policies and environment, they couldn't penetrate into the market of Nigeria, isn't it? So at the end of the day, some of them will have to go to other countries like Kenya, Uganda, and other things. But now, Mr. President is someone that understands this ecosystem very well. He is a private sector person, so I want to believe that $1 trillion economy is achievable because we have seen the enhanced revenue recently because of the impact of the policies that are also, and also the tax policy that is going to be more friendly to the people in the room and women-led enterprise as well, picking up in January next year. I can assure you for that and many more, by the time we convene next year, maybe in the next 2 years or something like that, the story will certainly be on sustainability, no longer how do we get there. People would have gotten there, would have surpassed. And again, our ability also to open the door for partnership and collaboration, I think is one of the key success stories that I can actually put on the table right now. Thank you so much once.
Spoken like a politician.
I'm not.
This is 2025. Don't forget that 2027 is knocking at the door. So you guys will need a lot of time. Hopefully you remember us and work to make sure we achieve that. I'm just teasing him. Okay, same question.
Same question, right? So I actually think that when we come here a couple years from now, the results will be exponential.
So you both agree?
Yeah, no, we definitely. So, you know, in my world, we think in terms of multiples of returns. Our goal to investors is to make sure we give them 3 times their money back over a period of 7 to 10 years. But I think my guess and my bet, frankly, is that we'll see almost a 10x result. So if you think about it right now, I think the number of female fund managers in Nigeria, I'm not sure you get to 5. Yeah. Right? So I'm betting that we'll have easily 50 in the next couple of years.
Okay,
and a couple of, you can clap for that.
That would be fantastic.
And a couple of reasons. I just think what's happening in the country, there's just a lot that we're not picking up. I mean, when Mr. Zaro and I were sitting down, we talked about, this was the first time where GITEX has ever come to Nigeria. And that was, I don't know, last month or so. I spoke there, and I was just amazed at what I saw. I was shocked. It was the first conference I've ever seen that had 2 locations, a hotel and Landmark. I thought I was going to the wrong place because I was speaking at the Landmark. And then I saw the crowd at the hotel, and I was like, wait a minute, is this the same conference? And they were like, yeah. I'm not sure I've seen any conference that's taken 2 locations like that. And then I've seen a conference with so many young people buzzing, right? And then they had a combination of almost like, it was like a tech and Afrobeats type combination going on. I had to take videos of it just because I wasn't sure what I was seeing, and I spoke. And the reason is because I'm into tech, right? I've been investing in, we created the first venture fund in Nigeria 15 years ago. We brought a gentleman from California, Silicon Valley, to start a tech fund here. And we've been investing in venture. I was investing in venture in my prior life, and I know how much venture is created to the returns of the school I was managing. Easily the overwhelming return. So it was super encouraging to see what I saw a month ago, when I know 10, 15 years ago when we started this, we could fill one small room. Exactly. So I think what's happening in this country is exponential. And I don't think we pick up on it. We at Koramo Capital did not have our SEC license to manage money for funds in Nigeria. But with this current administration, we got the SEC license like that. For the Wholesale Impact Investment Fund, as a matter, for our 4th fund, the new SEC direct DG, he said to me, well, if you have all your documents together, you will get your SEC license in 14 days. Yeah? And you know what's funny? Let me tell you this, though. He actually delivered a SEC license in 13 days. So I called him, and he said, I want to complain. I want to complain because you told me 14 days, but you gave it to me in 13 days. And I want to report it to your boss. He said, no, we'll keep that 1 day for the next time, Mr. Adeosun. So I feel like there's just so many things, areas of this current administration, the changes they're making in our lives, right, that we're not seeing right away. I usually try to do this in a hall like this. Let me ask a question real quickly.
You have to encourage Mr. Zaro. You must clap so that he can.
But I think this is another example. So if you are from Nigeria and you're here in this room, raise your hand if you don't know your bank account number. Exactly. That's unbelievable.
Digital.
Nobody in this room. If you did this anywhere else in the world, in the US, if you do it in the US, nobody will know their account number. Let me give you an example. I don't know my US bank account number, but I know my Nigeria bank account number. The power of that question is unbelievable, right? Our lives have been so transformed by technology that we just don't even think of it as if it's anything, right? 10, 15 years ago, what I just asked was not the norm. We were carrying cash in bundles. The velocity of transactions today is unbelievable. We're creating unicorns in Nigeria for the first time in our lifetime. I sat on a panel with Shola Akinlade from Paystack at the Harvard Business School. The guy said, I never left Nigeria until I was the age of 21. I went to, I think, Babcock University, software engineer. And then he got accepted into Y Combinator. And guess how long it took him to become a unicorn from when he left Y Combinator? Anyone want to guess? 4 years to build $1 billion business. And you know, as smart as Shola Akinlade is, he's not unique.
No.
There's so many of you, so many young Nigerians that can do the same thing. And they're doing it. And the most important thing for me as an investor is they're learning what I call unintended positive consequences.
Yeah.
Right? Because why? How did he do this? All he did was writing code, but he was behaving according to global best practices. So you're learning global best practices from day one. So for young Nigerians, it's like, I can code, I can learn global best practices, and I can become a millionaire. What's not to like? And that's happening across sectors. We haven't even talked about the creative arts. Talked about fashion, hospitality, right? And so these are all business opportunities for women that we just need to unleash capital to them and will flourish. And this 1 trillion economy you're talking about will be nothing. I actually already believe we're 1 trillion. It should be 2 to 3 trillion. So I'm excited. I think the number should be 10x and plus. Thank you.
Before they chase us off. You know, the reality is, when people ask me all the time, you know, when are you going to just retire and go to bed? How can you go to bed when you have a nation that is in a cooking pot that must cook right and deliver right? It's really why we do what we do, because we owe it to ourselves as a nation and to this generation of over 70% of our population that is young, smart, dynamic thinking, hardworking, want to change the world, to ensure that we create, both from the private sector and the public sector, the right environment for them to thrive. They don't need the government or the private sector to do much more than they should. They just need to create the environment and facilitate what it will be required for results to be delivered. That's what impact investing is about. It's about us being an enabler of change that creates value for a nation. And for a nation like Nigeria, where everything you need is on ground, it's like you want to cook a pot of soup. You have all the ingredients. You just need to mix them right. That's all we're asking. And so, Mr. Zaro, our message to government is not much. Nigerians don't ask for much. Just give us the right environment and we will deliver the result. And to Mr. Adeosun and his likes, in every way that you can facilitate, don't stop facilitating. And for both of you, one side cannot do it without the other. So we need private sector and public sector to work together to make our lives easier so we can build a better nation. Thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Thank you for listening.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. May we request the photographers for a quick group photo. Let's have our CEO join them on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you so much. Indeed, what we see is a typical reflection of private-public sector collaboration, which is what we need to push this nation forward and, of course, to push this agenda forward. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will quickly move into the next panel session, which is the second panel session for the day. I'm sure we're not tired. We're not having system overload just yet. Okay, so like I said, proposal next year, 2 days, because there's so much to unpack, so much to unpack. Now this session we'll be looking at, it's actually a call to action. And here we're looking at blending finance and as a catalyst for gender equity in the investment ecosystem. And our first speaker for this session is Kelechi Azubike Luke, who is the Manager Monitoring Securities and Exchange Commission SEC, representing Samiya Hassan Usman, Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services, Securities and Exchange Commission SEC. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Please put your hands together. Oh, for her. I beg your pardon. She is representing him today. Please put your hands together. Our second guest on the stage today is Emmanuel Etadri, Executive Secretary, Financial Center for Sustainability, FC4s and FMDQ. Please put your hands together as he comes on stage. You're welcome, sir. What's happening now? Come on. Thank you. Also joining, we have another speaker in the person of Mr. Olamide Oladele, Team Lead Corporate Sustainability and Responsibility at Wema Bank PLC. Please put your hands together for her. Olamide, the beautiful Olamide coming up. We also have Theresa Lawal, Head Product Development and Strategic Alliances, Development Bank of Nigeria, DBN. Please put your hands together for her as she takes her place on stage. Our moderator is Marilyn Obasia Oswala, Partner and Head ESG Sustainability and Climate Change Services, PwC. But today she's ably represented by Mr. Kayode Ashamu, who is the Manager, Sustainability and Climate Change Team, PwC. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panel.
I'm the first moderator without a seat today. Right. Good evening, everybody, and I hope we're not tired. Good evening, everybody.
We have 40 minutes for this session.
Thank
Timer,
you.
please.
Thank you very much. Right, this session is to drive the discourse on how to create blended finance that can be strategically leveraged to advance gender equity within the investment ecosystem. And we've heard from the several panels, we've had panel sessions, we've had as well as breakout sessions, how the conversation have been going. And we want to learn from, how some of us have been doing it within different entities, and then what's going on in SEC, what's going on in FMDQ, what's going on in Wema Bank, as well as in DBN. So my first question today will be going to, you're Kelechi, right? All right. To Kelechi. Within the SEC ecosystem, despite Nigerians' growing capital market, women remain underrepresented as investees. What specific regulatory reforms can the ecosystem implement to promote gender-inclusive investment products and women's participation in Nigeria's capital market?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. And he just asked if I was Kelechi, so I get that a lot. When there's no Mrs. or Miss before my name, people just assume I'm a guy. I like the surprise element. Thank you very much for that question. So I'll start with the mandate of the SEC. Our mandate is very simple: to regulate and develop a capital market that is dynamic, fair, transparent, and efficient, and that will contribute to Nigeria's economic development. Now, if we're looking at reforms, regulatory reforms that would actually help to engender gender-based products, investment products to come up, and also to enable investments in this area, I will start with regulation. There has to be an enabling law that enables these products to even come in the first place. And thankfully, we had the President's assent to the Investments and Securities Act of 2025 sometime in March, and we've been implementing that. So this repealed the ISA of 2007. So we have a new law that has expanded our powers. And one thing I would like to mention is that it also expanded what we recognize as securities for the Nigerian capital market. So for example, now we now have virtual assets under our purview as securities in the Nigerian capital market. So I'll take this down to bringing in investment products. Now we have virtual assets coming in. We also have other products that are tailored towards gender. So we can have specialized funds, we can have social bonds, and the SEC is enabling these by we have rules and regulations for specialized funds. We currently also have 2 specialized funds for women registered in the Nigerian capital markets, one floated by Chapel Hill Denham and the other by United Capital Asset Management. So bringing this into the fold would also enable more assessment to investment products in this area. Now, if we look at the area of, say, capital formation, now these businesses, women-led businesses, need to raise capital. So having frameworks that are tailored towards enabling efficient capital raising and simplified mechanisms for capital raising for these businesses would also help. So if we have specialized rules, have less stringent listing requirements for, say, maybe women-led SMEs, this can also go a long way to engender these female-based, gender-based products to come into our market and have women invest in them. Now let's look at the area of policy formulation, having different regulators come together to form policies that will also enable all these products to come to bear. Now, if we look at the area of, say, the fintechs or having digital platforms, having these also enable women to invest easily. So almost everybody has a mobile phone. I mean, you can just pick up your phone and you're able to invest easily right from the comfort of your home. You don't need to go to a broker's office. You don't need to go to a fund manager's office. But for you to be able to do this, those products have to be there. Then the technology has to enable you to do this. So I'll end with statistics that we saw from the MTN IPO that happened in 2021. We saw data that showed us that 76% of those who applied for that IPO through the eIPO processing system were female. So this goes to tell us that there's a lot of opportunities in the market, and women can actually have these opportunities if they actually know about them, if the products are there, and then they'll be able to invest in them. Thank you very much.
I hear you say specialized funds, capital formation, policy formation, and enabling laws and regulation to help catalyze and also help to enable more women to be represented as investees within the ecosystem. I move to Emmanuel. From experience, what major regulatory and policy orders are currently in beating how well we leverage blended finance mechanisms across Nigeria, and had there crucial regulatory and policy intervention required to address these barriers?
Well, thank you very much, moderator. First, some bit of correction. My name is Emmanuel Etaderi. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Financial Center for Sustainability Lagos, which is a UNDP institution in 45 countries across 5 continents of the world and headquartered in Geneva. But that's for the good of mankind. My daily bread, Kelechi is eyeing me. I work for FMDQ as head of government affairs, and Kelechi is my regulator.
Okay.
So please listen to. All right. So I would say rather we don't have anything inhibiting or restricting women from accessing funding or inhibiting or restricting the growth of blended finance. We don't. Rather, we have enough policies, as she has mentioned, and regulations supporting the growth, development, and deployment of blended finance. Like somebody mentioned in an earlier section, it's not the lack of policy that is worrying Nigeria. It's what we do with the policies. The ISA 2025 is a landmark legislation. It is loaded. I'm looking forward to when we do seminars and symposiums like this. That's within your challenge, Kelechi, for Lagos markets. Those in Abuja can do their own. But we have to do it here and break that legislation down so people can understand the opportunities loaded there by the digital DG. He will watch this program and hear us. You know, he's been working on these things, and we were very happy when it was made the DG. And when the law was passed, we jubilated because we knew that the time has come. The truth is that there's enough legislation, enough policy, enough guidelines, enough rules. I'll break them down quickly. Apart from the ISA 2025, there's also the Nigeria Sustainable Finance Principles launched by SEC and several other regulators in the market under the umbrella of the Financial Services or Financial Sector Regulation Coordinating Committee, FSRCC, that is hosted by the Central Bank. That is called the Nigeria Sustainable Finance Principles. It was launched around 2021-ish, and Article 4 specifically recommends regulated company that they should report on what they are doing to boost gender and inclusion in the financial sector, Article 4. So the legislation is there, the policy is there. And if you look at the Nigeria Sustainable Banking Principle, banks are encouraged to lend to climate-friendly and SDG-related projects. Now the challenge is this: who is checking to make sure that people are living by these principles? Which private sector firm is also taking advantage? So last week's session at this same venue with Stanbic Bank and Lagos Business School, Mkopa mentioned they have 9 million users already of their product. Do you know what their product is? It's to allow daily pay for loans. That's because people wonder how they can lend to certain sectors because they're too risky. The fear is that nobody will pay back, right? They went to this segment of subscribers and asked them, if we lend you money, can you pay us every 30 days? They say, we can't pay. What if we pay every day? Maybe it's 3,000 a month, but you give us 100 naira every day. And they said, we can pay that. And that's how their business started working. Why can't we replicate those models for women? And I'll tell you this. Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, Professor Yunus tried it years ago and found out that women are the best borrowers because their delinquency rate is next to zero. So the policies are there, the models are there. It's for us to build on them. My last point on that will be this. I think we are ripe for a Grameen Bank. Grameen didn't start as a women's bank or a women-focused bank. He started as a bank generally for the poor, but discovered that the women paid back faster and quicker, and they invested the money more wisely and profitably. While the men were bullish and spent the money and got their rewards immediately, the women were patient to invest in things that were sustainable and will help the family. So he asked his board, can we lend 50% to men, 50% to women? They tried it, it worked. He said, can we just lend 100% to women? Because they will not fail. And they said, let's do it. Today, they are in more than 12 countries, and 4 of those countries are in Africa. Tanzania, Rwanda, you go check it out. Where's Nigeria? 50% of our population are women. So there's 100 million subscribers waiting for you. What are you waiting for? We need our own Nigerian Grameen Bank or a different name, maybe Nigerian Women Bank or whatever name. Just get the bank working and let's go. Let's achieve this success that we need for our women to become empowered financially. Thank you.
Thank you. What came out strongly? We have enough policies. What we don't have are the watchmen and as well builders, those who will build on them to ensure that impact is achieved, maintained, and sustained. I'm going to go to Olamide now. High interest rates and collateral requirements remain barriers for women in entrepreneurship. What innovative financing model have proven most effective in bridging the gender finance gap, based on your experience in women?
All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to be stating the strategies that we've actually tested and have worked in Women Bank. It is true that collateral requirements, credit scoring, and a lot of those are barriers to lending to women. However, innovative solutions require bringing the vulnerabilities and the peculiarities of women in solving that problem. And because of time, I'll just mention a few of the things that we have done that have worked. One, collateral-free lending. Women are known, at least in a lot of sectors, in a lot of regions in Nigeria, women don't have access to collateral or, a lot of assets as men do. So one thing that can be done, one model that has proven useful is lending to women collateral-free. And like a lot of speakers have said today, women, they don't really default on loans. The default rate for women is less than, that of men. No offense to men here. So collateral-free loans, granting collateral-free loans, we've done it before. If you look at our annual report, you'll see the volume of collateral-free loans that we have given to women year after year. Also, we can also have single-digit interest rates. And when we talk about innovation, it's not always about technology, but it requires a lot of work. And by a lot of work, I mean when you want to give single interest digit loans, for example, you have to work, you have to get development finance institutions, impact investors that can actually let you do that, because the traditional lending rates dictated by the MPR in the country might not allow you to do that. So you have to continue seeking out development finance institutions in the country and outside the country that are willing to invest in gender and other impact sectors. So that's another one. Another vulnerability and barrier is credit scoring, because we keep using the credit scoring we use for men, for women as well. Meanwhile, women and men have different spending patterns. So we could adopt alternative credit scoring for women instead of using the normal ones. Bills paying, for example, you could use utility bills payment, consistency, because what you're really trying to prove is, does this person have the financial capability to pay back the loan? So you can use alternative credit scoring to score loans for women. And like every other person that has spoken, Ms. Kelechi, Mr. Emmanuel, this is actually the road to getting our own gender bank in Nigeria. Tailoring the vulnerabilities and peculiarities to come up with innovative products that we can roll out, and we will really have a lot of success out there. So alternative scoring mechanisms, we have digital, you can use a lot of fintechs in African countries. They are using digital data, digital subscribers data. So how much credit does this person buy? How much airtime? How much data does this person buy? Alternative means of determining whether people can actually repay loans. We also have grants. You can give direct grants, and this would be done by, like I said, seeking for funders, impact investors, DFIs that can actually provide that sort of grant that women don't have to pay back at all, but all you have to do is just monitor them to ensure good use of the funds. An example that we have done in Wema Bank is the Brave grant that we got from Islamic Development Bank, and we're giving to women in vulnerable communities. So these and a few others are, innovative models that we can use to lend to women and can engender inclusive finance. Thank you.
Leveraging vulnerabilities and peculiarities to create innovative ideas to ensure more inclusivity, especially with women and with those living with disability. That's one thing that strongly came out from our response. So I'm moving to Teresa. Right. How has DBN structured its financing model to ensure a high level of inclusion for women-led businesses and minority-led businesses? And what lessons can be drawn for other institutions?
Okay. Thank you for that question. So for DBN, the essence of why we were set up, our mandate is really to alleviate funding constraints that the MSMEs face. That in itself is a vulnerable segment, right? And in doing that, whilst we want to empower the MSMEs, we have even identified further down the ladder vulnerable sectors and segments. So the vulnerable segments include the women, the youth. We also have locations, right, which we expect that based on, market studies and the dynamics of the, economy, they are more vulnerable than their peers. We call those states our focus states. Now, for us, besides focusing on specific thematic areas or sectors, we now go further down to encourage funding to those segments. So these are the MSMEs that are women, the MSMEs that are youth. So these are the people within the ages of 18 and 35. And then those MSMEs that reside in those vulnerable locations where they require more support really to thrive. For us, it is a key focus for us, and we've actually had like targeted approach in the engagements that we have. So just to back down, just to give a bit of context for those that don't know. So whilst the Development Bank of Nigeria has that mandate to serve the MSMEs, we don't intervene in that space directly. We do that through financial intermediaries, and these are the financial institutions. Today, the financial institutions that we partner with, we call them our participating financial institutions. They consist really of most of the commercial banks. We also have in the mix most of the many of the microfinance banks. We have some merchant banks, some mortgage banks, and some other finance companies. So we basically provide funding to them for on lending. So that's the first instrument that we provide, right? Besides providing funding to increase the actual access, we know that there are cases where collateral constraint is a major issue. And so we have, through our sister company called Impact Credit Guarantee Company, risk-sharing guarantees. So they're able to share in the risk for lending of up to 60%. However, in many cases where it's for women, the guarantee coverage actually even increases. So it could cover up to about 75% of the risk on lending to women. So what does that do? It encourages the banks that we work with to be more creative in lending to women. So increasing the likes of, cash flow lending and really de-emphasizing collateral because we're behind them to share in the risk in the event that there is a default on the loan. So that's one of it. And then we also look at other creative things. So there's the grants that we provide, as well as other things. The whole essence is to provide blending of instruments through different instruments and also through different channels, just to ensure that you meet the market at a price point or at a level that's acceptable and is able to achieve scale. We see what we do as catalytic support, so either in terms of catalytic capital or really as market enabling, whether it's on the funding side or even in terms of the risk-sharing guarantee. Either way, it's just a holistic approach of blending different interventions, really, to ensure that the MSMEs, and in this case, the women who are a focus, get the support that they need. I would like to say today, and we're very proud of it, that because we're very focused on supporting the women, and that's key, we are behind that. So we put our money behind our mouth. Today, out of all the end beneficiaries that we have, up to 80%, approximately 80%, so 77 as at the last count, but our target is 80%, they are women, right? And that is, a target that we always want to push to. And how do we do this? Not only do we provide all these instruments, we also incentivize our banks. So not only are we saying the funding is there, the guarantee is there, we have other kinds of supports that we provide in the form of like technical assistance or even capacity building on the demand side. But then we also say that we're going to provide additional incentives, which we engage with, on the back end, so that they're willing to come to the table and provide additional capital to increase that access, that to at least bridge the gap that's existing. So these are amongst other things. I think I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you. I thought I was going to round of applause. That's a good number. So for me, I hear you having to create an enabling environment where equity is on the table, and also creating blended instrument to facilitate a catalyst to ensure that people who are in these peculiar areas are met in the middle where you can. Well done. Go back to Kelechi with the second question. We have just 20 minutes more. Public-private partnerships are critical to scaling gender-focused financial instrument. which public and private sector institutions should be at the forefront of co-creating gender-focused instruments that leverage blended finance for impact?
All right, thank you very much. So I think most of them are actually in the room here represented. So I'll start with the SCC. In terms of policy direction, we can also look at the CBN and then Federal Ministry of Finance, the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. We can look at the Federal Ministry of Industry and Trade. So just majorly those MDAs that are directly involved in investments, and most of them are actually here. Then for private sector, I can think of our asset managers, the fund managers, those in the private equity space, those in the venture capital space, and not forgetting our exchanges, because even when we expect SME-led, women-led SME companies to list, at the end of the day, they're going to list on an exchange. So we need an exchange to drive those listings. We need to have liquidity for those listings, and they'll be happening on the exchange. So exchanges like the FMDQ, exchanges like the NGX, and when those securities are listed, they need to be cleared. So we need to have the clearing systems. FMDQ has a clearing house. We also need to have the CSCS on board. Then if we look at commercial banks, so we have WEMA that already has a product that's tilted towards women. So commercial banks that have those kind of products, we can also bring them to the fore. Insurance companies, we need to de-risk these investments. So the list is actually endless. And then we can now look at the international organizations, look at DFIs, the ADBs, the World Bank, and also organizations like the one hosting us today, Impact Investors Foundation is not left out. So by the time we have synergy among all these groups, and most of all the people represented here, thank you for coming, we would now have these investments come up and see more women investing in these products.
Thank you. I mean, the roadmap already contains a list of stakeholders, but I would like you to look at it so that if there's a need to suggest a better structure that will enable us to ensure that this roadmap works for us, please do. My next question goes to Mr. Emmanuel, and that will be your last question from me. Which actors could be targets and implementers of advocacy and capacity building initiatives in advancing knowledge and practice of blended finance mechanisms for women across the investment ecosystem?
Simple answer. IIF. That's what we're doing here. Madam Etemore is right here. Our mommy, Madam Woshika. These are the people that will speak, but we'll join forces with you. FC4S Lagos. So in 2023, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ireland, I was privileged to be among those within the FC4S community to sign a gender charter, the UNDP gender charter. All right? We are sworn to this. It's not because we are confused. I'm a man's man. I'm not confused about who I am. But so before you think I'm something else. Yeah. And I think there's a reason we are split into two genders, like somebody said in the early parts of today. Male, female. You can't neglect 50% of the world or of Nigeria and think you're making progress. She said she has been in a board, chairman of a board of a bank, in business for a long time. She cannot tie 50% of her assets down without utilizing it. The same thing I preach for gender finance is the same thing I preach for what they call non-interest finance also. If 50% of the population are of that region, why are you not allowing them to access financial products that speak to their needs? You're cheating yourself. Indeed, if you ask me, I'm a Christian here to heaven and back, but I will invest in that product. You know why? It has strict conditions. There must be an underlying of your $2.8 billion you used to service debt so far this year. Please tell me which of these instruments can you see invested in something concrete. What you see when you're traveling to the east is this road was built by Sukuk. Have you seen any other one? No. So, and the green bonds too. The process for issuing a green bond is rigorous and serious. If you ask me, I'll beg Kelechi to fast track all green bonds transactions. If you are taking Did you say how many weeks now? 2 weeks? Then green bonds should be 7 days or 3 days. Because it's very strict. The process are ring-fenced. You don't commingle. I know. I've been working with a subnational to issue a green bond. They've been dancing around, but we'll do it. It will come out. It has to come out. We've been working on it for years. And we want other subnationals to follow. We are also personally ensured when PENCOM reviewed the guidelines that I suggested that they should document it there, that they will allow green bonds, social bonds, it's all the non-sovereign type of bonds that we need to make the market grow, not just federal government bonds, because most of the federal government bonds are not invested in things you can point your fingers to. They are not. Let's not play around these things. Our future. You say you have 16 trillion or whatever trillions in your PENCOM. It is what is inside is balloon. I didn't say it. So what I'm saying here is that, just to wrap up, FC4S will support IIF. We've worked together since 2023. FMDQ has been supporting this market. 57% of our staff in FMDQ are female. They are not paid less than their male, like happens in some Asian and European countries. Go and check it out. Abroad, what you think they're developed, they pay some women less. 2 people are general managers. General manager A is a man, will earn X. General manager B is a woman, she will earn X minus. It doesn't happen in Nigeria. The highest ranking officer today in FMDQ is who? Is a woman. Yeah, so far, until we resolve things, okay? I'm looking at her so she doesn't deal with me. But the truth is that we do not underplay either of the genders, but we give everybody equal opportunity to develop and to express themselves. And we'll support that. FMDQ, FC4S, SEC. I've mentioned Article 4 of the Sustainable Finance Principle. Go and check it out to see whether I'm high on caffeine. SEC wrote that since 2021. So it's just for us to form maybe IF, FC4S, and FMDQ, or whoever is ready. We can do like what our royal father said. Just publish it. You're not forcing anybody. Just say XYZ firm has learned $100,000 to do this. We didn't call the others. When you do it year 1, year 2, the MD of the bank will call his people and say, hello, why is this bank ahead of us in this field? Nigeria will like competition. Yes. We're not reporting anybody. We're just doing the normal things. So just to make somebody made a point, I need to emphasize it. Grameen Bank, go and check it. I'm not having caffeine or your food. Grameen, there's no collateral in the lending. So she's not just talking. And the bank is running till tomorrow. It's in 16 countries, if not more, and they've never failed. No collateral for women lending. They found out by trying that women respond better. And they said, why can't we give them 100% of the money? And guess what? Their own system is unique. The women are also the owners of the bank. You will not allow where your money is to fail, Abi. So they're also smart. The banks are owned by the women. They have a structure. We can all share it. I've told Marilyn also that this story will not be complete if this IF and some other people don't partner to set up a gender bank. And I'm standing ready to work with you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Olamide, very quickly, in 2 minutes. Empowering women goes beyond access to capital. It includes skills, networks, and health. How does Wema Bank integrate or will integrate non-financial support, such as market access, health, digital skills, and technical assistance into its gender finance strategy?
Okay, thank you. Yes, we believe that it is not enough just having capital, but we have to have non-financial benefits as well. And through our SAR by Wema initiative for women, which is a gender proposition, we facilitate access to market for female entrepreneurs. And we've actually impacted, a lot of female MSMEs in Nigeria to facilitate access to market within and outside the country. So we've been to all the geopolitical zones in Nigeria, and 2 times now we've been to the UK, we've been to Ghana, through Fashion Souk, NBC, Trade Fair. You know, we partner with those sort of organizations to facilitate access to market. And we've actually seen testimonies of before and after performance of those businesses. We also have technical assistance and capacity building sessions, because those factors that people say make women unbankable in code, we like to address them. So things as basic as financial literacy, for example, basic bookkeeping skills. How do you measure your profits, your revenue? You know, what are your assets and those kind of things. So we do capacity building sessions across the country. We actually partner with, you know, organizations that are, you know, well, the organizations such as Enterprise Development Center to deploy those sort of sessions. And they actually deployed in 15 languages last year, including, you know, the most vulnerable parts of Nigeria. We also equip female SMEs and young people with digital skills, because we believe that digital skills will help you scale your businesses beyond local markets. And the last one I want to mention is health and wellness. We integrated health and wellness packages into our benefits for women. We have partnerships with health management organizations that offer, you know, very discounted, in fact, lower than $1 per month to women, you know, because your well-being is as important as your business would not exist if you're not if you're not healthy. So those are some of the things that we do through Sarah by Wema, our proposition for women in Wema Bank. Thank you.
Well done, well done. So Teresa, the question I want to push to you, you've answered it whilst answering the first.
Mr. Moderator?
So I'll pick you. Yeah, I have 7 minutes more.
Your time is up, sir.
I'm taking my time.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you. So let me put you on the spot. This event or the summit is seen to launch a roadmap for gender-lens investment. And I'm sure you've sat in the room. Perhaps you've taken a look at the document. You listened to different speakers. Leaving here today, how would you think DBN will help to be an enabler, or rather an advocate of this roadmap?
In simple terms, working with our network. Prior to now, we're actually champions of the WIFI code for Nigeria. So we're working with the Central Bank and the Bank of Industry. We would incorporate this into what we do. Everything we do internally as a bank, so long as it has something to do with advancing equity, increasing support for the women, speaking our language, which is empowering the women, we always like to support that initiative. I know that we have seen, I will say this off record, we have seen some of it like a draft before now, and I know that there are engagements internally. Whatever we can do to work with our network to encourage, to push this further, I'm sure we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Etemere, did you hear that? All right. Thank you so much for attending to my questions, and thank you for the time. Okay, super moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than that. Please put your hands together for them. It's not easy being up here and doing what they do and doing it so eloquently as well. May we take a quick group photograph? I know we're discussing really serious matters, but I'd appreciate it if you have a smile on your face. Yes. Please put your hands together for them one more time. And we would also like to inform everyone that if you kindly check your notepads, the notepads you find in your tote bag, the one we gave to you during registration, you will find that on the 4th page we have a QR code, and we require you to please scan and fill the feedback form on that QR code. From the QR code, please fill the feedback form, please. We'll appreciate it if you do that. And if you have your colleagues that have gone, kindly send messages to them requesting that they please scan the QR code and fill the feedback form. It's really important to us. It's really important to us. All right, voices from the field. Like I said earlier, what we have here is a platform. And this platform we have built for women, youth, and people with persons with disability. And so today we will be hearing from those people, frontliners on the field. And we will be spotlighting stories from women, youth, and persons with disability who are building inclusive businesses. Please put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. It's not easy. We will start off this session first with the founder, Techly Marketing Limited. He is someone who is doing so much. He does not see himself as being limited in any way, but he's breaking barriers, pulling down boundaries, and building bridges. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Make welcome Olushola Adeyefa, founder, Techly Marketing Limited. Is that? What? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for this privilege. I want to appreciate the CEO of IIF for this invitation. Thank you so much, Ma. And I want to acknowledge all our dignitaries who have spoken earlier, all the speakers. We've learned a lot. For me, I have very few minutes, and I'm going to, it's a spotlight, it's a voice from the field, what I've learned over the years. I became disabled, like some people will say, but I contacted disability as a teenager at the age of 18, and it's been about 26 years now. And over that period, I've learned that the only reason why I'm disabled, as far as I'm concerned, is because I need to speak for the people who have no voice. So I got into the university, and I learned that there are over 25 million persons living with disability in Nigeria. And that figure has increased over the years. So about 10% of our population live with disability. But for my organization, Techly Marketing Limited, quickly, what I've done, having graduated from school, is to try to work as an entrepreneur and then set up my own organization because there were no funding to run as a business, as a person with disability. Many people wouldn't believe that you could run a business because you have so-called some challenges. So I've been bootstrapping, I've been relying on community support, and it's been amazing in the last 10 years that I've been able to turn over quite a significant amount of money and train a lot of persons who are underserved in our society. So for Techly Marketing Limited, we do marketing communication services, integrated marketing communication, and then we have a learning hub where we provide resources for people with disability to improve their marketing communication skills. I've done that for 10 years. I'm certified with the Chartered Institute of Marketing UK. And one of the things that I found very interesting is that many people with disabilities, particularly female, are going into technology to fast track their growth. So because the community largely has a lot of discrimination and limitation, as a matter of fact, disability is not the limitation. The limitation is in the communities, in our society, right? So if there were no ramp for me to move up, I won't be able to get up this stage. And even with the ramp, I still needed support. And like somebody said, technology is enabling us to move faster, but we need empathy, right? Not sympathy. Sympathy is when you just give me a hand out, but empathy is when you give me a hand up, right? So I'm glad that so far we've worked with a lot of female-led organizations and disability-led organizations who have had significant growth in their organization because of our marketing technology support, in their customer relationship management softwares and digital advertising and a couple of other things that we've done for them. One major story is that of a microfinance bank, prominent one in Lagos, that we work with a female-led marketing manager, and they were able to increase their growth. In fact, it's so significant that their sales went up within the period we worked with them on digital advertising, and their community engagement went as far as 55% higher than when it was before we joined them. And since then, it's been quite sustainable for them to keep us on their board, on their team, as a secondary partner. Right, so we have a few other partners like that we work with that keep our cash flow running. But then when it comes to funding, it's still very difficult because people, like I said earlier, do not really have, apart from the fact that there are all the policies and all these that we talked about are really not accessible for persons with disability. Just like the main stage is not accessible. If you look at the room, you will barely see a lot of persons with disability. It's because when it comes to businesses and enterprises or being entrepreneur, we still have that limitation of recognizing the potentials and capacity of persons with disability to deliver. Now, one of the things I like to talk about is my relationship with the visually impaired people. And I have Mr. Razak, who's worked with the World Bank in the room. If you want someone who can use a laptop very fast, type very fast, very focused, you need to get a visually impaired person on your team. Particularly, and it looks like, it looks impossible. But then, let them handle a laptop for you. You will be surprised how fast they will deliver on the job. And that cuts across so many other spheres of disability, the visually impaired. We just need empathy. And empathy is not expensive. It's just providing us that tool, that support, that resources. I'm going to wrap up by saying, because of time, there is a lot I have on my slide, but I'm just going to make this very straight, because I realize that this spotlight is not just on me, on my company, but on the disability community in Nigeria, and by extension in Africa. If I'm privileged to be the only person with disability that will speak on this stage today, it's very important that I speak for other millions of persons with disabilities who would not have this opportunity, but can also be reached out to subsequent to this meeting by people in this room. And it is important that we begin to allow people with disability in not just as employees in our system, but train them to become entrepreneurs and employers in our community. We have a lot of them. We have a lot of capacity. From the World Bank reports, I have an insight through Mr. Razak. What we are losing, the amount we are losing because of lack of inclusion of persons with disability or disability-led organization is as much as $1.3 billion in this country. And this is a very solid research done by the World Bank, right? And that research report will be out very soon. And it's gone through a lot of simulation, a lot of models that have been used to calculate that. And if we begin to include these people, not just that because they're intelligent or because they're competent or because they have the capacity to manage this fund if they have that opportunity. We just need the platform. We need the right platform. We need the right people. We need the right support. My organization still struggle with even accessing fund after 10 years of having a continuous sustainable cash flow, right? Because a lot of people are still shutting their doors at persons with disability. Even the banking system is not as accessible. We had the royal father saying in the morning that he had to create a policy in central bank to say that all banks should have a branch that is accessible to persons with disability. I still go to banks where I can't access the banking hall and I have my money in the bank. And I have to attend to the security gates, because of these overall doors or the staircases. So these are some of the issues. But if we begin to open our doors, more people with disability will be able to come out and utilize these resources and improve our communities. We will have less violence. We have less beggars on the streets. We would have less, sympathy, and more people will add value to our community. I want to thank you all, and I want to believe that going forward, by the time we have this session again next year on in the next 2 years, we have more persons with disability who will be able to share their business story and their success stories in this meeting. Thank you so much.
You can do better than that. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. Thank you so much, Mr. Olushola. Well said. Is Chiazom Arinze in the room? Chiazom Arinze is the founder, Auto Girl. Okay. Is Sheun Ale, founder, First Delivery, in the room? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is a moment most of us don't want. See, you are now looking sad already. Why now? Every good thing must come to an end. Why are you sad? Next year is far, right? Maybe we'll make it twice in a year. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcome our CEO, the CEO Impact Investors Foundation, the person of the distinguished visionary. Please put your hands together for Etemo Glover. Is that how you clap? You don't want to come back next year? Yes, a standing ovation, please. Standing ovation. Well deserved, well deserved. It took a lot to make this happen. Please, a standing ovation.
Please, a round of applause to our MC, our able MC. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making this a great experience. Ladies and gentlemen, now put your hands together for yourselves for staying till the end. Wow, wonderful, wonderful. This is the third Gender Impact Investment Summit, and we experienced this day with yourself. So please, another round of applause. Wow, wow. We had a very long day. You would agree with me. We started around 8 a.m. in the morning, breakfast, and then we went into the opening session where we had very fantastic remarks from people within the ecosystem, industry leaders, who came with stories, experiences of what they were doing to move the needle forward. These were transformational experiences. We heard from Mrs. Awoshika, who had been the first chairperson of the First Bank, shared a bit of her experience. We also heard from Mr. Frank Aigbogun, who is the publisher for Business Day and also the chairperson of the Impact Investors Foundation. And the wonderful story by Dr. Charles Usi, Plan International, who told us that he was from a single family where his mother told him the truth. Look, if you don't make it in life, it's up to you. It's not your fault your dad walked away. And you can imagine the power of such words to a 9-year-old that made him today stand before you as the country director for Plan International, a global NGO. Not only that, what is he doing? He is transforming the lives of millions of girls in Nigeria. That's the power of vision, one person's vision. We also heard from the representative of the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology and their commitment to support us in this roadmap. This is awesome. One thing that was cross-cutting throughout all the conversations we've heard today, investing in women is necessary. It guarantees our economic and sustainable development as Nigeria. We can no longer keep it on the sidelines. And this really came out through the presentations that we saw from both the keynote speaker, Jessica, CEO of 2X Global, and also a presentation by Marilyn. One thing that was really clear, and I found very disturbing for me, were the numbers. I don't know if the numbers really scared you. When we learned that there are 35.1 million people living with disabilities in Nigeria. And we heard from this young gentleman another figure, about 10% of the population are people living with disabilities. And only 60%, I say 60% of them are not gainfully employed. Is really worrying. That's a huge economic opportunity that we need to take advantage of. Make sure that these people become economically engaged. And the last speaker here, Olushola Adeifa, said something, that we are losing $1.2 billion for excluding people living with disabilities. There's something we must do about it. Hence, we came together, PwC, Impact Investors Foundation, and we met a lot of you here to be a part of this conversation. What do we do? How do we ensure that we close this financing gap for women in Nigeria? $20 billion. $20 billion financing gap for women. Women own 40% of the MSMEs in the country. Only 7% have access to formal credit. It's a huge problem. So this gender equity and social inclusion roadmap is a 10-year strategy to encourage inclusive investment practices that will unlock capital for women, people living with disabilities, and for youth. One of the things that we're going to leave here with, which I'm very happy about, is that already, before we came here today, 40 persons, organizations, and institutions gave us their commitment to say, we love this roadmap. We are committing to ensuring that we incorporate it into our investment decisions, into our governance practices, and into our decision-making processes as organizations. So please, a round of applause to these 40 entities. By the time I checked, the numbers increased to 42. So please, a round of applause for the 2 organizations that signed on to this. So what is next? What is next? We need to start implementing the strategy. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of commitment. And we learned today that everything starts with an intention. So the intention is there, but we must match intention with will, power, and action. So we will be calling on you. Please do not turn your backs on us. We need 3 kinds of resources. Your time. We need your talent. And the third one is your resources. If you can, please, let's put all hands on deck. Nigeria has a great destiny, and you are part of that destiny. And this roadmap has a place in ensuring that no woman, no person living with disability, no young person will be penalized because of your situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to thank you for being a part of this 3rd Gender Impact Investment Summit. And I look forward to seeing you next year. But before you go and before you stand up, I'm just trying to let you know that this session didn't come to you just like that. There were people behind who were working tirelessly. So I'd like to first and foremost recognize to all our sponsors. I'll call them by name even if they are not here. Ford Foundation, please a round of applause to them. GIZ, a round of applause to them. RISA Fund, a round of applause to them. AVCA, are they still here? Please a round of applause to them. Business Day, a round of applause. Alifia Capital, BD Foundation, and to all our other partners. and members of the National Advisory Board community who are here, the ESO community, the Nigerian Impact Investment and Research Collaborative. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. And lastly, and not the least, please, with standing ovation, please recognize the team at the Impact Investors Foundation. And I'll call them to start coming out and join me on stage. Ife Oluwa, our new program manager. Well done. Please come up on stage. Chukwu Emeka, our deal manager and investment manager, come up. Chizoba, please come up on stage. Our finance manager, please come up. Kingsley times 2. KOKG, please come up on stage. You know yourself. Pamela, Glory, Caleb, our media team, everyone, please, a round of applause to the IIF staff. These are the ones working tirelessly behind the stage. Thank you very much. As we are recognizing them, we want to also recognize our strategic partners. They will need to come up on stage with us because when we were not sleeping, they were not sleeping. So please, let's recognize the team from PwC, Jesu, Tommy, all of them. Please come up on stage, please. This is our success, our joint success. So please, we just want to say thank you to all of them. Thank you very much. Please come up stage. I know Marilyn is not here, but you're representing Marilyn. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please join us on November 6th, 5th and 6th for the 8th annual convening on impact investment and our 7th annual award for impact investment. See you then. Thank you very much. And let's do impact. Thank you very much.
Photographs. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the team. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name remains Chioma Agunobi, and it has been my absolute pleasure doing this with you. I am indeed honored to have done this, and I look forward to meeting with you all again next year. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.